Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the Clamp Premier Regency Trade Center and Retail Concourse, discussing the 1990 comedy horror film, Gremlins 2, The New Batch. This film is directed by Joe Dante and written by Charles S. Haas. 6 years after the 1984 mega hit Gremlins, Dante finally conceded to the idea of a sequel, turning what could have easily been a retread of the original film into an over-the-top satirical meta roller coaster. Filled to the brim with tongue-in-cheek self-referential commentary, shocking cameos, and appallingly impressive puppetry, Gremlins 2: The New Batch remains an unapologetic favorite among many horror fans. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Sans Pope, Stephen Junius, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Scarly D, Chuck D, Beth Bauer, Topher Williams, Half Price Horror, Cookie, Bibbidi Bop, Old School Cool, Paunchy Cat, Katie Face, George L. Robertson, Gordon Sutherland, Tommy Norcal, Ambular Belladonna, Mike H., Martin Shaw, Raspberry, Books and Bays, and Jackson Vasquez. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of Gremlins 2: The New Batch the first time you saw it?
I don't remember exactly the first time I watched it because I was a kid, like a kid. But I remember watching this so many times. This is one that I could never forget. It's just so, when I think of a movie and I think coming back to it for the show, and I think there's a lot of this is what helped set a lot of my taste. Like, this is my primordial ooze, I guess. This is, you know.
That absolutely tracks.
Okay, because watching it, I was like, man, I'm just watching it, and of course, you know, as we get older, we understand more, whatever, and I understand a lot more of what's happening, the jokes, the like you're saying, the self references, and and it's like, this is fucking fantastic. It's like, I love every minute of this. I knew as a kid watching it, I was like, man, this is nuts. You know what I mean? What's happening? And then even as an adult watching it, I still had that same, like, there were times when literally I had to stop myself. I was just smiling and watching it. And I'm like, that's crazy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing something. But I really, really still enjoyed this.
T?
Yes. Look, I love that. I do.
Thank you.
And I think that's one of the things we talk about with a lot of the films that we cover. If there were that layer of nostalgia on some of it,
Right.
I think that it would help me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of the same thing with the first Gremlins, which I had never seen before either.
Right.
Until we covered it.
Yeah.
And so I think that, of course, the first one is this like quintessential 80s film. And watching it, you understand it and the reverence for it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, I think watching Gremlins 2, the new batch, has made me appreciate Gremlins 1984
Oh.
a little bit more.
All right.
My thing with, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because
Backhanded compliment a little.
I like that.
As long as you like one of them, one or the other better.
I think my thing, and it's for the reasons that you probably love it or the reasons that I don't.
No, right.
It's kind of the same thing, literally, that we talked about last week with The Hunger.
Yeah.
The reasons that I like it are probably the exact reasons you didn't.
Yeah, no, and I can see that. Like, I totally see that.
But I will say, even though I didn't care for this film very much, I think that there is a lot to be said about a lot of the technical aspects of it.
Mm-hmm.
The production design and this place that they have constructed is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
And I was so impressed to learn more about it and see how everything was implemented and created.
Mm-hmm.
I also thought that the puppetry,
Yeah.
I don't know how you're doing this.
I know.
Like, there were so many. There's one scene later in the film where I believe 100 characters are being puppeted. And I don't know how this is happening.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of skill and a lot of coordination, and I think that needs to be applauded.
Yeah.
I also thought the music was fun. I think that there's a lot of whimsical moments, and there's a lot of Jerry Goldsmith just being Jerry Goldsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think it works really well for this universe.
Right.
I like the camera movement and and the lighting. There's some really fun lighting in some points.
Okay.
And I appreciated it a lot. My thing, and I'm very sorry, I don't care for the Mogwai.
That's mental.
I think that they need to wipe their noses. Their
these
noses are drier.
Yeah, these
They're
ones
drier.
are clean. They got tissue.
They got some notes from the producers. Like, we got some feedback last time. But I think, I don't know. I feel like I just don't find them as cute as everybody else does.
Okay.
I think the Gremlins look cooler.
All right.
The Gremlins are really cool.
Yeah.
They're very cool, but I cannot condone their behavior.
Oh, yeah, no.
No one can.
No.
No,
and I
they're
find
doing hood rat shit, man.
They are. And it's like they are nuisances.
I know.
I cannot get with their antics, their pranks, their
Outlook on life.
Yes, their worldview. It is not for me, and I cannot vibe with these creatures. I would say there is a level of just chaos in this film, which I feel like has to be commended because it is such a weird and wild way to go with a sequel.
Yeah.
That is not what you anticipate if somebody said, hey, they made a second Gremlins film.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I did want to applaud that because it's like, oh, you just went your own way with it.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Oh, yeah.
And that has to be respected.
Right.
But at the same time, it really is just throwing stuff at the wall.
Undeniably.
Yeah, it is.
And some things, when you do that, some things work and some things don't. Like, I feel like the satire, some of the jokes, a lot of jokes going on in the background that are just actually really, really funny. I'm always for an anti-capitalist message. I don't know. It's just too silly. That's what it is. I think.
It is very silly.
It is too much for me, but I love that it's for thee.
Yeah. Hey.
I had never seen this before either, but its reputation, it's just like, oh my God, this movie's crazy. This is one of the most out there sequels, da-da-da-da-da. I mean, I remember Smelly Poo Poo Head, I think when this lost a poll, I want to say maybe a couple years ago, was like trying to rally everyone on Discord to go vote for it. Like, the people that ride for this movie really ride for this movie. And so I was very interested to see where we were taking this. It is not anywhere I expected us to take it. And I think that that's why this is very successful for me. I totally get what you're saying, except the Mogwais not being cute. And another thing about that, actually, is I've always thought that Gizmo was adorable, but I had to watch Gremlins 2, the new batch, 3 times to prepare for this. And this morning, I put on the original 1984 Gremlins to kind of, refresh or whatever. Gizmo had a glow up. I didn't realize that he was looking a little rough in the first one, and I still found him cute then. In Gremlins 2, he is adorable.
Yeah.
I will correct myself a little bit and say that I do agree that there was a glow up, but there are some things that are just like, I think that their mouths should have fur. The fact that they don't really bothers me. And when I saw there was a shot, Gremlin, his name's Gizmo. But you uncultured swine. He reaches for something, and I was like, he has fingernails? He has fingernails? I was like, that's disgusting. That's gross.
You can see his fingers. Yeah.
Would you prefer he have claws like the Gremlins?
Absolutely. There's no question.
But they were trimmed. They were clean.
Yeah,
His nose was dry.
yeah.
Fur is soft. There's nothing wrong with him. Leave him alone.
And his mouth, I would imagine that's what like Homer Simpson's mouth
I
would
was
look like.
thinking the exact same thing.
I think that's part of why it's like, this is
Maybe
weird.
it's too, yeah. He's got a Homer mouth.
It's reverse though, because that's Homer's beard.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
So that's his non-beard, and then the rest of him is furry.
Don't like it.
Yeah, that makes it worse.
Yeah, see? JP's like, I'm starting to think T might be right about this.
No, but this was just a lot of fun. Again, it was not anything what I was expecting. And after you get to a certain point in the film, I think it is very much either you're in or you're out, because it's like a roller coaster ticking up, and when it tips, you're just along for the ride for the rest of the movie.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like toward the end, they're like, oh, yeah, there was something narrative happening. they're having so much fun. It's like at the very end, they remember that they need to reel everything back in. But I think that the jokes, pointing, he's making fun of Gremlins. He's making fun of Gremlins having a sequel. He's making fun of sequels in general. He's making fun of, the cash grab of merchandising and that it's so ballsy that some of the shit I was like, I can't believe, and we'll learn in the production why he was able to get away with it. But watching it, I was like, I can't believe they're letting him say that. I was really impressed. I think that as silly as it is, there's a lot of really smart, commentary, like you were saying, T, anti-capitalism, and like these characters that are added for this. I mean, it's just, I think that it's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun watching it, more fun than I expected to have, when all I knew going into this was that it is insane. That's all I knew going into it. I think that the design of the Gremlins 2, that stepped up as well. The things that they are able to do and the creativity, and there's some hits and some misses, but with some of the Gremlins that they create for this film, it's like they were just like, he's like kind of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what's stuck. But I appreciate it because I like stuff like that. I live for the puppetry, the effects, all that stuff. It is so shockingly good, and it was good in the first one. Yeah, but it's like here they were like, no, we're gonna turn the volume up to 11, and it is like you said, T. Even this not being your cup of tea, it's that is undeniable. The work is incredible. Yeah. But I did think that this was a lot of fun. I don't know if it's, I can't remember what other movie I said this about recently, a case of Stockholm Syndrome, where I've spent so much time with it that I'm like, you know what? We're vibing, you know what I mean? But I think that it's just so much fun.
Well, 3 times in 1 week is...
Yeah.
I've warped my brain.
You're a gremlin.
Before I go full gremlin, though, I do want to talk about the production of Gremlins 2. And to get the information for this episode, I used the commentary track for the film and interviews with Slash Film, the AV Club, Film Comment, and Consequence.
Okay.
So we all remember that the original Gremlins was a giant and unexpected box office success. So what happens when a horror movie does well financially?
A sequel.
Exactly. Good job, guys. Joe Dante said that it was the very first weekend after Gremlins opened that he was approached to make a sequel.
God damn.
He had already felt some type of way because when they were making Gremlins, it was such a grueling process. And he said that they didn't have much support from the studio. They had been put on the back burner, but now that the film was an unexpected success, now they want another one. But he still tried to make it work. He and producer Mike Fennell, who produced both of them, worked with multiple writers to try to get something going, but nothing was sticking. And Dante believed this was the case because there was no reason to make a sequel for Gremlins. It was becoming more and more apparent to him that there is no story to be told. It's just a cash grab for Warner Brothers.
Okay.
T, you're nodding a little too much.
I'm sorry.
Thinking back on how difficult the process for the first film was and how they were literally making up technology for the puppets as they went along and how long it took to do that, Dante realized that he simply did not have it in him to do this again, so he was out. Once Dante left the project, Warner Brothers continued to try to get a sequel off the ground with different writers and different directors, but nothing was working. Fast forward years later, when Dante is on the Warner Brothers lot walking to his office, and he runs into the head of the studio at the time, Terry Semel. Semel is like, look, we need Gremlins 2. Please do Gremlins 2. As long as you call it Gremlins 2, have Gremlins in it, and make it between 90 minutes and 2 hours, you can do whatever you want.
Wow.
Ooh.
Dante said that this is not an offer that you usually get. Reflecting on this and how puppet technology had come a long way in the intervening years, he brought this to Mike Fennell. Fennell said in an interview that that kind of control the studio was offering them was extremely rare, and he had never experienced it before this project, and he never experienced it after.
Damn.
So he was like, we have to do this.
Yeah.
Chris Columbus wrote the first film, but he was directing at the time. He did Home Alone the year this film came out, actually.
Oh.
So they had to start with finding a new writer. Dante and Fennell were close friends with the director, Jonathan Kaplan.
That name sounds very familiar, and it took me a second, but that explains why Jonathan Kaplan had that cameo as the gas station attendant in The Howling.
Okay.
That tracks. That definitely makes sense. He directed Over the Edge, which was co-written by Charlie Haas. Kaplan recommended Haas and called him up himself and was like, hey, what would you think about writing Gremlins 2? Haas said that he busted out laughing. It seemed like an insane project to get mixed up in, so he immediately said yes. Once he was on board, Fennell called him with the first problem. He and Dante wanted to get out of Kingston Falls. They wanted to take the Gremlins to New York. When they took this idea to the studio, they were told that blocking off the city to film the Gremlins running around would take entirely too much money because they would film first with the actors and then come back and do a lot of the Gremlin stuff for weeks and weeks. Mm-hmm. So they needed to find a way to bring the Gremlins to New York without having to spend the money to shut down streets and locations. So they're like, what do you think? And this is how Haas came up with the setting of the film, which is pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
Chris Wallace created the Gremlins for the first film, but he was unavailable as he was directing and doing the effects for The Fly 2.
Oh.
With a lot more money for effects for the sequel, their first choice was Rob Bottin, but he was also unavailable. So Dante and Fennell set their sights on Rick Baker, and after initially declining for reasons that we'll talk about later, Baker accepted. Because the rubber had deteriorated on the puppets from the first film, everything had to be completely redone fresh for the sequel.
Oh.
They said that Rick Baker spent 5 months redesigning and building the new creatures.
Wow.
Damn.
So with their crew together and characters from the first film returning, they moved forward with what Dante would call one of the most unconventional studio films ever. While Warner Brothers gave Dante complete control, and he did exercise it, they still had extensive notes. With T's best friend, Steven Spielberg, serving as an executive producer, the studio execs were giving notes through him, sending Spielberg with orders to make Dante make something shorter or to cut something out entirely. So Dante said that as long as he could make Spielberg see his vision, the studio would back off because Spielberg apparently had the power to veto them.
That's crazy. What a crazy middleman.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve. Go talk to him.
Go tell him to chill out.
Yeah, go tell your little brother to. It's like, what the fuck?
Still, Dante said that he never would have gotten away with as much as he did if they had not been so desperate for him to make this sequel. Principal photography took place in New York City between May and September of 1989, great year, and the film was supposed to open in May of 1990, Memorial Day to be exact, with very little competition. Right before, Dante gets the call that the release date has been moved. Since test audiences were loving Gremlins 2 so much, they moved the premiere to the middle of June to open head-to-head with Dick Tracy.
What?
Dante thought this was a terrible idea. Dick Tracy was going to be a huge film. They had been heavily promoting it for 6 months, and they were already running TV ads announcing that Gremlins 2 was going to open on Memorial Day. So he said, so when we finally open, people are going to be like, isn't that already out?
You have control of a major weekend.
Yeah.
What the hell?
What he learned was that Disney's Dick Tracy was going to be huge, and Warner Brothers was afraid that it would outgross Batman, their biggest hit at the time. So they wanted to put Gremlins 2 against it to put up a fight so that their record wouldn't be broken.
That's crazy.
And while Dick Tracy did not outgross Batman, it completely smoked Gremlins 2, the new batch.
Wow.
It's Dick Tracy.
Uh-huh. In fact, even without being compared to Dick Tracy or any other film, Gremlins 2 performed abysmally at the box office, only making back $41 million of its $50 million budget.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes. I was surprised too. But the sequel did receive favorable reviews, with some even preferring it to the uber successful original film. There is a third film now in the works, written and directed by Chris Columbus. It's supposed to come out in 2027. It is rumored to completely disregard the sequel. I guess we won't know until it comes out.
Yeah.
But without further ado, we are getting into Gremlins 2, the new batch. So start spreading the news. Now, before we feed this film after midnight, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's get wet. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Gremlins. If you haven't, go watch it or listen to episode 92 of our show as a refresher. The film begins with the familiar and enthusiastic fanfare over the Warner Brothers Presents logo. The WB shield glides toward us with Bugs Bunny, voiced by Jeff Bergman, casually posed at its top. He blinks at us and raises his eyebrows, but the music comes to a screeching halt when Daffy Duck, also voiced by Jeff Bergman, stomps into view, demanding that it be stopped. Unbothered, Bugs asks him, "What's up, Duck?" But this only irritates Daffy further.
It's the last thing you wanted to hear.
He declares that he's taking charge here. He snatches Bugs off of the logo, the bunny's cartoon neck stretching as he eyes us one last time before being yanked out of view. Off screen, Daffy cries that 50 years of Bugs hogging the spotlight is enough. Daffy strides into view with a smile, taking Bugs' spot and stealing his pose after climbing on top of the shield, reasoning that he'll be taking the spot now because he has all the talent around here. He calls out for them to take it from the top. The shield is yanked back roughly, but Daffy rolls with the punches, calling out for the camera, music, and sound. The shield lurches forward, slamming into our screen, and Daffy mutters sarcastically that that's very funny. He promises that they'll be hearing from his attorneys. He jumps off of the shield and starts to push it back for them to take the shot again. But suddenly, the red rings bordering the screen come slamming shut, leaving nothing but Daffy's feathered butt sticking out toward us. He manages to pull himself free, but the red rings remain only as a skirt around his waist. He glares back toward us, lamenting that if he's not going to star in this cartoon, we might as well just start the movie. A grinning Bugs Bunny pops back into view and pushes Daffy away, causing him to spin into a tornado until we segue to the title screen, Gremlins 2, The New Batch. The main title, a bright and bubbled blue as we glide over New York City.
I love that. This was the greatest fucking thing.
I was so puzzled. I had to check with my controller. I was like, no, it's not Space Jam. I don't know. I don't know what I've done.
They said that animator Chuck Jones had retired, but he came back to do this for Gremlins 2.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And it was longer, but Dante cut it down because of insistence from the producers. They thought that the audience would get bored if it took too long for the film to get started. And Dante kept as much as he did because he said that he felt like it set the tone for what we were about to get into. And I think it does.
It does.
This film is kind of a cartoon.
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
And also panning over the city of New York at this beginning, this was stock footage that they had shot for Superman.
Hey.
They said they were trying to save money wherever they could.
It worked.
We float over the buildings as a lively and hopeful theme plays and the opening credits roll. But the liveliness of the score dies a little when we find a limo coasting down a street in Chinatown. The driver honks rudely at pedestrians before finally slowing to park on a street marred by litter and construction. The driver gets out and opens the back door of the limo. A well-polished dress shoe is visible, hesitating over the trash in the gutter before finally setting down on the weathered sidewalk instead. He stands, and we glide up his dress shoes and his suit to find the face of Forster, played by Robert Picardo.
Robert Picardo. We just talked about him in The Howling.
That's right.
We did. After The Howling, Picardo's agent called him and said that Dante wanted him to be in Gremlins, the first one,
Okay.
if he was interested. Picardo was like, well, what's the part? And the agent said, there's not one. If you want to do it, Dante will create a part for you. So Picardo said that he was young and worried about the risk of just being an extra in this film that he didn't know anything about. So he said that for the first and only time in his career, he told Joe Dante no. He learned after continuing to work with him to trust him. And when he was offered a role in Gremlins 2, he said yes.
Yeah. It sounds like Dante's is going to take care of you.
Yeah.
Just
Just
trust
be
him.
down, yeah.
Just trust him.
He takes a look around the street from behind his designer sunglasses and surveys as his assistant, played by Jeff Swanson, removes items from the trunk. Inside an antique shop, the vibe is warmer, lit with flickering candle flames and clouded with pipe smoke. Mr. Wing, played again by Key Luke, sits behind the desk, smoking his pipe and playing chess with an ornately carved set. But suddenly, he looks up toward the door, one of his eyes a clouded white.
Key Luke, we did talk about him in the first Gremlins. Mm-hmm. I was glad to see him back.
Me too.
And we both shrug.
Well,
we'll
keep
continue.
going. The beads hanging in the doorway clatter as Forster sweeps them aside. He pulls off his sunglasses and addresses Mr. Wing by name. He walks through the incredible shop and right up to the desk, alerting Mr. Wing that Daniel Clamp would like to speak with him. Forster's associates set up what they've taken from the trunk, a TV and a VCR. Forster takes the remote and presses play. Suddenly filling the screen is the face of Daniel Clamp, played by John Glover.
John Glover, do you guys remember this gentleman?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Talked about him in The Mouth of Madness.
Really?
That's right.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you read Sutter Kane?
I do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
I was like, oh, never mind.
that's troubling.
Clamp greets the shopkeeper with a "Good morning, Mr. Wing," before deciding to cut right to the key issues. He's prepared to substantially increase his offer. He knows that Mr. Wing is attached to his business, and he understands because he's attached to his own business. He develops the biggest buildings in New York, while Mr. Wing sells little things, but that's fine. Rude.
Yeah.
Mr. Wing watches the video coldly, sucking on his pipe, and on the screen, Clamp invites Mr. Wing to look at a design. The camera glides over to frame Clamp next to a drawing. Extremely tall buildings, their lilting roofs and platforms indicative of ancient Chinese architecture, bordered by sleek and soulless metal fences and walkways. Clamp grins, revealing the Clamp Chinatown Center, where business gets oriented.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding? My
know.
jaw dropped.
Yeah.
My jaw dropped.
Yeah, I was like, oh, wow,
Yeah.
dude, what?
And you know, they market research the fuck out of that.
Yeah.
And he's
It's
so
like
proud
that.
of it.
Yes. Yeah.
God damn.
Mr. Wing, understandably, closes his eyes for a moment before setting them back on the screen. Clamp makes an offer. Since Mr. Wing is the only holdout, he'll give him a newsstand and a souvenir concession right under the atrium of the state-of-the-art building. He boasts voice-activated elevators, self-cleaning ashtrays. He's really excited, and he just doesn't want Mr. Wing to miss out. He implores him to let them know when he's reached a decision. Forrester has been leaning on a table and looks with disgust at the dust on the elbow of his suit jacket. He wipes the dust away with a white handkerchief before tossing it in frustration onto the tabletop. When he walks away, it's revealed that he was standing in front of a covered cage. Something inside the cage pulls the handkerchief in and lets out a soft and adorable achoo.
I wonder who it could be.
I have no idea. I do not know. Forrester, though, is across the room, picking up a green parasol, and when he forces it open, a plume of dust erupts. On the screen, Clamp shares his belief. There's always an area of agreement that two people can reach. He smiles big before it abruptly drops from his face and he ends the recording, causing the screen to go black, save for the logo of his business, a C catching an entire earth in a wrench-like pinch.
Literally crushing it.
Yeah. Mr. Wing agrees with Clamp. A man can't always agree with others. It is more difficult to agree with oneself. Forrester mutters that that's very charming. Was that Confucius or Bruce Lee? I was like, beat his ass. Oh my God. He goes to retrieve the handkerchief and is momentarily perplexed to find it gone. Mr. Wing comes out from behind the desk, hacking a dry cough. He apologizes to Forrester, and he tells him to relay the message to Mr. Clamp that the answer is still no. Forrester holds up the remote and invites Mr. Wing with a tight smile to please keep the TV. He tosses the remote, unconcerned with what it collides with as it clatters, and he and his associates turn to leave the shop. As they depart, a tiny and adorable hand, complete with fingernails, complete with unpopular fingernails.
Ew. They're clean.
They are clean. It reaches out from the cover of the cage. A small and familiar voice intones, TV, TV. His tiny finger presses a button and suddenly he's watching a movie. On the screen, Rambo, played by Sylvester Stallone, takes aim with his bow and arrow, his iconic red bandana tied around his head. Gizmo, voiced again by Howie Mandel, croons, Rambo! He knows Rambo.
He knew it. Yeah. It's like, oh, I've seen this one.
I love this movie.
One thing to say, I remember these things being quite impressionable, so
Yeah.
Maybe don't let him.
be careful.
And Howie Mandel, I mean, it's Howie
It's Howie
Mandel.
Mandel.
Right. You know?
When an explosion erupts in the movie from Rambo's perfectly aimed arrow, we find Gizmo chittering excitedly and cheering from within the cage. In the movie, Rambo reports in his low and gravelly voice, "To survive a war, you gotta become war." Gizmo's like, let me jot that down. I like that. After seeing the suited men out, Mr. Wing returns to the shop. When he spots Gizmo watching the movie, he laments, "Television again?" He dismisses it as an invention for fools, and when he switches it off, Gizmo lets out a small whine. But Mr. Wing is doubled over from another fit of coughing as Gizmo begins to sing.
So you don't want to get him a tea or something?
His entertainment just got taken away. Outside of the limo, Forrester's assistant opens the door and apologizes that it didn't work out. He thought Mr. Clamp's offer was most generous, but Forrester isn't worried. He asks his assistant if he heard Mr. Wing's cough. He's an antique. He slides on his sunglasses with a grin, assuring his assistant before getting into the limo that they can wait. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
6 weeks later, we peer up the appalling height of a building. The Clamp logo is built as a statue in front of it, the earth spinning in its grip. Clamp's voice echoes through the speakers, introducing himself. He decides that no visit to New York is complete without a visit to the world's most fully automated office building, his Clamp Premier Regency Trade Center and Retail Concourse, the headquarters of Clamp Enterprises and the home of CCN, Clamp Cable Network Television.
Right.
Yeah.
Bit of a monopoly here.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. We see the logo for CCN along with the little chime of its theme before finding a reporter, played by Diane St. Marie, standing outside of Wing's antique shop. She reports that the death of Mr. Wing removes the last obstacle to developer Daniel Clamp's long-delayed Chinatown project. What? Mr. Wing is dead!
What the hell?
I have to say, I thought this film was going to be about saving Mr. Wing's shop. So this is a very dramatic turn.
It is.
They had said, well, Joe Dante said that Key Luke was like, well, when you make the third one, remember, I have to be a ghost. But Joe Dante made it pretty clear that he was trying to make it to where there would never be a third Gremlins.
Okay.
And so I think that killing Mr. Wing is like, look, that's where they came from. He's gone.
No
you know
more.
what I mean?
Yeah.
We glide over multiple monitors, all showing the same news segment. The reporter continues that Wing's quaint little shop, which is already being taken apart behind her, once housed rare objects from the Orient, and now it must make way for the future, Daniel Clamp style. We glide past these rare and treasured items in the antique shop to find Gizmo sitting in a blanket, a red bandana tossed over the grated roof above him. His eyes are sad and half-lidded, and he squeaks mournfully, a black armband nestled into the fur of his left arm. It's not funny. I know he's grieving. But who
What?
gave him? Where did you get
I
that?
don't know. I guess he made it.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think. He fashioned it himself.
Yeah. Well, he took dude's handkerchief.
He did.
I guess.
He did.
So I can do something with this.
Yeah.
Mr. Wing's not long for this world.
He didn't need much fabric.
No.
They all
No.
knew, yeah. When a construction vehicle rattles outside, Gizmo looks up in fear, his grief momentarily abandoned. The metal teeth of the vehicle come crashing through the roof, sending down a cascade of wood and plaster. Fearing for his life, Gizmo is able to flee through a small hole in the side of the building.
Gizmo's like, fuck!
Yeah. He sure was.
He was, and rightfully so. For the first time, we see Gizmo's full body as he runs, his little legs carrying him along the street. This was an intriguing development.
Yeah.
He darts into an alley and safe amongst the metal trash cans. He sighs as he lets himself be overtaken by grief once again. But soon, a shadow falls upon Gizmo. He looks up to find Martin, played by Don Stanton, speaking to an off-screen Lewis and reminding him of what he always says. If you want to find something weird, you have to go downtown.
You always say that?
All the time. We are in Gizmo's POV as Martin slowly lowers his hand toward the Mogwai. Gizmo cries out fearfully, but as Martin's hand finally reaches us, everything goes black.
I was worried. I was like, run, Gizmo, no.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
We just saw you run.
Yeah, I know you can.
You have that capability now.
I've seen your body, dude.
We cut to a bustling Times Square where an ad presides over all. Clamp Chinatown Center, where business gets oriented. Coming soon. So nobody thought better of that.
No.
6 weeks later, we're still going with that. With driving guitar playing in the score, we drop down from the towering ad. A marquee for the Howling 11, visible over a Movieland theater, just barely in focus. Finally, we find Billy Peltzer and Kate Barringer, played by Zach Galligan and Phoebe Cates once again, walking hand in hand among the crowd on the sidewalk.
We talked about them both in the first one.
Yeah, I honestly was so happy to see them here for the sequel.
Me
Yes.
too.
Because I didn't know if we were going to continue their story at all, especially with Mr. Wing being dead. So it's like, all right, some continuity.
Yeah, it did for me, and I think too, even watching it, covering the show, it really helped sell the story.
Totally,
because it's like, oh, you guys are both here. All right. I don't have to pretend somebody else is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Galligan had said that he hadn't heard anything substantial about a second Gremlins until Fennell called him in February of 1989. Like, would you be interested?
Yeah.
And so he said yes, but when he asked when they were wanting to get started, Fennell was like, oh, Memorial Day. And Galligan was blindsided because that was 3 months from the phone call.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, they're really tied to Memorial
I
Day.
know, I know. And this
shit.
shot right here, or this scene of them in Times Square, was shot on the Friday of Memorial Day weekend in 1989. It was the first thing that they shot, period.
Oh.
Billy reminds Kate that the Futtermans are coming tomorrow, and Kate realizes that Mr. Futterman must be getting better if he can travel. Billy agrees that Mr. Futterman's wife says that he is. He was just kind of rattled. So we did watch them die in the first
Yeah. I was pretty sure.
They're okay. They're okay.
That's just raspberry jam.
Yeah, they're okay.
They had said that they really wanted Dick Miller back. They just wanted to have him back. And so they thought that the scene where he literally gets run over by a snowplow, that you don't actually see it happen, so they could kind of cheat and just say that they didn't die.
Okay. Okay.
He's just rattled.
Yeah.
Because I was like, wait. But Kate understands. Having a bunch of little monsters drive a snowplow through your living room can do that to you. And Billy's like, well, he was almost killed.
So there.
Yes. Is it clear? Everybody understand?
Almost. Suddenly, a pedestrian comes running from behind them and pushes between them on his way, breaking the connection of their clasped hands. Just as quickly, he's gone. Kate is astonished, remarking that the people here are so rude. But Billy is consulting the watch on his girlfriend's wrist and realizing that they're late. They're going to have to get a cab. They hurry across the street, hailing one, and once it stops, Billy leans into the open passenger window. Before he can say anything, the taxi driver, played by Vladimir Bibic, interrupts and asks if they're going to the airport. Billy says no, and the driver dismisses him with an annoyed wave of his hand before driving off. So Billy and Kate continue on foot to work.
Damn.
Yeah. Billy remarks that they've been living here all this time and he's still at the same job. Kate assures him that it takes time, but Billy points out that if they'd stayed in Kingston Falls, he would have been promoted twice at the bank already.
It took this for me to remember. I was like, oh yeah, it wasn't in New York City,
No.
the first one.
Yeah.
It was a small town.
And I was like,
Yeah.
it was in like Canton, Ohio or something. And he's like, Kingston. I was like, oh, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks, Billy.
Appreciate it, Billy.
Kate adds that he would have hated that, though, and Billy agrees that that's true, but at least they'd be able to afford a decent place. They'd be able to afford to get married. Finally, they arrive at work, and as we pull back, we see that it's the Clamp Premier Regency Trade Center and Retail Concourse. They make their way among clusters of pedestrians moving toward their own destinations. So here we are.
Yeah.
I was like, that's how we're connecting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
As Billy and Kate approach the revolving doors of the entrance, a booming and cheerful voice on the intercom provided by Neil Ross introduces them to the clamp entry-matic, a revolution in revolving door precision and efficiency.
Neil Ross, he did voice work on Voltron from 1984 to 1985, 122 episodes.
Wow.
He did voice work, announcer work also on Inner Space in 87.
Of course.
And he did work on Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge in 91.
So
Hey.
I love him.
I thought you'd like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Before they can step into the revolving door, a suited man clutching a briefcase literally pushes Kate out of the way to get in himself. He pushes the door forward, only for it to start moving backwards, spinning him nauseatingly fast as he holds on to the door. Billy and Kate choose instead to use the regular old door next to the revolving door entry-matic, whatever the fuck, entering the building just as the rogue revolving door spits the suited man out. He collides with the blonde woman and sends her and her papers flying. The voice cautions everyone to be careful stepping in and out and to have a powerful day.
I feel like the revolving door is Gremlins 2. And the other door is
Gremlins. Billy and Kate hurry with the crowd mounting the stairs inside. And this place is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a mall.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like to talk about this place very quickly if we can.
Okay.
The production designer for this film is a guy called James Spencer, and we talked about him on Poltergeist
Oh, shit.
and Gremlins,
Yeah.
Okay.
naturally.
Yeah.
But this building, it all started when Spencer found a building in Midtown Manhattan that he thought would be the perfect facade. And he said that it was sleek, it was modern, and foreboding, which is exactly the vibe that they were going for.
Yeah.
So the production made a deal with the owner of that building for them to shoot the outside of it, but they were only given a day or two.
Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
And that's all they had to shoot exteriors. And so they did as much as they could. And then, interestingly, and you wouldn't even know it unless I told you because I didn't catch it at all, when we see this building sometimes later in the film, the outside of it, it is a set that they built to match so that they wouldn't have to fly back to New York City. But I couldn't tell.
Wow, not at all.
As for the interior, Spencer designed it intricately, and they had it built on Stage 15 at Warner Brothers Studios in Los Angeles, which was the largest studio that they had at the time, and possibly still. I didn't do the research on that.
Fair.
But they had to match what they had already shot with the exteriors of the building. So the revolving doors in the entrance were basically one for one, but for deeper inside of the building, they could basically do whatever they wanted. And that is where this entire mall set comes in, which is completely Spencer's design.
Yeah.
They actually even made deals with companies to have real retail shops on different floors of the building. And one of the in-jokes from Dante is that there's a U-Haul store on the second floor, which is kind of wild. But amazingly, not only were the elevators on this set operational, but every single store on every single floor was fully stocked.
That's
crazy.
So again, attention to detail.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's kind of no surprise that this actually became a tourist attraction while they were filming the film.
Oh, of
Okay,
course.
yeah.
But to demonstrate the size of this set and the meticulous work of the director of photography, John Hora, who we just talked about on The Howling, there was a really, really funny story that Zach Galligan told in Consequence. He had said that, actually, I think it was when they were filming this, because it was the first day they enter the building. He talked about having a call time at 7:30 a.m. So he shows up, he goes through hair and makeup, he goes through blocking rehearsal, and it's about 8:15 in the morning. They are planning to shoot a scene for the first time on the interior of this building. So Dante gets with Hora, and he asks him how long he thinks it'll take to light this giant set. So Hora looks around, again, known for his meticulous work. He looks around, turns 90 degrees, scans. He's like, Turns, scans 90 degrees. He's like, Turns, scans 90 degrees. Dante's like, how long?
Yeah. Hello.
He's like, will you just tell me, please? And so Hora tells him 15 hours.
Oof.
Damn.
And so they shut down the set for the day. And Galligan goes home, and it's 9:30 the next morning that he gets a call, and the call says, hey, they're just about done lighting the set.
God.
They're like, your hair and makeup are still done, right?
You didn't sleep too hard, did you? But that is how big this set was and how much it took to do just the lighting for this set.
Damn.
But they were able to keep it lit this way for 2 weeks, so that's worth the 15 hours.
Yeah.
But it's incredible work. The more that we get into it, the more places that we see throughout it.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It really is. Tour guide number 1, played by Paige Hanna, leads a group of children and tourists through the upstairs lobby, the hat atop her head and the towering shape of the building they stand in. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And Paige Hanna is Daryl Hannah's sister.
Oh,
And she was also one of the women on the raft in Creepshow.
that's
Oh,
right.
Wow. Okay.
But with a bright smile, the tour guide boasts about the Clamps Premier Regency Office Center, where one man's dream became a reality. She turns, walking backwards to face the group, as she tells them that she hopes they've enjoyed the tour. When they pass a table, she snatches a book up from it and holds it up, reminding them to get their copy of Daniel Clamp's book, I Took Manhattan. It's on sale at their newsstand for only $19.95.
Only.
Yeah.
In 1990, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
She leads them toward the gift shop, stepping out of view and revealing Billy and Kate standing outside of the elevator behind her, holding each other by the arms. Kate tells Billy not to let them get to him, and Billy assures her that he won't. She reminds him that he is so good at his job. Sooner or later, they're bound to notice, and maybe then they can get married. She and Billy share a kiss, and she tells him goodbye with a big smile as she turns and walks away.
I know we'll probably talk about it later more in detail when we meet the man.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that it took me it took seeing that book for me to be like, oh.
I see what we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Clune Tang.
Yes. Upstairs, Billy is walking briskly to keep up with Marla Bloodstone, played by Haviland Morris.
Haviland Morris. She was in 16 Candles in 1984.
Hey.
She was also in the original Max Payne.
Hey.
She plays his wife.
Love, love, love.
Man, she was screaming a lot in his nightmares. That poor actress's throat.
Yeah. I think her character is such a caricature. Like, she's really funny in this.
Yes.
Even though she's trifling. But
She is.
the character
She
is funny.
But her vibe is fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
She cradles her binder in her arm with the front of her hair pinned up and the rest of her crimson curls falling loose. Billy tries to tell her something, but she interrupts in her thick New York accent that this deadline is not her fault. They're making her miserable, so she has to make him miserable. Billy understands that, but they changed the specs and moved the deadline. Marla interrupts again, sucking on her cigarette and exhaling smoke. That's Billy's problem right there. He only sees his little part of it. She has to have a complete situational overview, outlook, perspective. It's as simple as that. On the commentary, they were commending how she was able to deliver what they called Charlie Haas's impossible dialogue for her. They finally reached Billy's cubicle. He sits down and unveils his design, a sketch of the proposed Clamp Chinatown Center, the tall sections of the building mirroring ancient Chinese architecture with the golden dragon wrapping around its base. Billy starts to explain that he just has a few, but again, Marla interrupts. The courtyard looks cold, but it'll be better with trees. Billy asks if they're planting trees, and Marla says no, but he is going to draw them. When he starts to protest, she cuts in. Elms. When he starts to talk again, she tells him with a look of disgust that this attitude does not work for her. She's a lot.
Yeah.
She's
dude,
a lot.
What?
But she brightens when Forrester steps over, holding his own bloated binder. His assistant quickly sidles up next to him. Marla tells Forrester good morning, but Forrester's attention is on Billy. He opens his binder, lamenting that it looks like someone hasn't read his employee manual. Doesn't it, Mr. He takes out an extended metal pointer from the binder and swipes it over the metal barcode pinned to Billy's lapel with the clamp branding. A mechanized voice reports, "Peltzer."
We don't even have name tags here?
No.
I know. That's crazy.
Barcodes.
Yeah.
God damn.
Forrester consults the screen in his binder as the information comes through. Peltzer, William, ID 9706144. Access file. Forrester slides the pointer back into the binder before addressing the reason for his admonishment. Unauthorized potted plant. The plant sits innocently, perched on the wall of Billy's cubicle. Marla immediately snaps that she told Billy about that plant weeks ago before turning to him and reminding him sternly, "I told you about that plant."
I have to be honest, I thought she was lying to save face, but Billy's like, yeah, you did. you did mention it a time or two.
Billy says that he was going to do something, but Forrester interrupts, picking up the plant and diagnosing a possible aphid infestation. His eyes shift to an impressive drawing of Kingston Falls on Billy's wall. He sets the plant down and picks this up instead, asking what it is. Billy explains that it's Kingston Falls, his hometown. Forrester offers a humorless smile before pivoting with the question. Does Billy know how much the Clamp organization has spent to provide its employees with art by recognized artists at this facility? He leaves the cubicle and walks to a framed print hung by the office window for emphasis. He looks at its bright geometric shapes against the pale blue background. Eye-pleasing, color-coordinated, authorized. Marla shifts uncomfortably, standing in front of Billy. Billy speaks up that it was just a little, but an elbow to the gut from Marla quiets him. Forrester got the gist anyway. A little touch, he knows. But maybe everyone here would like to do some little touches. Coffee mugs that say "World's Greatest Lover." An ashtray that says "Rest your butts here." Billy would like that, wouldn't he?
So very specific.
I know.
Those are things he's confiscated.
Yeah.
He steps back toward the cubicle, setting down the drawing and picking up the potted plant instead. He details what Billy would like, coming to work every day in a $200 million flea market. He drops the potted plant into the trash and offers Billy a smile as he walks away. His assistant smirks before following.
It is terrible with this lack of individuality here.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I really thought that drawing was going in the shredder.
I did too. Yeah, I was like, at least he was like, just don't put the shit back.
Yeah. It's like, okay, good.
Yeah. It is very funny because, again, as a kid, watching it, I'm just watching it. But watching it now, it's like, damn, dude, it really doesn't seem like things change. You want us to be these robots. You want to,
Yep.
you don't want to see us as people. You want to give us a number, a barcode, a fucking file. You don't take care of your people. It's like, goddamn, that's all we are.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Marla takes out a fresh cigarette and lights it, lamenting that this is just what she doesn't need right now. Billy sits down with a sigh as Marla reminds him that they have department review in 3 weeks. Billy starts talking again, only to be interrupted by Marla's declaration of a nuclear meltdown disaster. Billy insists to his boss that he's doing the best he can, but Marla asks sweetly for him to do her a favor. She leans in close. Do better. Marla leaves the cubicle and Billy blinks at the whirlwind he's just experienced.
I hope you're being mean to the rest of the team and not just me.
Yeah.
Because
This is
why are
feeling
you still?
personal.
Yeah, why are you still here?
Well, I mean, we might learn why she's picking on him a little bit more.
Forrester's next stop is the control room, where technicians are hard at work, operating control panels and watching monitors. One of the technicians, Frances, played by Leslie Neal, reports to Forrester that she has a potential violator. An employee, played by Henry Gibson, skulks through a dark room on the monitor in front of her.
Henry Gibson, he was in Charlotte's Web in 1973.
Aw.
He was Wilbur.
Wilbur!
He was in Inner Space in 87, The Burbs in 89, and in 7 episodes of King of the Hill from 05 to 08.
Really?
That's right. He was Bob Jenkins.
Yeah, I think that's the reporter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's who he
Very
was.
good. Very good. They said that he just did this as a favor. Like he just came in and did it because they asked him to.
Well, it's very small.
Yeah.
Forster comes over to look at the monitor as the employee makes sure the coast is clear and takes out a cigarette. Just as he turns to light it, the monitor goes nuts, highlighting the cigarette with the red box and flashing the yellow word in warning, combustion. The employee takes an oblivious drag from his cigarette, but perks up when Forster picks up a handheld microphone and clears his throat into it. He reports, "That's an unauthorized break period, my friend. You don't work here anymore." The employee's face goes bright when the light flashes on him. He stares directly into the camera with wide and confused eyes. Forster wonders if they have a problem communicating. He's gone. Terminated. End of medical benefits. The employee's expression deflates, and Forster lets him know that he has 1 hour to clean out his desk.
Very severe.
Yeah.
And to lead with the medical benefits.
That's
Fucked.
He's like, yeah, that thing you're worried about the most? Yeah.
God.
He commends Frances as he leaves the room, and Frances looks proud before speaking into the small microphone hanging from her earpiece. Her voice echoes over the speakers of the building as she alerts personnel that they have a career opportunity in level 7. That's dark.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In the lobby, it's Kate giving the tour now, the building-shaped hat balanced on her head. She boasts to her group that the Clamp Center is the most advanced smart building in America, with advancement in security, communications, and climate control. She says that this center is just one part of Mr. Clamp's round-the-world business network, which includes construction, sports, finance, and, of course, a popular line of jams and jellies. I was like, what?
I know.
As they pass a cardboard cutout of Daniel Clamp towering over the Statue of Liberty and palming her crowned head, Kate alerts the group that the Clamp Cable Network is located right here in this building. We abruptly cut to a TV screen showing a movie where a tentacled creature jumps up from a trailer and starts to beat everyone in its vicinity with its tentacled arms. So this is a 1971 sci-fi movie called Octoman, and this is the first costume that Rick Baker ever made for a movie.
Oh.
Okay.
They told him that it was going to be in the dark, that it didn't need to be perfect because it was going to be this creature in the shadows, and it is fully lit.
Yeah.
Rick Baker was very embarrassed by it. We pan out to find Grandpa Fred, played by Robert Prosky, leaning against the TV with the red curtain behind him. He's dressed as Dracula, complete with a cape, widow's peak, paled face, and bright red lip.
Robert Prosky, we talked about him in Christine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I totally forgot.
That's right.
This character is obviously modeled after Al Lewis, who
Right.
played Grandpa Munster.
Mm-hmm.
And when Joe Dante was asked why they didn't just get Al Lewis, he said then it would be Al Lewis doing Al Lewis, and that's not interesting.
I
was
get
like,
it.
well,
Okay, yeah.
He whispers deviously, "The attack of the octopus people. That's tonight's movie, and boy, is it scary." He chuckles. "So scary, it'll uncross your eyes." We pan further to find a cobwebbed puppet perched atop a gravestone, nodding its green head in enthusiastic approval. Billy steps into the room behind the security guards to watch as Grandpa Fred tells his audience that it's a good thing their Grandpa Fred is here to protect them. Grandpa Fred stands on his creepy set in front of the cameras, but suddenly he breaks character. Where's the moan? From behind a control panel, the director of the show, played by Joe Dante, asks, "The what?" Frustrated, Grandpa Fred repeats himself. "The moan. There was supposed to be a moan from the coffin." The puppet operator stands from behind the gravestone, annoyed herself as she pulls the puppet from her hand. Fred continues that there was supposed to be a moan, and then he'd say, "Renfield, you want some more flies, don't you?" Then he'd go to the coffin and... Defeated, Fred's words cut off, and he closes the coffin and sits on the lid. The director's voice floats over with an order for someone to find the tape with the moan.
I understand his frustration.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But I do want to call out how amazing this set looks.
It's so
Yes,
good.
yeah,
It's so
yeah.
good. Billy walks over to Fred with a smile as he greets him, but he says he heard about the new time slot and he's sorry. Personally, he thinks they're making a big mistake. Fred is like, A mistake? It's a disaster. He shakes his head that the people that watch TV at 3:30 in the morning aren't scared of the wolf man. The only thing that scares them is getting sober and finding work. I was like,
Damn.
I know.
Those are your fans.
Yeah.
Billy picks up a stick with the bat dangling from the end and shakes it in front of Fred. It flops and squeaks, and Fred tells him to watch it. But Billy's like, isn't it great? He thought maybe Fred could use it in his new show. Fred waves his hand and tells Billy to just put it in the back. He stands up, admitting that, frankly, this isn't what he had in mind. He crosses over to the gravestone and picks up the puppet. Sliding it on his own hand, he shares that he went into broadcasting. He thought he was going to do news, public affairs, something meaningful. He admits that he doesn't even have a gimmick, not even special effects. All he has is a cross-eyed puppet named Igor. He opens his hand wide, causing the cross-eyed Igor's mouth to yawn open. Fred scoffs.
This made me laugh because it is played so real.
Yeah.
Sincere.
It's a very human moment from Grandpa Fred.
Yeah.
And Jerry Goldsmith with the sweet, wistful track.
Yeah.
We find Fred and Billy stepping out of the elevator together. Billy proposes that Fred run some classic horror movies like Frankenstein or Dracula. Either oblivious or used to the glances he's getting from passerbys, Fred doesn't acknowledge them. He chuckles humorlessly that all the good classic horror movies are in black and white, and Mr. Clamp only likes color. He waves his hands, asserting that guy's strange. Billy asks if he's met him, and Fred admits that he hasn't. Not in person, only on that video. They continue down a walkway that might as well belong to a mall, with multiple floors below them bustling with foot traffic and a Mr. Donut behind them. Fred implores Billy to just look at this building. He wonders if Billy even knows what kind of clientele they have here these days. There's a genetic research lab upstairs, fooling around with animals.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say. And an odd fucking place to have that.
Uh-huh.
It is. But I like this little scene with them because, again, I know this isn't like we need to build who these characters are, but what small time we get with them together, like you're saying, it's played serious.
Yeah.
It makes me give a shit about them.
And
a
there
little more.
are character arcs.
There are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say this thing that they're saying about, have you ever met Clamp?
Yeah.
And seeing like only that he's seen him on the video.
Right.
I thought that the poster for Gremlins 2 might be a spoiler.
Got it.
And maybe a certain striped creature
Right.
also survived the first film.
As people continue to eye him in his costume as they walk by, Fred confides in Billy that last week they took out a patent on a new kind of gerbil. Fred shudders at the thought, musing that people think he's creepy. But upstairs, a messenger played by Raymond Cruz enters a colorful office space with a bag slung over his shoulder.
I was like, is that?
Yeah. Look at that look.
Yes! Tight.
Raymond Cruz. It's fucking Tuco.
He's Tuco.
Yeah.
Tuco. He was also in from Breaking Bad. Tuco from Breaking Bad.
Yes.
He was also in Under Siege in 92, Blood In, Blood Out in 93, The Substitute in 96, and Collateral Damage in 02.
There are a few people that I was very surprised to see in such small roles in this.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's fucking Tuco.
Yeah.
You know what it reminded me of? And I know it's very similar, but when we saw Giancarlo Esposito in Maximum Overdrive.
Maximum
Oh,
Overdrive.
yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell
like,
are
oh
you
my
doing?
God.
Yeah, and he's so young.
Yes.
When there's no receptionist to greet him at the podium, he ventures inside. We stay behind, though, to read the company's name in playful lettering on the window. Splice of Life, Inc. Designer Jeans.
That's
Did
very good.
I name that? He passes through the warm red decor of the hallway into the cold blue tinged lab, where monkeys rattle cages and a brain is preserved in a jar marked W.H. Donovan. This is a call to a sci-fi book.
Okay.
Above all this, though, we hear Gizmo's warbling song. The messenger, whose name patch identifies him as Bob, looks around, perplexed, but he snaps back to himself when someone taps on his shoulder. It's a lab receptionist, Peggy, played by Julia Sweeney.
Yeah. I was like, I know, I remember you. Julia Sweeney. She was in Stuart Little in 99. Stuart Saves His Family in 95. Unrelated. Yes, unrelated.
It's a different family.
It sure is.
Different Stuart.
It's Pat, the movie
Yes,
in 94 and 75 episodes of Saturday Night Live
Yes,
SNL
yes.
from 90 to 94.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So this had to be right before she popped off.
Yeah.
She was also in Pulp Fiction.
She sure
Okay.
was. Looking at him from behind her glasses, she asks if she can help him. Still confused, Bob tells her that she can. He's got a delivery for Dr. Catheter. That's by itself.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know.
Peggy takes his clipboard away, assuring him that she can sign for it. Bob takes one last look into the lab before following her back into the lobby. He slides the pencil from behind his ear, hands it to her, and asks, "What kind of stuff do they do in here anyway?" Peggy tells him that they're not supposed to talk about it, but her words cut off in an abrupt sneeze. She apologizes as she hands the clipboard and pencil back. Bob is like, "Yeah." He takes back his items and hands over the package. But as he makes his way to the door, Dr. Catheter, played by Christopher Lee, enters.
Sir Christopher Lee. We talked about him in Wicker Man and Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah. I gasped just at the sight of Christopher Lee
Yeah.
in Gremlins 2.
Yes.
He loves it.
He does.
Yeah. And you can tell.
Yes. After doing the research that I did for The Howling, I can't even imagine what having Christopher Lee meant to
Yeah.
Joe Dante.
Yeah.
They said he and Fennell were both huge fans and just wanted to work with Christopher Lee. And Dante said that when they first met up, Christopher Lee started with an apology for having been in The Howling 2. And Joe Dante was like, "I do not care." But Christopher Lee had thought that Dr. Catheter was going to be this whimsical, over-the-top character, but Dante wanted him to just play it straight and kind of dark.
Yeah.
And they had said when Christopher Lee rapped, they had gotten him a cake because this was something like his 150th film.
God damn.
And when he left, the cast and crew were all lined up to shake his hand and get his autograph. And he hadn't realized that most of this cast and crew had grown up watching him and they idolized him.
Of course.
So I mean, it was just, I can't imagine making this movie and you're on set with Christopher
Yeah,
Lee.
hell
It's
yeah.
just crazy. And he plays this role so straight that it's hilarious.
Yes. Yeah.
Peggy hands over the package to the doctor and he decides that that's splendid. It must be his malaria. He takes out a vial of liquid and reading the label turns his excitement to disappointment. It's just rabies. I've got rabies. He's supposed to get the flu this week. Peggy has been watching intently and speaks up. She thinks they have the flu on back order. She squeaks out another sneeze, burying her nose in a tissue. Dr. Catheter turns to her and extends his hand. "Could I have that?" Peggy hands the tissue over to the doctor, her face warping with disgust as he continues down the hallway. Dr. Catheter mutters to himself, the warm red glow of the hall bathing his skin and technically making Gremlins 2, the new batch 1990, a Giallo film. Yes,
special.
another one. Good Lord.
Fuck.
They were representing lots of different
Yeah, see?
vibes, you know.
They knew. They said
You know?
one day, this dude who really
little
loves
boy?
the movie, yeah, his brother-in-law.
He's going to be pissed.
Yeah.
He's going to quit the show over this. But Catheter tucks the tissue into the pocket of his lab coat, asserting that all a man wants is some fresh germs.
That's really funny because thinking about it and knowing that he wanted to play it silly or he thought that what it was, the way he does play this
It's
straight, perfect.
Yeah.
Very. I don't know if it would have came through. I'm sure it'd have been fine. It's Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'd have been fine being silly, but the just being a evil scientist, it's
He
like,
is.
okay.
Yeah, it works so much better.
Yeah.
As soon as he steps into the lab, the doctor spots Casper, played by Charles S. Haas, the screenwriter. He hands over the tissue with orders for Casper to have it analyzed. Casper holds the tissue in his bare hand, looking at it with confusion, but Dr. Catheter has already moved on. A trumpeting elephant is being ushered along by a lab tech, and Catheter doesn't even bat an eye. He continues forward, one of the caged monkeys whimpering and watching as he goes. These monkeys, they said, were terrified of the puppets. They thought that they were real creatures.
Oh.
And so when they were around, they didn't even want to come out of the cages. Like, they were terrified of them. And this stuff with the animals, like, there were so many ideas, all the things that are used that we will get to, there were so many ideas that they just couldn't do. And having an elephant gremlin was, at one point...
Discussed.
Oh,
was discussed at one point.
no. Okay.
So this was setting up.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Oh,
I can see it.
A cow passes behind him, a metal contraption on her head reporting her thoughts in a mechanical voice. I enjoy giving milk. Charlie Haas, as well, when he was writing the screenplay, had an idea in the genetic lab for a cow-hamster hybrid, where when Catheter comes in, the cow is running on a treadmill and drinking from a hanging bottle like a hamster. But when he was told that it would cost $30,000, he scrapped it.
What, to train the cow? Or
The cow...
where's the
know.
cost?
I'm sure...
Well, we got to make him
I'm
kind of look
sure
like a hamster.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure there was other stuff.
We'll just tape a bunch of cats together.
But yeah, I guess this I love giving milk was the gag that replaced it.
Okay.
That was only $20,000.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, Catheter doesn't even look at this. He is intent on speaking with Martin. Once he turns, we recognize him as the man who grabbed Gizmo off the street. Catheter asks him how the cloning is coming along, and the man next to him, Lewis, played by Dan Stanton, turns, completely identical to Martin. He declares, "Really well, Doctor."
Now that we have both of them together,
Yes.
Dan and Don Stanton, their IMDb is very similar because I guess this is what
is
they
their
do.
thing.
Yeah. They were in Good Morning Vietnam in 87, Terminator 2 in 91, and Mom and Dad Saved the World in 92.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
They had said that these were the only twins that they could find to do this, and they were just happy that it worked out and that they did a good job.
Wow.
Okay.
But Martin tells the doctor that he has something that he wants him to look at. Lewis adds that he thinks he'll find it interesting. Gizmo's warbling grows louder as the twins/clones lead the doctor to a covered cage. They explain that they found it when they were scouting for specimens downtown. Martin proposes that it's some kind of rodent that seems to be allergic to bright light. As Lewis dims the lights, Martin slides on his glasses and pulls the cover off of the cage. Gizmo sits inside, visibly dejected and whimpering. Dr. Catheter puts his own glasses on and leans in to get a good look at him. He still sounds bored when he comments, "Cute, isn't it?" Was that T?
New favorite character.
Okay. Martin and Lewis say that it might be genetic, but they're not sure about that yet. Lewis tells Catheter to watch this. As he turns on the radio, Martin opens the door to the cage. "I'm Ready" by Fats Domino begins to play, and Gizmo's mood instantly brightens. His face transforms with his smile, and he immediately begins to dance, playing an air guitar before stepping out of his cage. Lewis and Martin smile at each other and sway side to side in unison as Gizmo struts his stuff, moving his legs and arms with the music as he continues to smile.
Same thing happens to me if you put that song on.
It's like at least someone's smiling.
He's so cute. They said that this dance took them forever to get right. They said Rick Baker did it at first with the blue screen, but he had to change it to a black screen to completely get rid of all the puppeteers that were working to make this happen.
Damn.
And Gizmo also originally danced to Dancing with Myself by Billy Idol, but they couldn't get the rights to it. And luckily the beat matched with I'm Ready, so they just swapped it out.
Okay.
Also, I meant to say Martin and Lewis, it is a call to the comedy duo.
Right.
Still unimpressed, Catheter asks, he likes this music? Martin and Lewis confirm that he does. It's his favorite. They look back down at Gizmo with wide and entertained eyes, but Catheter looks annoyed. His eyes drop from the lab techs to Gizmo, just as Gizmo decides to make a run for it. He sprints across the tabletop, only for Catheter to catch him in his grip. He mutters, "Not so fast, my boy." Lewis switches the radio off as Catheter wrestles a whimpering Gizmo back into his cage, admonishing Martin and Lewis that they almost let him get away. The lab techs reply in unison, "Sorry, sir," and Gizmo cries out as they close the door to his cage.
My boy was killing me. I was like, that's so funny.
Don't do Gizmo like that, man. Catheter questions, "What procedure do you propose to adopt?" Martin offers, "Cell samples tomorrow?" Staring back at his doppelganger, Lewis adds, "Tissue cultures Thursday." And Catheter chimes in. Then, of course, there's body structure. The score grows dark as we peer through the cage's grate at the doctor. He warns coldly, "And for that, my little friend, we'll just have to cut you."
It's like, yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
God damn.
He wanted Gizmo to know.
And with the voice, it only makes it scarier.
Gizmo's features twitch in fear, and he cries out in alarm, his eyes growing wide and terrified, and his lips trembling. In his cubicle, Billy talks with Kate on the phone, her staticky face appearing on a screen. He tells her that he can't believe Marla told him to put trees on his drawing. When the lights suddenly go out around him, he tells Kate, but she explains this. He sat still for too long. The building thinks he left and it's trying to conserve electricity. She tells him to jump around. Billy hops in his seat several times, prompting the lights to come back on. He tells Kate that she was right, but the static suddenly overtakes her, obscuring his view of her face and losing her words. Billy picks up the receiver and calls out to Kate, but she's gone. He slams the receiver back down, complaining that nothing works around here. He sits annoyed at his desk, but his eyes dart when he hears a familiar tune being whistled. It's Gizmo's song. He pops up over the wall to his cubicle to find Bob, the messenger, whistling it. Billy asks where he heard that. As a woman signs his clipboard, Bob tries to think it over, humming the melody and guessing, "Isn't that Sting?" Billy is positive that it's not.
Yeah, I think Gizmo wrote for the police.
Yeah, no.
Bob suddenly remembers. He heard it up in that laboratory on 51. Somebody was humming it. Bob finishes his business and leaves. Billy goes directly up to Splice of Life, Inc., where Peggy sits sneezing at the curved red podium. Billy holds a red toolbox in his hand and lifts it up, explaining to Peggy that he heard the copier was down. Between sneezes, Peggy's like, "Oh, it is?" Billy heads down the Giallo hallway toward the lab.
Now you're just rubbing it in.
He looks inside, a station of curling tubes underneath glowing green lights, the cages, the bubbling liquids, the wandering cow, and the multiple techs in lab coats. Martin and Lewis call out to Dr. Catheter and tell him that they're ready. He follows them to a control panel where one of the lab techs wields a syringe crackling with light. A label on the front of it reads, "Danger, high voltage." As one of the clones injects a chunk of cheese, he boasts that this is the most exciting bioelectrical work he's ever done. The other clone takes the cheese from his doppelganger and presents it to Catheter, explaining that New York City is full of rats and everyone hates them. But if one of them could power a portable radio for a month, he slowly lowers the cheese into a cage toward a waiting rat. I thought that they were going to electrocute the cheese to kill the rats.
Oh.
I was like, that's terrible.
Yeah.
But I'm like,
This is-
is it? Are you like, let him cook?
Well, If it doesn't hurt the rats.
I can't imagine that it would be good for them.
Yeah, and then if they figured out that they were electric, I don't know.
We shouldn't give them the power of electricity.
Yeah.
They outnumber us.
Okay, fair.
Billy is outside of another cage draped in a blue cloth. In a whisper, he assures Gizmo that he's here. But when he opens the cloth, he finds a giant fucking spider inside, and he quickly closes it. After feeding the rat the cheese, Martin or Lewis lowers a light bulb into the cage, inviting Catheter to watch this. He presses the base against the rat's furry back, and the bulb begins to glow. The doctor comments that this is definite progress. Billy is still skulking around the lab looking for Gizmo, though. He finally finds the right cage, and when he pulls the cloth aside, Gizmo's face lights up with love and recognition. Billy takes him, gently cautioning him to be quiet. Catheter reaches into the rodent cage, but when his caress of the rat is met with a big, bright bolt of electricity, he pulls his hand back, suggesting that if they can make it safe to touch them. The clones eye each other, and Catheter offers. Still, they would be good in a flashlight. Martin and Lewis agree. Absolutely. When there's flashlights, there's dark, and they like dark.
Wait, so now we're putting the rat in a flashlight?
Yeah.
Correct.
I don't understand.
We're moving the goalposts.
With Gizmo hidden away in the toolbox, Billy hurries out of the lab, purposefully pulling open the monkey cages as he goes. The monkeys hop out, going straight for vials and equipment. The clones snap at them. Theodore, how'd you get out? Alvin, put down that DNA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy makes his way down the hall, clutching the toolbox. When he spots a woman, he ducks into the restroom. Upon his entry, the building's voice greets him enthusiastically. When the man that was combing his hair in the mirror leaves, the voice follows up with the hope that he washed his hands. Once he's gone, Billy dims the lights and checks the stalls to ensure he and Gizmo are alone. Only then does he set the bright red toolbox down onto the sink and open it. Gizmo comes out, blinking his big eyes and smiling. Seeing him with Billy, I feel like it's very apparent how much bigger this Gizmo is than the Gizmo in Gremlins. Mm-hmm. And Rick Baker, when he redesigned him and made him even cuter, he made him bigger to make it easier for the facial movements and like him being able to walk around and stuff in this one. And Zach Galligan had said that in this one, very often when somebody is holding Gizmo, there's some kind of box involved because like right now he's about to pick him up out of the toolbox. They have all these wires going down his arm, down his pants. He said he had a hole in his sock that they threaded it through and it was attached to all the mechanized stuff that made Gizmo move the way that he needed to.
Oh, wow.
And so when you're holding him in a toolbox, you can put all that stuff in the toolbox. So I was like, but that's just how they did it in the first one. He said that was constant wires up and down his clothes, like puppeteers underneath him, all that. And so it's like, it's just wild that how they figured out. They're like, just put him in a fucking toolbox.
Yeah. It's smart.
It is.
It's wild to think that what you see on screen, it's just fine, but it's like a nightmare in
underneath,
there.
yeah.
Of wires.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Billy smiles back at Gizmo, asking how he's doing. Did Gizmo miss him? Gizmo nods sincerely, and Billy says that he missed Gizmo too. He scratches the top of the Mogwai's furry head, and Gizmo closes his eyes, savoring it and purring. Billy questions how Gizmo is here. What were those guys doing to him? At the question, Gizmo cowers and whimpers. Billy understands. It was that bad, huh? Gizmo is like, uh-huh. When he raises his hands, Billy lifts him out and cradles him in his arms, promising that everything is going to be fine. It's now that he notices the black armband that Gizmo is wearing. When he asks if that's what it is, Gizmo nods and repeats, armband. They learn quickly.
He does.
T's mouth was a flat line.
I'm just listening to the story.
He's got limited words he
Yeah,
can say.
leave him alone.
His vocabulary's small.
It seems to be growing, though. So that's good.
Billy asks if that's what happened to the old man that used to take care of him. Gizmo nods again. And while it may sound like he's just gibbering, he literally says, they pointed it out on the commentary, he goes, Key Luke.
Really?
Wow.
When you watch it, he straight up says it. He closes his eyes reflectively, gripping onto Billy's finger. So there was supposed to be a cutaway scene here where Gizmo is telling Billy everything that's happened since they were last together. And we cut away to this flashback. We're seeing all of it happen. Gizmo is explaining and narrating it in gibberish, but they were told that doing this would double the film's budget to execute, so they got rid of it.
Damn.
That's what they said.
I feel like they're lying to them.
They're like, look, you can do whatever you want. But
Yeah, it'll be $75 million for one flashback sequence.
I'm going to be honest, too. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. I love Gizmo, but I don't want to hear him.
I mean, we don't know what he's been through. Maybe they
think
had him doing some crazy shit.
We can do it without the narration.
I think it's
I would like to see it, but just see it.
yeah.
Back in Billy's cubicle, Gizmo peeks out of a drawer. Billy stresses that it's important for Gizmo to stay quiet. He doesn't want to go back to that laboratory, does he? Gizmo agrees emphatically that he does not. Billy tells Gizmo to get into the drawer and not say anything, and he promises to come back and take him home as soon as he can. Gizmo nods and tucks himself away in the drawer. Suddenly, a woman comes running into the office, proclaiming, "It's him! He's here!" Billy slams the drawer shut, closing it on Gizmo's arm. He squeals in pain, and Billy offers his apologies. Gizmo peeks up, pouting, and he holds his hand up as it pulses visibly.
It's like, oh my God, dude.
It hurts.
Yeah. Just broke his wrist the first time you see him again. Jesus, Billy.
But Billy's like, you gotta get down.
Yeah, and be quiet.
Well,
Gizmo hides away in the drawer with his possibly broken hand. It's Daniel Clamp that the woman was announcing, and he walks through the office with everyone's eyes on him. Behind him, Marla gets spritzed in the mouth with breath spray from a blonde woman before hurrying to Clamp and introducing herself as Marla Bloodstone, the department head. Clamp shakes her hand and interrupts when she tries to tell him that if he needs anything, just ask. He continues to walk around, telling everyone to just keep doing what they would normally do. He knows that he's never been down here before, but that's going to change. He's going to be more hands-on, like Toby Hooper. No, but
Spielberg's like, please put that in. I'm trying to put a rumor to bed.
he approved that. Huh?
Yes.
But his words die away when he peers over Billy's cubicle wall and finds the drawing that Marla deemed too cold this morning. When he says that it's excellent, Marla now agrees. Clamp steps into the cubicle, declaring that Billy's captured the whole essence of the project. He points out the little kids with the kites. That's warmth, and he likes warmth. When Billy stands, Clamp asks his name. He says Billy first, but corrects himself. "William Peltzer, sir." Clamp shakes his hand enthusiastically, calling him Bill. He asserts that that's what they need here, people who produce. He takes another look at the drawing, specifically at the trees that Marla demanded he add, but he tells Billy to get rid of them. People see elm and they think Dutch. Disease. What the fuck?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Marla and Billy agree in unison. Absolutely. But Clamp's attention is instantly pulled away when Billy's drawer rattles open. He asks about it, and Billy stammers that it's automatic. It opens every now and then, just in case you need something. He slams it back shut, hopefully not. Hopefully not on any part of Gizmo. Clamp is like, huh. He chuckles that he didn't know about that. And he wanders out of the cubicle. So very quickly, John Glover was their favorite out of all of the auditions that they had for Daniel Clamp. Clamp was originally written as this Donald Trump / Ted Turner hybrid. back when Trump was a piece of shit businessman instead of a piece of shit president. But Glover brought this sense of childlike wonder that made the character softer and more innocent. And because I feel like the Clamp that was on the TV talking to Mr. Wing is kind of not the same guy looking through the office with wonder and like amazement. And because they said he's like a little kid with all the money to buy all the toys that he wants. That's how they feel John Glover played Clamp. And that's not at all the character that they had written. So they kind of changed it and evolved it with his casting.
I think that's what shocked me was this scene with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I expected...
An asshole.
Yes, that's one. But two, I thought that maybe this would be almost like his public face.
Right.
And then later we would see, because I mean, look at Forrester. You're working for him and this is how you are?
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm like, holy shit, he's going to be fucking evil.
Right.
And then to see him be like, no, this drawing is great.
I love it. I
so
love
I was going to rip it up and be like, I was fucking joking.
Get out.
No health insurance and I've killed your family or something. I was expecting just the fucking worst.
Yeah, but he's good. The way he plays it, I do like it for what we get, what we're getting.
I
Absolutely.
agree.
Yeah.
Because he's like oblivious and out of touch, but it's not like malicious. Like
No.
he's just, whatever. But they said that it, in a way, changing Clamp's character made Forrester more the villain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because and he is.
He is.
He's terrible.
And I hadn't counted on that.
No. Marla and Billy stay behind, and as Marla smokes her cigarette, she asks if Billy heard that. People who produce. She gasps. Clamp called him Bill. As Clamp waves to the employees on his way out, Marla reveals that this is very big, a career opportunity advancement window for the both of them. Billy asks if she really thinks so, and she nods and decides that they can talk about it at dinner tonight. Billy protests that he can't really do tonight, but tapping Billy's chest, she says that she has something tonight too, a brochure for the Clamp Cable Archery Network. It's a total suicide red alert trauma deadline emergency. Billy coughs with her cigarette inches away from his face, the smoke rising up. But stepping close, she reveals that she's letting that go to have dinner with him. Billy walks over to his cabinet, closing the drawer with his knee. When it rattles open again. He probably can't breathe in there.
Come on.
It's like, take me back to the lab.
Yeah, no.
Jesus.
Fuck this. But Billy just doesn't think he can leave on such short notice. Marla wants to know what's up with that drawer. Does he have a pet in there or something? We see Gizmo in the shadow of the drawer, his head cocked at the accusation. Billy offers, no, I'm allergic to pets, which is funny. Marla takes a drag from her cigarette, shaking her head that it's a good thing Clamp likes him because she tells him to let her see. Come on. Billy suddenly decides that maybe tonight would be best. Marla says that that's great. She knows a very chic restaurant. It's Canadian. They clean the fish right at your table. Huh?
All right.
I don't know what it is, but the second I heard that and then what we get, I was like, this is an inside joke or something that I'm just not here for or in on. Or...
This is
They're
for
not
y'all.
doing that here.
Billy is like, really? That sounds terrific. She pats his chest again and tells him to just let her go get her bag. Billy drops down to whisper into the drawer, telling Gizmo that he has to go now, but he'll get someone to pick him up. He tells Gizmo to stay put. Gizmo looks around the drawer with the wine, but before he can say anything else, Marla calls out from behind him. He turns to see her, leaned against the wall of his cubicle, her hair unbound, the curls cascading over half of her face. She blows out a stream of cigarette smoke and asks, "Ready?" Billy stands and says that he is. Marla links arms with him as they leave the office, and as soon as they're gone, Gizmo pushes the drawer open and peeks out. The other employees leave the office, and Gizmo cleverly launches a rope made of paper clips over the side of the drawer. Slyly, he lifts his leg to climb out.
Didn't even waste.
Nope. He's getting back to the lab.
Yeah. Well, shit, Billy just left.
He did.
He did.
And Billy.
I know. I was like, come on, dude.
Billy!
You know better.
He should.
Yes.
I did think that it finally explains why she's focusing so much on him.
Yeah.
Right.
I did also want to say, I think she's kind of a fashion icon. Her necklace was cool as
It's
hell.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like the face of a bronze statue
Yeah.
or something.
And her earrings matched.
Yeah.
She looked really good.
But she is trifling.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But she is on some women's square
Yes.
bullshit. Meanwhile, Billy finds Kate outside of the locker room. She tells him cheerily that she just needs to punch out. As she does, Billy breaks the news that he won't be able to go out with her tonight. Kate is disappointed, but when Billy says he has a meeting, she brightens up. He has a big favor to ask of her, though. Gizmo's here. Kate has been writing on her time card, but she suddenly looks up, dismayed. That furry thing? Billy says, yeah, he's up in his desk drawer. Kate covers her face and groans. Billy tells her not to do that. He hates it when she does that. She's pacing, but she stops when Billy tells her the good news. She gets to take Gizmo home.
I don't remember. This is a big task.
Yeah. Yes. No, yeah.
To just drop on someone, and
Yeah.
yes, I'm getting a free dinner at that Canadian restaurant. And there will be no leftovers. My question, because I don't remember how the first film ends exactly, were Kate and Gizmo on good terms at the end of the first film?
The phrasing of it.
Well,
I mean, I'm serious.
Good terms.
well, that is funny that you bring that up, because when you were saying right now, and he's like, somebody will come to pick you up, it's like, well,
Somebody,
yeah,
yeah.
somebody. Why didn't you just tell him that she was gonna come?
He remembered you.
Yeah.
I think that it was just an ordeal. I think it was a traumatizing ordeal.
Well, for all of us, including
Yeah.
Gizmo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
now you're Team Gizmo.
Well, I just feel like Billy is... I don't think that he remembers the first film. Kate might be cooler with it.
He's like, Kate, chill out. Oh, my God.
You said you loved Gizmo.
Kate repeats, astonished. Our home? Billy says yes. She laughs in surprise before declaring, no. Billy's like, why not? Kate grips his arms. Is he kidding? What if those things start running around New York? But Billy assures her that there won't be any of those things. She just has to obey the rules. Kate sinks down into a chair with her back to him as he reminds her. The first one, don't let them get exposed to bright light, especially sunlight, because it kills them. And the second one, Kate remembers, don't let them get wet. Billy's like, that's right. And Kate recalls the third, and don't let them eat after midnight. Billy commends her that that's very good. He rushes out of the room, but Kate tells him to wait. They said that this scene with Billy and Kate going over the rules, they let them improvise it because it flowed better than what was written in the script, because they're essentially just repeating the rules of the first film for anyone who forgot or whatever.
Yeah.
This was all just them doing it.
Oh,
Okay.
Kate rushes behind Billy, following him into the lobby, past the elevators where they parted ways this morning. In the bustling lobby, she comes out just in time to see Billy departing with Marla, her arm linked in his. As the announcer reveals over the PA system that Casablanca will be playing on the Clamp Classic Movie Channel tonight in full color and with a happier ending. Fucking ridiculous. Kate's face falls in her worry, and she looks back at them one more time before going back the way she came. With the offices cleared of employees, the janitor, played by John Astin, wheels his cart through.
John Astin, he was in 64 episodes. The Addams Family from 1964 to 1966. He's Gomez Addams.
Amazing.
Hey.
He was in the original Freaky Friday from 1976. Return of the Killer Tomatoes in 88.
Okay.
And Silence of the Hams from 94.
Stop.
I forgot about that movie, and when I seen the cover, I was like, that movie's so funny. That's hilarious.
He is Sean Astin's dad.
Okay.
Right.
And he improvs all of these ramblings.
Really?
Yeah, they just let him go for it.
Well, he's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes. He mutters to himself, Take Daniel Clamp's yearly salary. Say the guy goes to the bathroom for 30 seconds. He's earning $375 while he stands there. Can he fix the elevators? What's it going to cost Clamp for him to come get a drink of water? 0.0003 cents? He stops at the water fountain, oblivious to Gizmo, who's peeking around the corner at him. The janitor leans forward to drink from the water fountain, but when he pushes the button, the water comes out forcefully, spraying him in the face. He diagnoses a taste of the wrench, snatching one from his cart and going to work. He continues talking to himself, complaining that he told them not to put these new units in, but they listen to the guy who makes $375 in the bathroom. Which, preach.
Yeah. I was going to say he's hilarious, but he's also very true.
Yes. Gizmo is standing in full sight, watching him fix the fountain, but he grows dismayed when the wrench coaxes out a steady stream of water that arcs over the janitor's head. It lands in a splash on the carpet right in front of Gizmo. As the janitor continues to complain, chuckling at the loss of a good water fountain, the water continues to spray haphazardly, and Gizmo flees.
He stood there for a spray or two.
He was there for a while. On the commentary, Joe Dante was like, Gizmo's afraid because he knows what happens when he gets wet. Hours and hours of work. Gizmo rushes back to Billy's cubicle, cowering beneath his desk. But the janitor is still fiddling with the fountain, and water sprays, going right over the wall of the cubicle and splashing Billy's Clamp-acclaimed drawing. It runs down the paper, down the ledge of the desk, and right down onto Gizmo's head. Gizmo screams at the sudden downpour, and when the janitor finally stops beating the hell out of the fountain, he decides, the hell with it, and pushes his cart away. But Gizmo is lying face down on the carpet, banging his hand against the floor as he cries out in pain. He screeches as the fur on his back undulates, and finally, boom, boom, 2 balls launch from his back and into the drawer Billy hid him inside. Boom, another one, hitting Billy's drawing and falling down into the trash can. Gizmo cries out, and boom, another ball of fur, this one chittering and bouncing off the walls and ceiling, giggling wildly. The drawer pushes open and out peeks George, a grumpy-looking black and white mogwai. Climbing on his back is Lenny, another mogwai with buck teeth sticking out of his lips. Gizmo looks up at them in wonder, while behind him, the trash can rocks back and forth. It finally tips over, spilling its contents. The chittering and bouncing brown and white mogwai lands against the wall, his eyes rolling wildly as he giggles with abandon. This is Daffy. He stands, shaking it off, and gets to work wreaking havoc.
His name is Daffy, you've said?
His name is Daffy.
Yeah. I'm glad to know his name so that I can hate him.
You can have someone to point your hate at?
Yes, effectively is what I was trying to say.
I told John Paul when we watched it, because I watched it through before I started scripting it, and I'm glad I did because this is bonkers. Mm-hmm. But I was like, T's gonna fucking hate that that mogwai.
I think the thing with for me is Gizmo seems to at least have a kind soul.
Right.
All of these things are inside of him that are bursting out once he gets wet. And they clearly, each and every one of them, have mischief and mayhem in their hearts.
Right.
From birth.
Maybe that's the, why, part of the rule is the bad thing that happens if we don't follow them.
Right.
But, I mean, that is funny to think because that is true. Every time something comes out of Gizmo, it's bad.
Even in the first one, the mogwais didn't have, their own different whatever except for Stripe. But when they trick Billy into feeding them after midnight, they're all in a box clamoring to get food, and Gizmo's laying in the bed reading a magazine.
Saying, hey, we're not supposed to do that. Guys.
That's why you guys are over there.
When Billy's like, do you want some chicken? Gizmo's like, So yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Immediately, Daffy steps on an open tube of acrylic paint, sending a stream of it flying and splattering against the window. Laughing wildly, his eyes still rolling, he smears the paint around with his hand. Gizmo watches all of this with dismay, but his eyes fall upon the trash can as something starts to emerge. He groans lightly. Oh, no. Discarded papers move out of the way to reveal one more Mogwai, black, save for the white beneath his mouth and going down the top of his head in a stripe.
Oh.
This is Mohawk, played by Frank Welker. And as soon as he reveals himself, baring his sharp little teeth and hissing, it's pretty clear that he is the evil one.
Yeah. We're fucked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Gizmo's eyes widen with fear as Mohawk snarls and crawls toward him. The only possible witness to all of this, the janitor, is sitting in a cubicle, talking on the phone, assuring the person on the other end that he is not being paranoid. The guy's after his job. That's the way it is these days. It's all politics, the laws of the jungle. Young guys, they only care about power. They're ruthless. As he's saying this, the new Mogwais are steadily advancing on Gizmo. They back him into a corner and Mohawk snatches off his armband.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So mean.
Fuck your morning.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's so mean.
I told you they're evil from jump.
No, they
They're
are,
bad, yeah.
especially him.
He's not even a gremlin.
They're still supposed to be cute. George points at a vent and Lenny dutifully pulls the cover off, only to smack George with it in his haste. Together, George, Mohawk, and Lenny shove Gizmo into the vent. Once they push him inside and he lands with an echoing thud, they return the lid. They laugh and watch Gizmo as he stands trapped. Meanwhile, Daffy is on Billy's desk, painting the magnifier that hangs above his drawing. So as I had said before, Rick Baker had originally declined working on this film because he said that if he was going to put so much into it, he didn't want to do it with someone else's designs. So this influenced a big aspect of the plot that we will talk about later, but it also informed the decision to make the Mogwai that Gizmo births look completely different and be their own characters. Because in the first one, they all kind of looked like Gizmo.
Right.
And so having these different designs for these creatures was one of the ways that they got Rick Baker to even sign on.
Okay.
I will say it does give each of them kind of their own vibe and character.
Right.
And for me personally, it does make me appreciate Gizmo a little bit more. But there's a lot of great work that went into this. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
There was.
Yes. Not trying to discount.
No.
Downstairs, Kate is making her way to the elevator. The announcer's voice is amplified through the PA, reading out a license number and asking the owner of the car to remove it from the Clamp parking garage. It's old and dirty. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kate calls the elevator, and when she steps inside, a voice prompts her to state her desired floor. She does. 46. The doors close, and Kate's car starts to ascend. But once she's gone, the adjacent elevator doors open. The janitor pushes his cart out as he gets off, completely oblivious to Mohawk, George, and Lenny, who cluster together at the entrance, peering out into the lobby. This is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And George and Lenny, obviously, of Mice and Men.
Right.
And Mohawk,
okay.
I think just because he's an iteration of Stripe.
Right.
And so are just the bad ones just born like that? I don't understand.
I don't know either. They got to look punk rock or whatever.
Yeah.
When Kate arrives on the 46th floor, she strides over to Billy's desk, but something stops her along the way. When she hears a high-pitched chittering, she turns to find Daffy sitting atop a tall statue depicting the building. Planes hang from strings above him, and he swats at them while clutching one in his grip, a nod to King Kong.
Right.
Mistaking Daffy for Gizmo, which I would be offended if I were Gizmo.
It's like I never behaved.
Yeah.
Ever.
My eyes don't do that.
Never. Kate asks him how he got up there. Daffy flings the plane to the ground and Kate reaches up for him. She explains that Billy told her to take him home, so she's going to put him in her purse until they get out of the building. Daffy giggles wildly, tickled every time Kate makes contact with him, but she's finally able to lift him up and slide him into her purse. She comments that Gizmo is just so hyper, but she guesses that's what New York does to people. Gizmo is watching all of this from the vent above the floor, whimpering with sadness as he watches Kate round the corner and go out of sight.
Why isn't he talking
I
now?
don't know.
Yes, dude.
I don't know.
It's like if only I could say something.
Yeah, right.
Armband.
Yeah, you already, it's too late. You've shown us you can talk.
Yeah.
After breathing a heavy sigh, Gizmo turns and starts to make his way down the cold metal vent. We find Mohawk, George, and Lenny again underneath a table in a food court. They sit grouped next to a wrapped present between two sets of legs, one belonging to a woman and one belonging to a man. The woman scratches her leg before picking up a napkin on the floor and lifting her hand back out of view, and Mohawk mutters, leg.
He says what he wants.
Yeah, no.
At the frozen yogurt kiosk, customers stand by enjoying their cups, a couple feeding each other and two women looking at each other with surprised satisfaction after trying a bite. Mohawk eyes this, suddenly struck with an idea. Lenny licks his lips. And so this was, they were trying to make fun of the like froyo craze of the 90s. And I'm like, that's pretty funny.
All right.
But frozen yogurt is delicious.
It is.
Even
It
still.
is.
Don't make fun of it.
I don't like that shit. At the Canadian-themed restaurant, the tables are set among giant statues of bears, one eating a fish and the other holding a shotgun with binoculars hanging from its neck. We glide past these to find Billy and Marla sitting at their table, a giant ram's head presiding over them. Sipping from her wine, Marla asks if Billy always knew he wanted to be an artist. Billy shares that he always knew he liked to draw. When he was a kid, he used to draw comic strips. He had this big box of crayons, but Marla interrupts with a giggle. She had crayons too. When she was 4, she was using them to write memos to the other children. Even then, she knew. Billy says that that's really something. Marla lights a cigarette and says that this is wonderful. They're finally getting to know each other. You can't do that in an office. Billy agrees that it's all about business, and Marla interrupts again. Exactly. She decides that it's time to talk about Billy's relationship with Clamp and his new access. She sees a future, corner offices, embossed letterhead. She sees her and Billy swallowing up the publicity department. Billy is like, really? Wow. Marla exhales smoke and sighs that she feels so vulnerable with Billy. She's never talked about these feelings before. She tells him that when art and business join forces, anything can happen. Billy agrees that he definitely thinks that they should join, but his words are cut short when Marla slides her pantyhose-clad foot between his legs. After a moment, he finishes the thought. Forces.
Oh, damn.
This is a lot.
Yeah.
On the commentary, Zach Galligan was like, this is the first expression of sexuality in the Gremlins. But I'm like, what? She's like, I'm dreaming about corner offices. I've never opened up like this before.
Yeah, it's like, come on,
Shut
dude.
up.
I don't want nothing of what you're selling.
No. Their server, played by an uncredited Joel Brooks, comes over in his Royal Canadian Mountie uniform, startling Billy and causing him to spill his drink. The server presents their famous dessert, the chocolate mousse. He's pushing it on a cart, and it's not chocolate M-O-U-S-S-E, it's chocolate M-O-O-S-E. He offers to cut an antler for Billy. Billy stammers out a polite declination as Marla smiles up at him, so the server posits, "You want another Molson, eh?" I'm like, what is this?
I don't know. I was like, I hope whoever this is for is really enjoying it.
It's so random. Billy declines this as well, picking up his jacket instead. He walks over to Marla's seat, revealing that he's suddenly got to go. He's got an appointment. He starts to tell her that he's sorry about her shoe. But Marla grabs onto his hanging tie and pulls him down to smack a kiss in the corner of his mouth, leaving her lipstick behind. She tells him that she'll see him tomorrow, and Billy makes a quick exit. Alone now with Marla, the server continues his pitch, asking her, "How about some horn?" I don't know. At Kate and Billy's apartment, Daffy is sitting on the kitchen counter next to the blender. Still calling him Gizmo, Kate says that Billy told her to feed him before midnight, but he didn't tell her what kind of stuff Gizmo likes to eat. She takes out a box of takeout fried chicken from a brown paper bag and opens it up. Putting his plate together with chicken, mashed potatoes, and corn, she says that she hopes this is okay. With her back turned, Daffy seizes the opportunity to push the blender off the counter, where the glass pitcher shatters against the floor. Kate jumps up and spins to look at him, startled. Daffy giggles wildly, his eyes rolling in their sockets. And breaking the blender was an homage to the blender scene in the first Gremlins.
Ah, okay. I know there was a lot that happened in the first movie as well, but even here, Gizmo, are you okay?
Yeah.
You all right?
Just,
you having a rough day?
What's happened?
Yeah.
This is not the Gizmo that
No.
She's just like, man, being in the big city changes people.
Yeah.
Unamused, Kate asks him to be a little more careful around here. They don't have money to replace things. She puts the plate in front of him, and Daffy snatches up the corn on the cob. He goes to town, turning super speed as he devours every kernel. Finished, he smacks his lips and tosses the cob away with a loud burp. Next, he picks up the chicken leg. Kate is bent forward, looking inside the fridge, and Daffy hurls the chicken at her, where it bounces off her back. She turns to face him, and he throws gravy next. It splatters brown against the front of her pristine white shirt. Get him.
Yeah,
I know.
dude. Billy would get home and it'd be like,
Yeah.
Gizmo died.
Now let's put him in a box.
Outside, on the street cluttered with overflowing trash bags and lit with enticing neon signs, a yellow taxi pulls up. As Billy gets out, a dog walks into view. He goes straight for the trash bags and starts to eat from them as Billy walks past and into his apartment building. So, this dog, people were wondering if it was a nod to Barney, played by Mushroom in Gremlins.
Yeah.
And Joe Dante said that it was supposed to be just that, just like a nod to him because he's not in this tiny apartment that they have.
Right.
But he had considered bringing Mushroom back to do a cameo and, be represented in that way.
Right.
But he didn't want people to think that Billy and Kate brought Barney to the city and we're just letting him roam the streets.
He had to go get a job too.
Right. It's expensive out here.
So they got another dog. But I knew it wasn't Barney because Billy doesn't even look at him. Like he goes straight inside. So I mean, maybe he's still with his parents. I don't know.
Who we also will not see.
Yeah, no, they're gone.
Who will not be present. One of them was supposed to make an appearance. I'll talk about that quite a bit later, though.
Okay.
Inside, the doorbell rings, and when Billy tells Kate that it's him, she disengages the multiple locks and opens the door. Billy steps inside, glancing at the mess on Kate's shirt, and asks what happened to her. But Kate's eyes are fixed on the lipstick kiss in the corner of Billy's mouth. She asks, "How was your meeting?" Hanging his coat on a hook, he thanks her for asking and says that it was fine. He asks abruptly, "Where's Gizmo?"
Dude, honey, I think you might want to sit down. I was so pissed at Billy. Just say anything. It's like, that eccentric lady I'm always complaining about.
Yeah.
She tried to kiss me on the mouth.
I think she took me to dinner because she was coming on to me or something.
Right.
They're just like, it was fine.
Yeah.
Sweating. They were serving moose. Where's Gizmo? Kate tells Billy that Gizmo's in the kitchen, and that's where Billy heads, asking if she fed him. She says that she kind of did, but as soon as Billy walks into the kitchen, eager to see his friend, food is thrown into his face. Daffy sits on the corner of the counter, surrounded by snack cakes. Billy walks over, eyeing him, and he asks Kate where she got him. Kate says that she got him from Billy's office, just like he said, but Billy is certain that this is not Gizmo. Daffy steps on a Twinkie and sends a huge stream of cream filling directly into Billy's face. It's not as crazy as it sounds. Daffy cackles, clutching his chicken bone. Billy stands to clean his face, insisting that they have to go back. Kate reminds him that he said there wouldn't be any more of those things, and Billy is firm that there won't be, not if they don't eat after midnight. Kate tells Billy to just look at the Mogwai. He's wired. As if to illustrate this, Daffy stands, bouncing and holding onto a wrapped ding-dong snack cake. He flings the cake and it hits Billy right in the face. After contemplating, Billy decides that they're going to have to take Daffy with them. Kate protests simply and sadly. No.
I think he was contemplating whether or not they were going to have to kill this thing. He's like, I think I might be on your side.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. No home training to be seen.
Well, he was just born from a back like 3 hours ago.
He was.
And if we know how dangerous they are, why are we just carrying him with us? Let's block him somewhere. Do something with him.
Yeah,
That's fair.
that's true.
It's
Yeah.
like there's not going to be any more, but we do have to let him be able to get a chance to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to give him a
But
chance
we
to
will
escape.
give him an opportunity to be loose in
Yes,
the city.
yeah.
Daffy only laughs and flails when Billy picks him up, but with Kate's help, he's able to shove Daffy into a tote bag. Just then, the doorbell rings. Kate doesn't know who it could be. It's so late, and Billy decides that she better get the door. As she does, he holds tight onto the bag, telling Daffy that he needs to be quiet if he ever wants to get out of there. As soon as Kate opens the door, the flash of a bulb blinds her. It's Mrs. Sheila Futterman, played by Jackie Joseph. She holds the camera in front of her as she snaps the picture, calling out, "Surprise!" Next to her, Mr. Murray Futterman, played by Dick Miller, holds their suitcases.
Jackie Joseph, we talked about her in the first Gremlins.
Right.
And Dick Miller, again.
Again.
He's back. We also talked about him in the first Gremlins and other many movies.
Yes.
He's just great in everything.
Yeah.
He really is. The Futtermans walk into the apartment as Kate steps to the side, squeezing her eyes shut from the flash. Sheila walks over to Billy and presses a kiss against his cheek. Murray sets down the suitcases, and when Kate says that she thought they were coming tomorrow, he says that they thought so too, but they changed the date of his reunion. They wanted a call, but they had to get on the Greyhound. He smiles and shakes Billy's hand. Sheila adds, "For 32 hours." She apologizes for showing up so late, but Kate tells her that it's okay. She offers to make them some coffee or tea, but Sheila points out the mess on the front of her shirt, remarking, "Little piggers?" Kate lies that a cake blew up. Murray has made his way over to the window and looks down at the street through the part in the sheer curtains. He mutters, "Boy, this is some crazy city. They try to get a cab and..." He walks over to Billy and lowers his voice. Does he know that they have Russians driving cabs here? What if someone got into a cab with a briefcase full of atomic secrets or something? Doesn't anyone care about that? So this is very Futterman behavior from the first
Yes. Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
Calm
Relax.
down. Yeah. Chill out.
Relax.
Chill out.
But Sheila interrupts, reminding her husband of what his doctor said. They're going to stay nice and calm. She explains to Kate and Billy that Murray was a little distressed after what happened with those... She mimes a gremlin. But Murray insists that he's fine. He was just a little jumpy for a while. Daffy chooses this moment to start giggling within the tote. Although muffled, it's still audible, and Murray wants to know what the hell that was. Her tone measured and reassuring, Sheila assures Murray that it's okay. She heard it too. Murray's like, "Of course you did." Billy speaks up, breaking the news that they can't stay here tonight. He wishes they could, but the building is being, he says fumigated at the same time that Kate says renovated. So fumigated for bugs and rats. The Futtermans say that that's okay. They'll get a hotel. They understand. Murray gathers up the suitcases, and as they start for the door, he realizes that in a crumpled brown bag, he has the apple pie that Billy's mother made for him. He hands it over, lamenting that someone sat on it on the bus, but he's sure it'll taste okay, though. He says that Billy's dad is going to write to him. He's got some new inventions, some kind of reversible toilet paper or something. He says that they'll call tomorrow night and we'll all get dinner together. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know how that... you unwipe my ass? I don't understand how that works.
I don't want to know how it works.
No, you know what? You're right.
I love that Toni Braxton song, Unwipe My Ass. In agreement, the Futtermans take their leave with Sheila blasting off one last blinding picture as she goes. Daffy continues to chitter, unseen. Back at the frozen yogurt shop across from what appears to be a dance club inside of Clamp's Smart Building.
Yeah, I don't understand what's happening here. This never closes. This stays open.
Because we learn it's about to be midnight.
Yeah.
And people are still working the yogurt counter. Like everything is still open.
That proximity is cruel, though, I'd say.
Yeah.
That's not right.
The employee, played by Heather Haas, rattles off the order of a customer, played by Lisa Mindy. Kona praline, banana berry swirls, kiwis, and peanut butter cups, right? The customer suddenly has a question. Are their peanut butter cups all natural? When the employee isn't sure, she asks her coworker, played by Jason Presson. He thinks they are. He knows they're pesticide free. The customer snaps that is not the same thing. He turns away from the yogurt machine and we pan down to find that George has thrown the loop of an apron over the handle. Yogurt slowly pours out right into the mouth of Lenny, who lies on his back on the floor. George stares as Lenny's furry belly inflates with the steady stream of frozen yogurt. The yogurt finally overflows the Mogwai's mouth and covers his face. Another customer, played by Patrika Darbo, has returned to the counter with her cup and is waiting her turn while the first customer prattles on.
Do you remember her on Seinfeld?
I also remember her on Roseanne.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was there when George poisoned his boss on Seinfeld.
Yes. That's so funny. But something catches her eye. In the tub filled with M&Ms and fruit, a Mogwai's hand juts out of the candies. The second customer screams, "It's a rat!" The furry arm is quickly pulled back out of sight. Another customer, played by composer Jerry Goldsmith and a cameo with his real-life wife, turns and asks, "What's going on here? Did she say there were rats?" The second employee is like, "No, she said there's no rats." And the first customer goes, "That is not what she said."
He tried it.
He did.
It's like, I know they heard rats.
I gotta pivot. Finally, the little guy causing all the commotion pops out of the candies, revealing himself to be Mohawk. The employees scream and back away, and Mohawk chuckles, his devious eyes darting. Downstairs, Billy and Kate rush into the building, using the manual doors as advised by the announcer. Technicians are helping a woman trapped inside of the clamp entry-matic doors. Once they get upstairs, they find the first customer talking about what she saw, a huge head with big ears, horrible and ugly in the toppings. Billy asks her what it was, and she admits that she doesn't know. A furry thing, but this is supposed to be health food. As Billy and Kate continue past, the second customer screams at the employees that she wants damages. As they step away, Billy realizes it's after midnight and they've eaten. What are we going to do now? Kate leads Billy away, but we linger on the clock mounted on the wall that reads 12:05.
I'd be real mad if I was Kate. I'd be like,
yes,
you. The first thing you told me
was that what's happening was not going to happen.
Yeah.
They go down into the basement. Kate takes the lead, finding behind a gate where the water comes into the building. She points it out to Billy, and when he finds the gate locked, he starts to pry it open with a fire axe.
Where did he get that?
I don't know.
So did he bring it from home? He just has it. It was in his inventory.
In the security room, a screen lights up with alerts. Security breach, unauthorized access, basement SB6, location, water main. The surveillance supervisor, played by Dale Swan, tells the technician sitting at the console to give him video for the breach. With the click of a button, Billy suddenly appears on screen, rendered in red giallo lighting, bashing the gate to the water main with the axe. The supervisor promptly calls security.
I'm about to call security.
Billy has made it inside and turns the squeaking wheel within to shut off the water, reasoning that at least they won't be able to get wet. But his plans are halted when a security guard, played by Rick DeCommon, comes around the corner, pointing his gun and warning that this is a restricted area. His gun!
Yeah.
Was anybody else surprised?
Rick DeCommon, he was in Spaceballs in 87, The Burbs in 89, Little Monsters in 89 as well. And he was Cindy's dad in Scary Movie in 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
I was like, I know that dude.
Turning into
I
Mohawk?
knew-
I know.
Well, I never remembered. And then seeing him, I was like, I fucking know that
No,
guy's
he
face.
has one of those faces.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the more I thought about it, I was like, I know it. And then when I started doing research, I was like, it totally is Cindy's dad. Yeah. Scary Movie's so great. Come on.
Did you feed him after midnight?
I try not to.
No.
It gets me gassy a little.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I ate exclusively after midnight.
And he also turns into a horrific monster.
Yes. These are the two reasons.
Yeah. Kate steps out of sight as the guard advances on Billy, accusing him of being a terrorist. Billy just stares back at him, clutching his tote to his body. And when the guard asks him what's in the bag, Billy dismisses it as nothing. The guard insists that he take a look at that nothing. He cocks his gun and tells Billy to hand it over. Billy does as he's told, warning that he wouldn't do that if he were him. The guard counters as he flips the bag open. Yeah, but you're not me, are ya? At the first opportunity of escape, Daffy launches himself out of the bag and launches onto the security guard's nose. The guard flails around, screaming and firing his gun blindly. Daffy is having the time of his life, his eyes rolling, his laugh cackling. Finally, the guard shakes him loose and tries to shoot the Mogwai. But Daffy too fast around the corner and out of sight.
Damn.
She was like, he was right there. I just couldn't believe he's just shooting his gun off.
He is.
Yeah.
The security guard's nose is red and bleeding when he presses his hand to it. Billy says that they need to find the Mogwai before he eats something, but indicating his nose, the guard informs Billy that he already ate something. Billy informs the guard that there are more of them in here. We need to shut the building down. But the guard questions, we? He disagrees. There's only one thing we gotta do. He grabs Billy by the coat and leads him away, declaring that they need to call the cops and have Billy locked up in a rubber room. You saw it!
Yeah.
It bit your
know.
nose!
I know. That is one thing I will say that this makes completely no sense. You were attacked.
Right.
You took the bag. You got attacked. You shot at it. Now all of a sudden, Billy's crazy.
He's crazy.
Yeah.
They walk right past Kate, who stands against the wall. Billy pleads his case. He's not crazy. He's dealt with these things before, and they wreck things. The guard mocks him. Wreck things. Ooh.
He's like, my nose.
Yeah, I know. He
What happened to
forgot.
my nose again? As they walk out of sight, we glide above to the pipes lining the ceiling, where gooey cocoons pulse with something inside.
That's it.
It's over.
Yeah.
Outside, in the bright of day, a truckload of mimes are being escorted into the police station by officers. They still pose and do their thing, one of them handing off a fake red flower to Billy as he and Kate walk by. Billy takes it absently and thanks Kate.
Is this where Matt McNamara got the idea?
On the commentary, they were like, here's the obligatory mime joke, which I was like, okay. And then they were like, one of them was like, I wonder what they did to all get arrested. And I think it was Joe Dante was like, being a mime is enough.
Damn.
What the hell?
It's personal.
Yeah.
But Billy asks how she got him out of there. Dressed fresh for work, Kate explains that she had to give them next month's rent. Billy hands over the flower to Kate, and when he asks the time, she tells him that it's 6:30. Billy realizes it's been 6 hours. They've probably made their cocoons by now. He starts to sprint down the street and Kate runs to keep up, asking how long they take to hatch. Billy answers, "Not long enough. Come on." Which is really funny that the whole night passed.
Yeah.
Kate went home. She got ready for work. Billy was in fucking jail.
Well, she's mad about that kiss.
You know?
Wait till the morning.
Yeah.
Wait till the morning. Then the morning comes.
Yeah.
We're both struggling not to do the guitar sound.
Down in the basement of Clamp's building, it is hatching time indeed. The sharp tines and claws of the growling creatures pierce through their gooey cocoons. But poor Gizmo is still wandering through the fence.
I feel like Gizmo is sidelined in this story.
For a while.
For a little bit, yeah.
It's wild.
Like he's been in there all night.
Yeah.
His small mutters echo as he inches forward slowly, but when he slips through a hole in the floor, he's gone, falling down an impossibly long tunnel with his little furry arms and legs flailing. They built a special puppet to have these flailing limbs just for this.
Oh.
Wow.
Gizmo keeps falling all the way down to the basement where he plummets past the empty and dripping cocoons. He lands with a thud on the cement floor among green slime. Gizmo sits up and shakes his head, trying to orient himself. Looking up, he sees the empty cocoons up in the pipes, still leaking onto the floor. He starts to back away, keeping his eyes forward, but he doesn't see when a sharp clawed hand reaches from around the corner and taps him on top of his furry head. A growling voice croaks, "Gizmo."
He knows.
Yeah, it's on site.
Well, that's his father or something,
Yeah,
right?
so-
Yeah.
I guess.
But Gizmo's like,
It's nothing good, Gizmo.
He thought it was Billy, I guess.
Billy's got a sore throat.
Yeah.
The hand grabs him and pulls him around the corner. Everything shakes as Gizmo cries out and impacts are heard. I'm like, no,
The night wasn't hard enough.
No.
he's just a boy. Billy and Kate are walking around the building when the lights begin to flicker. The announcer's distorting voice shares that the Clamp Center is experiencing some technical difficulties with their illumination system. Please try not to notice. Which is hilarious. Grandpa Fred walks by in full costume, reading a copy of Variety. He tells them hello and remarks that the building is all screwed up today. Billy says that he knows and keeps it moving. Fred muses, "Sure, you're young. You know everything." It's a little...
Yeah.
Yeah.
thought we were...
Hey, I
thought
was
we were-
trying to give you ideas for your show, dude. What the fuck, Fred?
Billy goes straight to the souvenir stand and finds tall Clamp building-shaped flashlights. He recalls, bright light. They'll need some of these. He sets several of them in front of the cashier. But down in the basement, the torture is beginning. Why did I write
I
it
don't
like
know. That's grisly.
But it is. Wires and plugs are beneath a sign that reads, "Danger, high voltage." A clawed hand rips a cord out, its owner growling, "Zap, zap." The frayed end of it sparks, and the assailant brings it close toward Gizmo's wincing face. He whimpers and tries to pull out of his captor's grip, but to no avail. In the hall, Billy tells Kate that he has to go to system control, but if he's not back in 15 minutes... Another tour guide played by Liz Pryor interrupts to tell Kate that she's on. Kate thanks her as she departs. But Marla joins now, pressing her hands against Billy's chest before running one through his hair. She stands in front of Billy, positioning herself between him and Kate as she peers above her glasses at him and shares that last night was so wonderful. They'll have to do it again. This fucking...
I know.
Oh.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
I'm getting heated. Billy looks past her to introduce Kate. Marla interrupts, checking her watch and realizing that she's got to go. Kate puts on her work hat, the tall building-shaped one, as Marla wrings her hands together and tells Kate, "Hello." Kate returns the greeting, but Marla grimaces, offering, "Cute hat," before walking away. Kate stares after her, and Billy stammers that she's his boss. She's the one that... But Kate stops him. "Billy, if we get through today alive, you're in big trouble." She walks away, ignoring Billy when he calls out to her, and Billy can only sigh, "Great," before walking away. He didn't do anything, but he deserves to be in trouble.
He didn't, but yeah, he should have said something.
Yeah.
He should have said something.
He was on the commentary. He was like, "I never realized how put upon Billy Peltzer is." He's like, "I think that's why me and Gizmo are kindred spirits." Forster sits in the control room when Billy comes in, clutching one of his oversized flashlights and immediately trying to plead his case. Forster is surprised that after getting himself arrested last night, Billy decided to come back. Did he miss them?
Was anyone surprised that Billy wasn't fired?
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell?
We just saw someone get fired for a lot less. Maybe because Clamp has taken a shine to him.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Like, he can break in wherever he wants.
Yeah.
It's fine.
He starts to walk away, but Billy follows, reaching out for Forster's shoulder when he implores him to shut down the building. Forster quickly tells him to watch the suit before asking why. Billy explains simply that there's creatures in it. Forster is annoyed. Creatures. Standing in front of the technicians that are all turned to look at him now, Billy does his best to explain. They start out as these small furry animals, and then they eat after midnight and metamorphose and form these cocoons. But Forster thanks him for sharing his psychotic episode before walking away. This does sound a little nuts.
Yeah.
But
It's a little too detailed. My thing is, I don't remember how it ends the first film, but where they're like, "We can't let this get out."
Probably.
dude, that's and they ravaged a whole town.
They did, but I was just wondering. I don't know.
No, this is a Kingston Falls secret.
Yes.
Billy starts to follow, but Francis, the technician, stops him for clarification. They start out furry, then they have cocoons? Billy is like, well, they eat and then they go into the cocoons. Another technician, played by Ron Fassler, reasons, sure, before going into a cocoon, you'd want to have a little something first. Billy sighs in frustration.
Ron Fassler, he was in Watchmen in 2009, Child's Play 3 in 91, and 21 episodes of Alien Nation from 89 to 90.
So this conversation that has started here and will continue in a little bit, Dante said that obviously these were real criticisms that he got from the rules of the first film, and he wanted to make fun of them himself and kind of poke holes before this audience did.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. It feels very almost like Clerks style.
Yes,
you
yes.
know?
Meanwhile, Kate leads her group down the halls of the Clamp Cable Network. She's interrupted by Mr. Katsuji, played by Getty Watanabe, documenting everything, including her face with his camera, the bulb flashing.
Getty Watanabe, he was in 16 Candles in 84.
Yes.
Vamp in 86. Boys on the Side in 95. And Two for the Money in 05.
Isn't that the second 16 Candles cast member?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Kate asks him to please get back in line, but he directs her to stand in front of the sign for the archery channel so he can get another picture. Dante said that these hyper-specific channels on the Clamp network were supposed to be satirical, but they're just not anymore.
No. It's so funny because I didn't even think of them as anything but, I guess this is the Food Network. Or,
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Well, the archery one is pretty funny.
At the time, it was like, come on.
Yeah.
Kate obliges, and he takes the picture. But when an actor in a Robin Hood costume comes stomping by, Katsuji turns to photograph him instead. Kate tells her group that if they're very quiet, they can watch a program being taped. She leads them into the studio for Microwave with Marge. As the rest of them go inside, Kate stays behind for Katsuji to take a picture of her in front of the sign for the show. In the Microwave with Marge studio, Microwave Marge, played by Kathleen Freeman, smiles at the camera as she announces her special salute to luncheon meats.
Kathleen Freeman, she was in The Fly in 58.
Hey.
The Blues Brothers in 80. The Willies in 90.
Yes.
And Hocus pocus in 93.
Yes! I always remember her from the Willies because she was so fucking mean. And we watched that movie so much when we were kids.
Did.
Yeah.
And it just grossed the hell out of me.
It's gross.
He already looked disgusted when they said it.
Is that Sean Astin?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, that movie was. Remember The Fly? Okay, okay, move on.
I do.
We can move on. That always felt like one of those movies that you watch as a kid and you feel like nobody else ever saw.
Absolutely.
Anyway. But Microwave Marge continues that so many have written her to ask how they can zing up their party appetizers, and she's very excited about this recipe. She says that some people use a dash of sherry. She dips a teaspoon into the glass of sherry and pours it into the bowl of bean dip before taking a long drink of it herself and concluding that she uses a lot. She pours the rest of the glass into the bowl of bean dip. So I was like, okay, Sandra Lee.
Yeah, I'd say it was just 2 shots of vodka.
It's like Joe Dante predicted this.
Yeah, oh shit.
Dude.
Really ahead of its time. As Kate finally gets Katsuji to stop taking pictures, Marge gets down to it, making bologna and bean dip roll-ups, which she says are so easy for when friends drop over. She presents a finished tray of these hors d'oeuvres to the camera. But back in the control room, Billy is fighting for his life when another technician, played by Time Winters, proposes. What if one of them eats something at 11, but something gets stuck in his teeth? Another technician, played by Archie Hahn, offers, like a caraway seed or a sesame seed. The second technician comes over, suggesting that the seed comes out after midnight, but he didn't eat it after midnight. The technicians laugh, but Billy asserts that he doesn't make the rules. Forster laments, rules? He doesn't believe this. The fourth technician pipes up again. What if they're eating in an airplane and then they cross a time zone? It's always midnight somewhere. He turns back to the control panel. His chuckling turning to screams when a gremlin launches out of the panel and takes a bite out of Crime. And by Crime, I mean the technician's neck.
I want an apology.
Yes.
Yes.
Stop screaming and say you're sorry.
Right
Stop screaming and say you're sorry.
No.
That's so funny. I don't know why this got me very good.
That's really funny. Frances tries to beat the gremlin, but only earns a clawed-up arm for her trouble, while the other 2 technicians stand, their faces slack in their shock. But we close in on the gremlin's face, and we see that it's Mohawk, the furry strip of white hair now a line of sharp black spines. Surprisingly, he rears up and punches the technician in the face, sending him flying back onto the floor as he loses his glasses.
I was like, God damn.
Yeah, now you're fist fighting?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's crazy.
It's a little less animalistic.
Well, you're planning.
Yeah, true.
Mohawk climbs up onto the monitors, growling and causing sparks and smoke. Forster stammers, asking Billy if this is... But Billy just says yes as he snaps into action. He grabs up the flashlight and shines it right at Mohawk. The gremlin screams as smoke plumes from him, but he's able to run away, darting out of sight and slamming the door behind him when he escapes the control room.
Forrester's question cracked me up.
Is that what you're talking about?
Billy's like, no, I think this is something else. I don't know what the hell that is. That really got me.
Imagine Billy hands the flashlight to Frances in case it comes back before hurrying away. And once he's gone, Forrester snatches the flashlight from Frances. He's a fucking asshole. Back in the studio, Microwave Marge is dumping a bottle of sherry into a giant pot. She shares that before microwaves, this used to take forever. But now we can make the same tuna noodle cheese product chowder surprise in just a few minutes. I know.
I don't know. Yeah, Marge, I don't know.
As the crew, Kate and her tour group watch, Marge pours herself another glass of sherry. When the lights begin to flicker on and off, Marge looks around concerned and asks what that is. The cameraman, played by Gray Daniels, suggests that it's a brownout. They tell Marge to just pick up where she left off. They'll fix it in the edit.
I know that brownout is the proper term, but that is a wild, wild term.
It is. But it just makes me think of Sunny.
Of course. I was waiting on one of y'all to say it. Marge's face immediately brightens into a smile as she turns back to the camera, deciding that the show must go on. She lifts the lid off her giant pot, announcing that it's time to ladle it up. But the gremlin version of Daffy pops out of the pot, covered in stringy noodles, his googly eyes rolling around in his head. Armed with a baster, he squirts Marge in the face, and Marge screams as Daffy cackles. He's okay, T.
Hooray.
He's bigger now.
He is, yes. The cameraman has seen enough. He immediately flees his post, leaving the camera unattended and sprinting out of the studio with Kate's tour group.
That was crazy.
I don't fucking blame him.
It's like, Marge is gone. Marge is dead.
Yeah, that was it.
Get out of here.
Save yourself.
Yeah. But Kate and Katsuji stay behind, the latter raising his camera to get a picture of the chaos. Still screaming, Marge backs up into a cabinet that springs open and reveals Gremlin George inside, still grumpy as ever. She turns to find Gremlin Lenny, or Grim Lenny, as I've dubbed him.
Trademark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wearing a puffy chef's hat and a white apron, his buck teeth still sticking out. When Marge backs away from Lenny, George grabs her by the hair from the cabinet and Lenny laughs. Marge is able to pull away and grab the huge lid of the pot to protect herself. She uses it as a shield when a giggling Lenny starts to hurl eggs at her. She grabs her bottle of sherry and hits the bricks.
Well,
she was thinking.
Yeah, I can't go through this sober. That's crazy.
George's eyes narrow as he spots something of interest. Lenny turns to see that George is looking behind him at the giant microwave. George croaks, "Microwave." Daffy keeps chittering and giggling, covered in noodles in the pot. Kate turns on her flashlight and starts to aim it toward the gremlins, but it turns off. Marge runs up to her, asking if she sees what those monsters are doing. They're throwing metal utensils in the microwave. You can't do that. And they are, tossing metal pots and pans into the microwave. When one hits George in the face, Lenny cracks up at this. George is not amused, but he keeps his composure, closing the microwave door and starting it up.
He's like, that's not funny.
Yeah. Say, that one really hurt.
Yeah. We got to stay together on this or else we're not going to.
We're not going to make it.
Yeah.
The sparking inside of the microwave begins almost immediately, and it's mere seconds before it explodes inside and the door shatters. As fire erupts within the studio, Marge, Kate, and Katsuji finally flee. The emergency sprinklers come on to extinguish the fire, but also rain down on Lenny, George, and Daffy. They cry out in the downpour and turn to face away from us, unveiling tiny creatures and sheer pockets on their back. These pockets in their skin pulse until finally, tiny gremlins are birthed from their backs, struggling to free themselves.
This was disgusting in the best way.
Totally.
Yeah. It was like body horror.
Yes.
And I did appreciate it. I honestly, to tell you the truth, I forgot that they couldn't get wet either.
Yeah.
And so when I saw Daffy coming out of the pot, I was like, well, the pasta water didn't do anything. So,
So we're fine.
we're all safe, guys.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shit, no.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
really screwed.
Yeah, we're mega fucked.
Yes. And it was Rick Baker's idea to show this kind of gross segment of them being born out of their backs.
Right.
And it's great.
Hell yeah.
Kate and Katsuji have stopped in front of the door and they're watching all of this unfold. Katsuji is now filming with the camera as George, Lenny, and Daffy drop to the ground. Smoke is continuing to rise and Kate has to pull him out of the studio and out into the hallway, insisting that this is not part of the program. The sprinklers continue to spray the room, ruining the cameras and the filming equipment. Finally, the neon microwave with Marge sign explodes. I think it was Joe Dante had said that he felt like they exploded it for real.
Oh.
And he felt a piece of the sign fly past his face on set.
Cut.
They're like, yeah. Like, anyway. I was like, dude, what the fuck? In the control room, the technician that was attacked by Mohawk is getting his wounds tended to. The third technician is back at the control panel and reports something weird going on in Studio D. Forster has been pacing, trying to get the flashlight to work, but now he turns back to the monitors to see the microwave with Marge set in wet ruin before the feed is lost. We go back there, where the echoing chitters of multiple gremlins echo through the billowing smoke as the stage lights shatter and spark. In the control room, Forster is inundated with reports of problems from the technicians, brownouts in 5 more locations, a climate control function in floors 15 and 16, the pest infestation monitor reading critical. Francis points to the screen for this one, where the computer zeroes in on the floor detail of the television studio. Little yellow dots represent the purported pests, and they are multiplying rapidly. Forster pleads that they could be rats, right? Francis says she's afraid it's not, but Forster takes comfort that whatever they are, they gotta respect the chain of command. Francis looks at him with incredulity.
Yeah, what?
I don't think.
No, dude, get the fuck out of here.
He's like, at the end of the day, we all got to report.
Yeah.
In an office, black and white prints of Gizmo fall into a giant pile on the floor, overflowing from an already filled tray. A voice steadily croaks, "Gizmo, Gizmo, Gizmo." And we pan over the prints to find Mohawk manning the copy machine with Gizmo smushed inside, his furry little legs kicking back and forth.
Dude, that's like their waterboarding. That's
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Because of the
That
lights.
is, yes, that is torture. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
It's too much, because really, what did Gizmo do?
Gave birth to you.
That's your mother.
Yeah.
I
Have some
guess he's
respect.
not nice, or he's too nice and they're not, so they don't. I mean, I don't know. They're assholes.
Yeah, no, they are assholes for sure. Meanwhile, Kate races down the hallway and gets into the elevator, noticing the flickering lights inside just as the door closes. The distorted voice of the elevator tells her to state her desired floor. She does. 38. But it's not the automated voice that responds, but a gremlin's croak. 38. Going up.
Come on.
I laughed out loud.
I was like, God damn it.
Of course it is.
They got Kate. The monitor displaying the floors begins to increase rapidly, and we see that there is a myriad of gremlins hanging onto the bottom of the elevator car. They fly right past floor 38 and are deep into the 40s when Kate cries out, "Elevator, stop!" The car stops abruptly and the lights go out. Keeping calm, Kate tells the elevator to sound the alarm, but what results is just the gremlins imitating an alarm sound. Kate looks around fearfully.
I'd be fucking mad for.
I'd be pissed. Are you kidding me, dude? This would set me over the edge for sure. And all the cluster of gremlins, that's all stop motion.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Up in his office, Clamp looks bored, peering out of a telescope before wandering around with multiple movies and shows playing on monitors in his wall. His office is so high that it is above the clouds outside of his window. They said that they had put a tiny plane on a string to make it look like it was like he's higher than a plane.
Yeah.
He was like, but I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, the thought was there.
Yeah. He presses his intercom and asks his secretary, Betty, if she's finished shredding his mail from this morning yet. She reports that she's just finishing. He says that that's good. Let's do some memos. Outside of Clamp's office, Betty, played by Stephanie Menuez, is finishing shredding papers when Clamp's voice on the intercom tells her that they'll start with the memo to public relations. Stephanie glides in her chair over to the computer, picking up her sandwich to take a bite as she goes. And again, he's like a bored kid.
Yeah.
He has everything and he's like, oh, let's do memos. Like he's so like, it's like a little boy.
Mm-hmm.
Clamp is spinning in his own chair when he proposes that they get the people in Chinatown to give a street festival as like a spontaneous outpouring of appreciation for everything he's done for the community.
Spontaneous.
Yeah. They can have those big, long dragons with the guys inside and maybe even a parade. They could call that department store. They've got floats. While Stephanie is typing this up, little gremlin hands come from underneath the desk. Gingerly, they take off the top piece of bread from her sandwich, put a mousetrap inside, and then and then close the sandwich back up, croaking, "Yummy, yummy."
These assholes, dude.
They're kind of funny.
And where did you get that?
Yeah. And where'd you get that idea?
Cartoons.
Yeah, honestly.
Who taught you this? With the giggle, the hands are gone, and Betty picks up the sandwich. I think I've been calling her Stephanie, but that's the actress's name.
Oh, okay.
Betty. In Clamp's office, he pauses, realizing that he thinks he owns the warehouse where they keep the floats. But there's suddenly a loud whack of the mousetrap snapping shut and Betty's muffled cries. Clamp rushes out to find a gremlin sitting in front of Betty's computer, wearing her pink cardigan with the Clamp tag on the chest. It groans the alphabet as it brings its fist down on the keyboard. When he notices Clamp gawking at him, he cries out, "Coffee!" The gremlin snatches up the coffee pot and hurls it at Clamp.
It's a little low, I think. A little lowbrow.
Clamp too fast around the corner, but the pot shatters against the wall and the gremlin cackles, clasping his hands together. He darts under the desk as Clamp peeks back around the corner. Slowly, he inches toward Betty's desk as the playful score accompanies him. Just as he peeks over it, the gremlin lurches up, grabbing onto him. Clamp wrestles with the creature as the gremlin grabs a handful of his hair, and when Clamp is able to bat his hand away, the gremlin sinks his sharp teeth into it. The fight continues, and finally, the creature's feet get caught in the shredder, much to his dismay. The pink sweater is shredded first, then the gremlin's feet, green goop piling among the strips of shredded cardigan on top of the paper strips. The gremlin clings to Clamp's tie as it's fed through, and Clamp has to fight to keep from being pulled down into the shredder himself. With one last burp of green goop, the gremlin is shredded and dead.
To wear her cardigan was insult to injury.
It was.
But I did not anticipate that he was going to shred a gremlin.
No.
Yeah.
That was wild.
It worked.
It did.
Yeah. Charlie Haas had said that he was trying to find a gross death that was on par with the microwave death in the first Gremlins.
Okay.
And so he was talking to his wife about it, and he was like, "I don't know, what to do." And she was like, "Well, you're in an office. What about a shredder?" And he was like, "That's it."
Okay.
This is when Billy bursts into the room, asking if Clamp is okay. Catching his breath, Clamp straightens his tie and reasons that he thinks so. He hates using these machines himself. Billy starts that they have a serious problem here, but Forrester runs in, interrupting that they've got a situation here. But his attention is pulled when a green glob shoots up from the shredder. He's like, "Oh my God."
I get it, dude.
Billy implores Clamp to listen to him. They have to get everyone out of the building and close it down. Forrester says that that's ridiculous, but Billy continues that they have to do it before sundown. Still in shock, Clamp asks what happens at sundown. Billy says that gremlins hate sunlight. It kills them. But when the sun goes down, they're going to try to leave the building and get out into New York. Clamp has wandered over to the couches in the waiting area of his office, and Billy and Forrester follow. Forrester tells Billy to calm down. He tells Clamp that Billy should be in custody. He's dangerous. But Clamp pulls Forrester's handkerchief from his pocket and asserts that the thing that was just in here is what's dangerous. He wipes the goop from his face and hands, countering that Billy's just from the art department. Forrester invites Clamp to ask Billy how he knows so much about those green things, and Clamp realizes that that is a good question. Billy explains that there was this animal in the genetics laboratory, and Clamp turns to Forrester, reminding him that he told Forrester that those guys would be a problem. They could have had 3 shrinks and a plastic surgeon in there, but no. He hands the soiled handkerchief back to Forrester.
Why did it sound like Forrester was trying to get him in trouble?
He was.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
We need
I
to.
don't know.
He's like,
Yeah, I
and
don't know.
guess how he knows about it. It's like, dude, can we just face the problem at hand, please?
No,
I'm already in trouble with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
And he's the only guy that's going to get us out of this. Like,
Yeah.
clearly. Kate has cowered into the corner of the dark elevator. Everything is quiet until the entire car starts to shake. Kate screams and moves to the other side, but suddenly the gremlins start to drill through the walls of the car. They stick their hands through these new holes, securing Kate's legs so she can't move. 2 more grasp out at her blindly and try to grab her arms. Kate pulls away from them, but the gremlins holding her ankles cause her to trip and hit the floor hard. While she's down, gremlins reach through holes close to the floor and grab her hair, dragging her over. Thinking quickly, Kate bites the gremlin's hand, causing him to let her go and leave a streak of his green blood across her cheek. Down in the basement, Daffy is cackling in a work shirt and hard hat.
So he killed the maintenance man.
Yes.
He thrusts the cable down into the control panel, causing sparks. The machine cranks back up, causing the elevator car to plummet with the cluster of gremlins still standing on the bottom of it and launching Kate to float up in the air. As the machine smokes, Daffy giggles and cries out, "Second floor lingerie!" He's just shaking his head.
I'm disappointed.
The elevator finally reaches the end of its journey, crashing hard into the bottom of the shaft, splattering the gremlins beneath and causing a spray of pulpy green blood. When the elevator doors open, Kate is groaning and lying on the floor of the broken elevator car. Two women stand waiting to get on, but they stare in horror down at her. One of them, played by Jackie Lynn Colton, tells Kate nervously that they'll get the next one before pulling her friend out of view.
I think it is. This is all funny. They're really assholes. Like
They are.
because when they grab her legs, he goes, "Make a wish," and they're like, because they're trying to trip her, they're pulling her legs. From like, dude, you guys. And then the fact that y'all don't even care, you'll kill your own other gremlin brethren or whatever,
Yeah.
just for fun. That makes it even more like you don't care.
The morality is frying me. The fact that you don't even care.
They don't.
You don't even care about your own people.
They're not. We're multiplying, but you're like, I don't give a fuck if half of them die. Who cares?
We'll make more. Clamp, Billy, and Forrester enter Clamp's office as he tends to the bite wounds on his hand, wondering if they think that thing had rabies. Billy doesn't think so, but he shares that they have to stop these things from getting wet. Clamp tells him what they have to do. They need to get a lid on this and keep it on. No cops, no media. They'll handle it themselves. He tells Forrester to get down to the system control and get a handle on it. Forrester is like, "Me?" He says that there might be physical danger. Clamp reminds Forrester that he's supposed to get the bugs out of the building, and he would call these some pretty goddamn major bugs. Forrester is forced to agree, but adds that he wouldn't want to try it without an expert. He tells Billy, "Let's go, Peltzer," and Billy leaves with Forrester without a fight. In another Clamp studio, Leonard Maltin, playing himself, is filming his show, The Movie Police. After introducing himself and blowing his whistle, he shares that they're going to start with their video watch today. Holding up a copy of the VHS, he shares that the movie Gremlins was just released on video, although he can't imagine why. Some people found this fun, but he would rather spend 2 hours getting a root canal done. He questions, what's fun about a movie full of ugly, slimy, mean-spirited, gloppy little monsters running amok and attacking innocent people? As he speaks, two gremlins appear behind him, one putting bunny ears behind his head and another holding up another copy of the Gremlins VHS. Despite their groaning, Leonard Maltin remains oblivious until a third gremlin pops up, wrapping a belt around his neck and pulling him backward, causing his theater seat to go flat. Maltin is like, "Wait a minute," before a technical difficulty screen pops up with the drawing of a gremlin on it. He continues to cry out, asserting that he was only kidding. It's a 10.
So looking up Leonard Maltin, like, he's a big deal.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, because obviously the critics, we get what this little bit is. And
Yeah.
I do love it. But it does seem, like I said, he has been doing this for a long time and he's very recognized. In 97, he was made a voting member of the National Film Registry, which they only pick 25 landmark American films every year.
Damn.
That's it. Like, I was looking at all this stuff. I was like, damn, this dude, like, for real, loves film.
Well, he hated the first Gremlins film.
I'm sure.
Yeah. And Fennell said that he felt like this was Joe Dante getting his revenge.
Okay.
Joe Dante and Leonard Maltin were friends, and his poor review of Gremlins had actually hurt Joe Dante's feelings.
Oh.
So Dante called him and asked if he'd be interested in doing this, and Leonard Maltin said yes, that he felt like he kind of owed him that. But since his show was with Entertainment Tonight, he had to get their permission first.
Okay.
Obviously, they granted it, and Maltin would go on after this to give Gremlins 2, the new batch, a more favorable review with 3 out of 4 stars.
Okay.
Interesting.
But what a good sport.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I also think that it is really brave and like, I guess staying true to yourself to view something that your friend made and be like, dude, this was not it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because that's very difficult.
Right.
And to still be honest and be like, I fucking hated this movie.
Well, that and being able to come back and poke fun at yourself. And be like, all right.
In a store, beneath the sign that announces a 2-for-1 special on Velcro, Mohawk is still torturing poor Gizmo. The Mogwai is tied up, crying out in pain when the gremlin rips strips of Velcro off of his fur.
Jesus,
That's
man.
crazy.
He's spending a little too much time on this.
Yeah.
Don't you have other stuff?
They're like, where the hell is Mohawk? In the lab, Wally, played by Sean Nelson, proudly picks a tomato from his workstation and brings it over to Martin and Lewis.
Sean Nelson, he was in Piranha in 78, Inner Space in 87, and The Prophecy in 95.
Oh, hey.
Wally reminds them that he was trying to make tomatoes tougher for when they ship them. He throws the tomato against the wall where it bounces off like it's made of rubber, and he catches it with a smile. Lewis and Martin are amazed and wonder how it tastes. Wally bounces it off the floor like a ball, sharing that that's the best part. They've already gotten calls from chefs at 2 of the airlines, but their attention is drawn to Wally's workstation when something belches. And Zach Galligan did say on commentary that he provided a lot of the belching for the Gremlins. No.
All right.
A gremlin holds a test tube of green liquid, croaking, yum, yum. He turns the vial up and gulps down its contents. The clones wonder if someone left something out, and Wally says that it's eating his vegetable medley. The gremlin burps loudly, and after a moment, the gremlin's ears shrivel into cabbage leaves, and vegetables begin to pop up on his face: tomatoes, peppers, corn. As the vegetable gremlin continues to transform, other gremlins join, and Martin and Lewis argue about them being reptiles. But since reptiles don't laugh, and these are laughing, they can't be reptiles.
Checks out.
Solid. When Martin asks what they are, Lewis guesses. A virus? Another gremlin's clawed hand wraps around a beaker of liquid. Dr. Catheter enters, cradling a pod from Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
After a look around, he demands to know what's going on. He walks past the gremlin gulping from the beaker, straight to Martin, Lewis, and Wally, admonishing that he left them alone for 5 minutes and he came back to utter chaos. He turns back to the gremlin, telling the others that he trusts that's not the brain hormone he's drinking. Speaking gently, Catheter approaches the gremlin, calling him good and nice, offering that he can get him diseases. He'd like that, wouldn't he? Suddenly, the gremlin begins to spasm helplessly, groans rumbling within him. He hits his head on the table multiple times before falling out of view. But we can still see his quaking shadow, still hear the desperate gibbering coming from him as whatever he drank takes hold. He finally goes silent and pulls himself back up to the table with his clawed hands. He is now wearing eyeglasses.
Sure is.
Well, we got a show.
There's been a transformation.
Yes.
We've turned him into John Oliver. He drank the John Oliver potion.
In a weak voice, he croaks, I wanna. But in a brand new articulate voice provided by Tony Randall, the brain gremlin finishes his thought. He wants to talk about what's going on in this room because he thinks there are some fascinating ramifications here for the future.
Tony Randall, he was in 64 episodes of Mr. Peepers, 1952 to 1955.
Not
Chris Kattan.
Chris Kattan.
No, not Chris Kattan.
I just wanted to be clear.
It's like it ran for that many episodes.
The Seven Faces of Dr. Lau in 64. And 114 episodes of The Odd Couple. He is Felix Unger.
Oh.
From 1970 to 1975.
The work that he does as the brain gremlin, I think is really funny.
Yes.
I think it's really good. And while we're stopped for a second, as I had said before about Rick Baker turning down this because he wanted to work with his own designs or whatever, the entire reason that there is a genetic lab in this film was to give Rick Baker the room to do all of this weird shit.
Yeah.
And it is kind of the perfect vehicle for it because, I mean, just what we get in this scene, it is a wide variety of gremlins that would not, there's no other way.
Right. No, yeah.
There's simply no other way. Catheter, Wally, and the clones look around, dumbstruck, as the brain gremlin continues that when you introduce genetic material of research quality to a life form like theirs composed of a sort of... He hesitates to use the word atavism, so he settles on highly aggressive nature. He draws their attention to a gremlin drinking a serum with a bat on the label. He adds that bats are the only mammal capable of true flight as we watch this gremlin shift and mutate, bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Dr. Catheter's eyebrows raise as he struggles to comprehend what he's seeing, but the brain gremlin is intrigued, pondering the developments with a thoughtful, The score grows dark as the bat gremlin reveals itself in all its glory, impressive wings spanning behind it. There is a dish of bubbling blue liquid, the label a drawing of a crossed out sun. The brain gremlin muses, genetic sunblock. He pulls some of the serum into a syringe and approaches the bat gremlin, asking if he can have a quick word with him. He tells the listening bat gremlin that he has potential and he wants to help him be all that he can be. He reminds the gremlin, and us, that sunlight poses a problem for their ethnic group. They don't tan or burn. They instead become a kind of unappetizing photochemical leftover. Lewis and Martin lean forward, stroking their chins as they watch this interaction, and behind them, two gremlins in lab coats mimic. The brain gremlin holds up his syringe, describing the liquid inside as specially designed for those of the nocturnal persuasion to make bright light no problem whatsoever. He decides that this will be of crucial usefulness for where the bat gremlin is going. Without further ado, the brain gremlin sticks the needle of the syringe into the bat gremlin's neck. The bat gremlin cries out briefly, but the formula is injected. Wally asks what they're going to do. Where's the bat gremlin supposed to be going? But Catheter is adamant that they can't let them get out. All they have to do is eat 3 or 4 children and the publicity would be appalling. This dude's evil. Evil as fuck. The brain gremlin puts an end to the speculation when he announces, there it is, the apple. The city's so nice they named it twice. Check it out one time, won't you? Rendered next to the brain gremlin in stop motion now, the bat gremlin begins to flap his wings, catching air. He ascends up as he flies, going over to hover above the doctor and the lab tech's heads before taking off and bursting through the wall of the lab. In his wake, busted into the wall of the building, the bat gremlin has left behind the bat symbol.
That was cool, huh? No.
I was like, well, Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers, yes.
Branding.
It's excellent. It's great.
How cool does he look, though, right before he sticks him in the neck with the needle and, like, you
The
can
wings.
tell, he's just there.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that looks so fucking good.
It looks great.
The work is fantastic.
It really is. It's funny, too, because they had written the bat gremlin busting out of the building and then going to do what we're about to see him do. But after they had written it, they realized he would die. They can't be in sunlight. So that's why they wrote this genetic sunblock in, because they were like, fuck.
Right. He's like, what's this?
This is convenient.
But it's great for the lines.
Right.
It's great.
Right.
Injected with the genetic sunblock, the Bat Gremlin flies freely over the New York streets, flapping his wings and coasting among the tall buildings as a playfully ominous score crescendos. On a TV hanging over the bar in a restaurant in the Clamp building, a TV anchor, played by Christy Whitker, informs us that here in Manhattan, there's been a stream of reports of major mechanical problems at the new Clamp Center office building in Midtown. We glide over to follow a server carrying a tray before lingering on a dining couple. They scream when a gremlin pops up between them. At the salad bar, Dick Buttkiss and Bubba Smith, each playing themselves, are loading their plates when the vegetable gremlin pops out of the leaf lettuce, growling. He grabs Dick Buttkiss by the tie, pulling him forward to smash his face against the sneeze guard. And as he screams for help, Bubba Smith tries to pull him free.
What the fuck's going on here?
So they said that there was a scene where they were talking to each other before this happened, but it
Okay.
ended up getting cut.
Okay.
And Joe Dante said, "What remains is was that fucking Dick Buttkiss?" and Bubba Smith?
I was very confused. It happened, just that scene.
Yes, yeah.
But Dick Buttkiss, one of the greatest linebackers in history.
Great name as well.
Yes.
It's a choice.
He played for the Bears from 65 to 73.
Uh-huh.
And Bubba Smith. Dude, it took me a second, honestly, to like even kind of realize who he was. And then when I was doing research, I was like, there's no way that was really him. I do know this man. He is in every Police Academy movie. 1 through 5, 84, 85, 86, 87, and 88. They turned him out every year. He's Hightower. But he also played for the Baltimore Colts back in the late 60s. He played for the Oakland Raiders, the Houston Oilers. That's how old you know that was.
I was going to say.
It's just so random.
Yeah, I don't
It's so
understand.
random. At a Raymond James, also inside of the Clamp building, the Gremlins have taken over the desk, barking orders on phones to buy, and sell, sell. The plaque marking them a member of the New York Stock Exchange is shattered. We pan over to find a man in a business suit restrained into a chair with his tie and a phone cord. The other employees gather their papers into their briefcases and flee. The brain gremlin sits on the phone at another desk, remarking that it's a full-scale panic. Wearing a crisp button down and a tie now, he shares to someone over the phone that it's rather brutal here. They're advising their clients to put everything they've got into canned food and shotguns.
What the hell?
No, I thought it'd be more gremlin related.
Yeah.
But
Me too.
it's like, don't buy lights. I don't know.
A note that Dante had gotten that he kind of conceded was that he said at the time everybody in this line of work was wearing these bright yellow power ties. And so in this little clip, they had everybody running around in chaos with those ties on, and that a gremlin was going to pop up, cut one of the ties and say, "Stupid tie." And they were like, everybody's going to be offended if you do that. People are going to get really upset.
Who cares?
I know.
No, it's a gremlin, dude.
Yeah.
I know.
You're mad about
Yeah.
gremlin?
Yeah. And so they took it out.
Really?
It's not here.
Oh, yeah. I think my eyes glazed over in this section, but that's not a reason
He's
to take
got
that
no
out.
notes for this.
Yeah, it's just a blank sheet of paper.
The halls are completely overrun with gremlins terrorizing people that are trying to flee. Finally freed from the elevator, Kate stumbles down the halls, screaming when she encounters a man fighting a gremlin in the hall and someone else crashing through a glass door. Over the PA, the announcer calmly asks everyone to take a moment to locate the nearest exit and go to it very quickly. The danger is here in the building. She advises you to take your belongings with you and to take care not to step on other people trying to leave the building. Kate rounds the corner, but when a potted plant falls in front of her and crashes, she scurries away. Gremlins are everywhere, even forcing a man to fall from the level above. The food court beyond is in complete chaos, with employees being tackled and attacked by gremlins. Kate rushes past, accosted by a huge group of gremlins staying behind a barrier, led by the vegetable gremlin. He's busy.
Yes.
Who was initiating a food fight. But Kate is able to evade them and round the corner. Here, she finds the Flasher Gremlin, sunglasses on his eyes and a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he rips open his trench coat, revealing his little gremlin body beneath. Fed up, Kate kicks him across the hall, and with no other recourse, she stumbles to the wall and pulls the fire alarm. Who taught them this?
What have you been watching?
Yeah.
No.
Didn't that also happen in the first one?
I was going to say, I think we did this in the first one.
I think
as well.
so.
Yeah. It's like no matter what we do, one of them
This
is
is where
going to
they-
be
It's going to come back.
disgusting.
The announcer's voice booms, musing, fire, the untamed element, oldest of man's mysteries, giver of warmth, destroyer of forests. Right now, this building is on fire.
the voiceover for the building is great.
so
like
funny.
It's really good.
In a hallway, oblivious employees step out and look around when one of them, played by May Quigley, asks confused, "What?" The announcer seems to answer her, "Yes, the building is on fire. Leave the building. Enact the age-old drama of self-preservation." Everyone starts to run, panicked. Outside, Murray and Sheila are standing outside of the Cathedral of St. Eva Marie, which is a play on the actress's name, Eva Marie Saint.
Okay.
But we pan down the cathedral to find the Futtermans. Sheila breathes that it's a beautiful building, but Murray disagrees. It looks like something out of the Dark Ages. Sheila smacks her husband's arm, but when he asks, "Hey, Quasimodo, you home?" Sheila giggles. She's still giggling when Murray's smile drops. He sees something flying over the high slanted roof of the cathedral. Something with wings. When the Bat Gremlin swoops down closer, Murray cries out, "It's one of them!" He drops their suitcases in the street and the Bat Gremlin comes directly for Murray. He protects his face and swipes out at the gremlin as it hovers above and advances on him. Murray hurries along the crowded street, gaining looks from passerbys and annoyance when he bumps into a man on his way. I'm like, do y'all not see
I
that?
swear to God.
He finally stops when the walkway is blocked off and new sidewalk is being poured. The Bat Gremlin keeps up, his talons finally gaining purchase on the top of Murray's head and slicing the skin of his forehead open. Bravely, Murray reaches up and grabs the gremlin by the legs, holding on when he tries to fly away. Murray drags the Bat Gremlin down, throwing him into the wet cement of the sidewalk. Thinking quickly, he turns the cement mixer to pour right on top of the Bat Gremlin, and the cement covers him, weighing him down. Murray joins Sheila's side, who has her camera at the ready. They stand with the gathering group, watching the gremlin struggle. The Bat Gremlin finally finds the strength to fly away, covered in cement. He is able to fly to the top of the cathedral and perch before the cement freezes him into place. Once a Bat Gremlin, and now a Gargoyle Gremlin.
To see him frozen is hilarious.
It was great.
It happens quick.
Yeah. Just a little bit of sunlight.
Yeah. Yes. They said they used a mixture of a flying rig, a puppet, and stop motion for the Bat Gremlin attacking Murray. They had a puppeteer when it's in the cement, and the cement was really oatmeal, but they had a puppeteer underneath with its hand inside of the Bat Gremlin making it move around.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
And a lot of the times when somebody is being attacked by a gremlin, I think they called them butt puppets, where they didn't have a lower half of their body. And so whoever's being attacked by the gremlin has their hand inside of the gremlin attacking themselves.
That
Yes.
takes a lot of...
Yes.
Yeah.
In a toy store inside of Clamp Center, George stands with a cigar, admiring a giant red gremlin rendered from Legos. And Lego really did send this to them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Lenny pops out from the back of a toy truck, knocking into George, who in turn knocks into the Lego figure. It falls forward and crashes on the ground. Lenny is unbothered as he cuddles with the gremlin stuffy, which I don't know where he got that.
Well, they were reviewing the movie as well.
Yeah.
Well, the first one.
Well, all right.
But as driving electric guitar hammers on, we find Mohawk manning the remote for a train set. As he cackles, the train comes speeding down the track, crashing into Gizmo, who we find tied to the tracks. Mohawk laughs evilly in triumph.
Damn, how long is he going to do this shit?
This is personal.
Yeah.
But why?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is he somehow related to Stripe?
Like he has Stripe's memories?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Because even like when George and Lenny and Daffy were born, along with Mohawk, they were like, get your ass into that vent. Like, it's immediate animosity toward Gizmo, and I don't know why he is so cute.
Huh.
How can you be mad at him? Dry nose and everything.
This time.
You can't judge him on his past.
No, he's trying to be better.
Yes. In the hallway, everyone is fleeing the lab, including the animals. Martin and Lewis sprint away, and Dr. Catheter stumbles down the hall behind them, breathing. The horror, the breakage. Billy and Forster find him, and when Billy asks what happened, the doctor stammers that they fought back. He turns away from them, muttering, "Things. Stuff." He turns back to Billy and grabs him by the jacket, declaring that he swears to God he will never hurt anything again. Some things man is not meant to splice. It's in this moment that Forster agrees with Clamp's sentiment. The catheter is a problem tenant. Billy implores the doctor to calm down. Just tell them where he saw the things. Forster declares that they are not renewing the doctor's lease and walks off.
Come on, dude.
This is like the least of our concerns right now. Catheter lets go of Billy and booms at him not to patronize him. They're real. He saw them. Billy agrees that he's seen them too, but where did the doctor see them? The screen starts to stutter, jumping and glitching when Dr. Catheter answers. In my laboratory, the splice of life. His voice speeds up and goes high-pitched when he admits that it's a stupid name, but it wasn't his idea.
It's a great name.
Yeah, it is.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Finally, the film completely burns away, leaving nothing but a white screen and the movie we've been watching and reviewing, Gremlins 2, The New Batch, is broken. Until next time, guys.
Oh, no.
You're already packing up your
What
things?
will we do? My mic's unplugged.
In the new stark whiteness, the shadow of two cackling gremlins appear. Using their clawed hands, they make shadow puppets, describing them in their strange rasping voices. One makes a bird, the other a bunny rabbit. The first somehow makes a perfect silhouette of Abraham Lincoln, proclaiming 7 years ago. The gremlins laugh at themselves and each other. The silhouette of another one pops into view, cradling the reel with the unspooled film all over him. He peeks at this before throwing his head back and cackling. He rushes toward us, his shadow growing bigger and bigger as he proclaims, "Nudie, nudie, nudie!" The screen gives way to the film's beginning. Sun Worshipper Film presents Volleyball Holiday. And in the old black and white film, two nude women smile as they play volleyball, their bodies cleverly hidden with angles and leaves.
This is hilarious. I'm going to be honest.
I agree. I think that it's very bold and very funny. And him doing this at all was inspired by The Tingler. He wanted to do something that William Castle would have done. The fucking pranks and shit that he would play in the theater.
Okay.
So he, even in his initial idea, he wanted to direct the audience to look up to the projection room in the theater and have gremlins, like cutouts of gremlins, pop out on springs. But the studio said no. They also asked him to cut this down and make it shorter. These studios have always thought that we were fucking idiots, okay? They asked Dante to make this shorter because if people really thought the film had messed up and stopped, they would immediately leave the auditorium.
Come on.
So they're not going to sit for a second? Like they're
Not
literally...
one second.
Every-
And that's what Dante said. He said it's only a few seconds. And when they screened it, the test audiences loved it. And when it premiered, they thought that it was hilarious. But the fact that just the burning image of the film, people would be like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. The whole theater's burning down. It's like, no, it's not, dude.
I know.
Hang out.
We're so stupid. stupid.
And it literally is. You're not joking. It's a few seconds and then there's a shadow of a gremlin.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you
Which
can
is
tell.
what you were watching.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's something else. We got to go.
And didn't you tell me I had full control? What the fuck?
Yeah.
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 That's, honestly. They're like, accept that.
Yeah, you got to.
I guess except the theater experience. He could
Okay.
control what was in his movie. But the fact that they were like, no, you're going to lose them. It's like, it's funny. It's a joke. It's
It
a
is.
gag. Like, especially if you saw this in the theater, I bet this was a blast.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was going to say is I bet this played so well.
Yeah.
I swear I saw a video recently on social media. I can't remember which one, but it was them doing this and the scene happened and then everybody turns around and it is happening. The projectionist is being attacked by
That's great.
Gremlins.
That's great.
so at least
I wonder-
someone's keeping the spirit alive.
Yeah.
There is like 30 minutes of deleted scenes of this movie that you can find online.
Oh.
So I wonder if more of it ended up there.
Okay.
And it's on the Blu-ray, I think, too. An irate mother, played by Belinda Boloski, rushes into the theater lobby, spilling her popcorn in her haste as she drags her daughter, played by Nikki Rose, behind her.
Belinda Boloski. We talked about her in The Howling.
We sure did. She was also in the first Gremlins.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is his thing.
We're breaking down a lot.
Yeah. The little girl whines that she wants to see the Gremlins. Her mother ignores her, making a beeline for the theater manager, played by Paul Bartel. She tells him emphatically that she can't believe this. It's even worse than the first one. T, shut up.
Why are you booing her? She's right.
Paul Bartel. He directed Cannonball in 78. He also directed The Long Shot in 86. He starred in Piranha in 78 and Frankenweenie in 84.
Okay. Bored, the manager points out that they just show the movies. They don't make them. The mother tries to argue, but they're interrupted when the projectionist, played by Kenneth Tobey, comes down the stairs, wrapped in film reel with a shiner of a black eye.
Kenneth Tobey. He was also in The Howling.
That tracks.
You love how Dante
Yes.
just
Yes.
reuses people.
He declares that he quits. Those things have taken over the projector and they refuse to show the rest of the film. They just want to see Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, which is what they were watching in the theater in the original Gremlins.
Okay.
And singing.
Yeah, they were.
I know, it's pretty cute. The manager decides that that's enough. He says that he'll take care of this. So this is based on an experience that Joe Dante said that he had, which I can't help but feel like he may have added just a little bit of hot sauce to.
Okay.
He said that this really happened during a showing of the first Gremlins during the microwave scene. A mother pulled her child out of the theater and came out to complain. And while she's yelling at, I guess, Joe Dante and the theater manager, because he was there, the little girl ran back in and hid in the seats to watch the rest of the movie. So for the rest of the movie, he's standing next to this irate mother who can't find her daughter. That's his story.
It's just funny that she's like, hey, there's the director right there.
Yeah, no. Right, you made this, didn't you?
The manager goes back into the movie theater with his glowing wand to light the way. Volleyball Holiday is still playing on the screen and asses are still in the seats. The manager goes straight to one of the moviegoers, who is recognizable from behind, but we'll get to that in a second. He reports in a whisper that there are gremlins in the projection booth. Can he help them? The moviegoer stands, revealing himself to be Hulk Hogan, playing himself in full costume.
Fuck Hulk Hogan.
Uh-huh.
Or
Rest in
Terry,
peace.
Terry Hogan or whoever.
Yeah.
Fuck Terry. But again,
At the time,
he was a hero, quote unquote, in wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He stood for something or whatever.
Pretended to.
Pretended. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't stand at all.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Too far. What did Hulk Hogan say?
No.
In the film, not that
In the
tape.
film, in the
film.
film. Online.
Yeah.
He turns to face us, looking up to the projection room as he orders the gremlins to listen up. People paid good money to see this movie. Holding these snacks in his hand and squeezing them in his anger, Hulk Hogan reminds the Gremlins that when people go to the theater, they want cold soda, hot popcorn, and no monsters in the projection booth. The manager nods in support, and Hulk Hogan wonders, does he have to go up to the projection booth himself? Do they think the Grimsters can stand up to the Hulkster? He rips his tank top open, revealing his red hot dog skinned chest, and he threatens that if he were them, he'd run the rest of Gremlins 2 right now. Looking directly into the camera with a small smile, Hulk Hogan tells us, sorry, folks, it won't happen again. Behind him, Volleyball Holiday has stopped, and the theater has gone dark. As the audience applauds and Hulk Hogan sits down, the series of screens with the Clamp logo replaces our view of things, and we are once again back inside of Gremlins 2, the new batch.
I fucking loved every single second of this whole bit. Like that, and even transitioning back from after he sits down and then we go back to the movie and it's the TV screens. I was like, that's fucking peak, dude. I was like, God damn.
It's very funny. It's a big swing. It's like, what the hell? Because he's like, look, if we're going to do it, let's do it. You can tell he just, again, threw everything at the wall. Mm-hmm. They had initially wanted Clint Eastwood to do this, what Hulk Hogan is doing, but he was out of the country filming something, and then they recalling it, they were like, he probably wouldn't have done it anyway. But they did make one for the VHS release where the VHS fucks up, and then the Gremlins are in a Western and they get John Wayne to kick them back out and go back to their own movie. So that's on, you can find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But they got John Wayne's son's permission, and they got an impersonator to do his voice. But he fucking shoots the Gremlins.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He does.
It's a little worse than a leg drop.
The screens of the control room come to life with chimes, all displaying a warning of technical difficulties. Grandpa Fred looks at this before going to another screen and turning it on. A reporter, Eric Shawn, playing himself, is reporting from outside the Clamp Center, declaring that something strange is certainly going on inside, but it's hard to determine what it is. Another screen comes on, showing another reporter, Mike Salort, also playing himself, proposing that this is a day that Daniel Clamp would like to forget. Another screen flickers to life with another reporter, Heidi Kemp, playing herself as she checks her notes and shares that police are not permitting any news media inside the building at this time. But as soon as they're allowed in, they'll be broadcasting live from inside the building. As he watches her in his Dracula costume, Grandpa Fred's reflection is right next to Heidi Kemp on the screen. Her words suddenly strike him. He smiles. Live? From inside? And he hurries into the hallway.
A lifelong dream.
Yeah.
The score grows frenzied as people move quickly through the halls trying to escape, but Fred spots Katsuji still walking around with his camera. Fred snatches him, and while Katsuji is initially frightened by the sight of him, Fred calms him and asks if he can work a TV camera. Katsuji asks, "Work a camera? I am a camera." Fred beams at this and takes Katsuji with him down the hall. But in the lab, a gremlin snatches up a vial of red liquid, the label on the side depicting a lightning bolt. He raises the smoking substance to his lips and drinks it down, burping once it's all gone. Bright blue electricity crackles within the gremlin's stomach before taking over his body completely. The electric gremlin spasms and becomes a flash of lightning, zapping over the beakers and test tubes before disappearing into an outlet. Another gremlin finds a smoking beaker. The words on the label are clear. Acid, do not throw in face. Which I know you appreciate.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I immediately thought of JP.
Yes.
Yeah. What are the chances?
Right.
Yeah.
Dude, that's happening a lot on this show.
Yeah.
An appalling amount, actually. He contemplates for a brief moment before throwing it into the face of another gremlin, who screams as the acid sizzles. He raises a Phantom of the Opera mask over half of his burned face as he giggles. Elsewhere in the lab, a broken beaker with the symbols for male and female interlocked on the label rests at the feet of another gremlin. But this gremlin is wearing black pumps and has voluptuous calf muscles. We rise to find her body clad in a short pink leopard print dress, and with her back to us, we see her long green hair. Billy, Catheter, and Forster approach the lab. Catheter asserts that he knows they think he's insane, but Forster corrects that they don't think that. If Catheter were insane, they couldn't sue him.
Come on, man.
Yeah, one-track mind. One-track mind. They open the doors and step inside to the continued chaos of the Splice of Life lab. The gremlins hang from the ceiling, drink blindly from beakers, clink them together until they break, and crash glass over each other's heads. As a leaf of lettuce falls on Forster's shoulder, he mutters that this is a complete failure of management. We pan over the gremlins laughing, causing mischief, and one of them reading The Double Helix by James D. Watson, when Billy realizes they're eating the genetic stuff. Catheter grieves years of research, patents, and experiments. Billy shares that they're afraid of bright light. He asks if there are any in here, but Catheter laments that the gremlins have broken them all. As more glass breaks, Catheter leads Billy away, realizing that he does have some small assault weapons.
You what?
God.
It's like, actually.
I totally forgot. Forster stays behind, surveying the ongoing damage, when the female gremlin finally turns and reveals herself behind him. Greta Gremlin, with her coiffed green hair, purple eyeshadow, big red lips, and matching nail polish, she sets her sights on Forster. She pulls the lettuce leaf from his shoulder, declaring, "What a hunk!" Forster turns to look at her, and Greta puckers her big lips. She jumps on Forster, pushing him against the wall and planting kisses on his face. She pulls away from him, batting her eyelashes and imploring him, "Don't be afraid of what you feel." Forster cries out for help.
He's afraid.
Yes. They had 3 different puppets made for Greta. One has the puckering lips, one has the batting eyelashes, and one is a butt puppet where Picardo is puppeting her, attacking him.
Wow. You never would think that.
No,
not at all.
But Catheter is still leading Billy to a set of lockers on the other side of the room, admitting that this is just a hobby of his, but he's got stuff in here that would drop a charging puma at 50 feet. When electricity crackles, Billy flinches. Forster is finally able to fling Greta off of him, but her lipstick smooches remain on his face. He tries to flee, but Greta grabs onto his leg, wrapping her body around it and holding on when he stumbles down the hall away from the lab. Greta cries out, "Why can't you just commit?" Catheter sticks his hand into the locker, deciding that it's time to give them a taste of iron. But a gremlin was waiting inside, and when Catheter pulls his arm out, his hand up to the wrist is lost inside the gremlin's mouth. He swings it around, knocking over an array of equipment before Billy is able to pull the gremlin off. He tosses the gremlin and it lands on a stool and rolls away. But the light behind Billy begins to glow, and the electric gremlin bursts from it in a bolt of light, the shape of the screaming creature briefly visible in the lightning when it zaps straight to Dr. Catheter. The doctor cradles his trembling, bleeding hand as he is electrocuted, the current overtaking him and running through him. Catheter falls to his knees and finally collapses to the floor, dead.
Yeah.
They killed him.
They killed him.
Well, electricity would do that.
It does. It's very dangerous.
What the hell?
That was crazy.
He had even repented.
He did.
Yeah. I just don't, because he was deep, his hand inside that gremlin's
Yeah.
mouth. How did you not notice that when you were putting your hand in there?
That's a fair point. You need more awareness in situations like these.
He's reaching for a gun and he's like, "Is that a tonsil?" No, keep going.
Yeah. That's where I keep my guns.
The electric demon is visible, made from the bolts. It cackles in triumph. Billy realizes that Dr. Catheter left the locker to the weapons open when a cackling mohawk fires a gun at him. I guess he's taking a break from.
Yeah.
He's taking a break from Gizmo. Ducking and covering, Billy sprints from the lab as Mohawk continues to fire. Once Billy is gone, Mohawk sets his sights on another vial of liquid. The sticker on this one depicts a spider. The score grows dark as Mohawk snatches it up and proclaims, "Yum."
Please, no.
You gotta like this one, man.
Now what we get is fantastic.
It is.
Okay.
But I was very scared.
One of the gremlins that was watching Mohawk fire the gun drinks from his own vial, but when the liquid sprays out of him through tiny holes in his body, we realize that he took some friendly fire. His cohorts laugh, and once he gets over the surprise, the shot gremlin laughs too.
This is very cartoon.
Of course. Back in the toy store, Gizmo is still tied to the tracks with an overturned and smoking train crashed into him. But pulling at his restraints with his teeth, Gizmo is able to free himself. He hears the voice of Rambo echoing in his mind. To survive a war, you gotta become war. And Gizmo lets these words sink in.
Okay.
You knew it was coming back.
Yeah. He had enough. But they were fucking torturing him the whole time.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
He spent this whole film in hell.
Yeah.
The entire movie.
They crushed his home at the beginning. He had to run away. He got kidnapped.
He got his wrist broken.
Yeah.
by his best
That was
friend.
friendly fire. But
It's been fucking rough.
Yeah.
Outside, a little boy slips underneath the partition separating the gathered crowd from Clamp's building. He is whisked away by an officer, and this short little 2-second interaction, they had told Dante to cut it for like runtime or for pacing, whatever. That is his nephew. So he was like, no, I'm not cutting that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All 3 reporters are crowded around a cop, played by Frank P. Ryan. Heidi Kemp implores him to just let them inside. They'll take the responsibility, but the cop tells her to can it. Most of the people inside are already out. Eric Shawn asks what's in there anyway. He's been to Beirut. The cop quips that he bets they miss him there. In the office, Clamp talks on the phone, fresh from a shower and clad in a comfy robe. Not noticing Grandpa Fred reporting on one of the monitors behind him, Clamp stresses that it's important to keep this out of the media. These people get you to say something, then they twist it and embellish it, and before you know it, finally, Clamp notices Fred on the screen. He turns the sound on, and Grandpa Fred's voice is audible when he shares that he's reporting live exclusively over the Clamp News Channel from the lobby of the Clamp Center building. Clamp sinks down into his chair, his eyes wide with horror and his phone call forgotten. Fred stands in front of a cluster of chaotic gremlins, and he describes them as creatures, perhaps from another galaxy or from a dimensional warp. He says that they've invaded and run riot through the building, sending hundreds of people fleeing for their lives. Clamp stares at the screen and questions in disbelief. Dracula? He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
No.
It's very funny to think he still has the time or like I have to shower. I gotta get clean.
Yeah. I mean, it shows how untouched he is by what everybody else is going through.
Yeah.
Mhm. And how unplugged in he is. I'm on your network.
Yeah.
Literally. In a weight room, Gizmo's shadow is cast on the wall as his trembling arms lift a weight above his head. We pan over to find him in the fur, squeaking as he pushes his strength to the limit, but the floor suddenly gives way beneath him and he falls through.
You don't have time for this. Gizmo.
I know.
He's got to train.
Yeah, you should have thought about that. Your lifestyle changes are not like we don't have time.
No.
Out on the street, Microwave Marge stands among the crowd with Murray behind her, still bleeding from the gremlin scratch on his head. Marge cries out that there are horrible little green monsters in that building. Murray rushes past her with Sheila close behind, clutching her camera. When a fireman, played by Isaiah Whitlock Jr., takes aim at the building with his hose, Murray rushes over to stop him, explaining that he can't use water. It's not fire in there. It's gremlins. If they get wet, they multiply.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah. And this is not the only one. But I was like, okay. Isaiah Whitlock Jr., he was in The Black Klansman in 2018, Cocaine Bear in 2023, and 25 episodes of The Wire from 02 to 08.
That's right.
And we talked about him in 1408.
We
That's
sure
right.
did.
For a second.
When he was like, I'm not fucking going in there.
Oh. And rest in peace.
I know.
Yeah.
The fireman steps away and the cop comes over instead. Murray implores that he let him inside because he knows how to deal with them. The cop is like, sure, pal. He tells Murray to just take it easy and calm down. Murray tells him not to talk to him like he's crazy. He's not crazy. Realization dawns on him and he turns to his wife. He was never crazy. He cradles her face and asserts, I'm fine. But he quickly turns back to the cop and is caught when he sprints forward, demanding, let me in there. In a hallway, electric guitar goes wild as Mohawk gulps down the spider serum. When he seizes, we pan over to his shadow on the wall, where long, spindly spider's legs begin to sprout from Mohawk's body. That's gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
When Billy returns to Clamp's office, Clamp is getting dressed in a fresh suit. He begs Billy to tell him there's been some progress, and Billy wishes he could say there was, but things are really bad out there. Clamp is like, bad? It's horrible. Only one of my channels are still on the air. He says that there are real human beings inside this building, real lives. Does he have any idea what kind of lawsuits they're looking at here?
Clamp.
I know.
And Billy understands this, but his eyes flit to the outlet on the wall where visible electricity crackles. The electric gremlin shoots out in a spark, hovering in the air and taking the shape of the creature. Instinctively, Billy holds up the phone and somehow the electric gremlin is sucked inside. When Billy slams down the smoking receiver, the electric gremlin is somehow rendered in 2D, crying out from its bolt body on the screen. An automatic voice says that all of the operators are busy and our call will be handled in the order it was received.
Now, this might surprise both of you.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that.
It's
Okay.
great. It's
That
great.
was really, really good.
Okay.
Staring at this, Clamp asks what it is. Billy explains that it's one of those things. Clamp's like, they come in electric? And Billy concedes, they do now. He says it's in the phone system on hold. The electric gremlin continues to scream on the screen as hold music plays. Clamp slides the cassette into the VCR, admitting that he never thought this would run. Maybe it will. As the tape begins to play on all of his screens, displaying a waving American flag against a bright blue sky, Clamp's posture straightens with respect. A voice on the tape announces that because of the end of civilization, the Clamp cable network now leaves the air. As the flag gives way to shots of nature and animals, the voice continues that they hope they've enjoyed their programming, but more importantly, they hope you have enjoyed life.
I
This
know.
is dark.
Yeah.
So because it's going on in here, the whole world's going to end.
In his mind, that's the only way the Clamp channel, Clamp network, whatever is going off the air is if the
world is ending. It's crazy. They really prepared for everything.
Yeah.
His eyes brimming with tears and his face trembling with emotion, Clamp asks, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Billy agrees flatly that it's very moving, but he presses on, asking Clamp if there's any way they can turn all the clocks ahead in the building 3 hours. Wiping the tears from his face, Clamp asserts that there is nothing they can't do in this building. Why? Billy clarifies that sunlight kills these things, and that's why they're all in here. If they can fool the gremlins into thinking the sun has actually gone down, maybe they'll gather in the lobby. Clamp cries out, "Right! The only way out of the building is those front doors," which seems like a safety hazard.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He hurries to a control panel in his desk and starts pressing buttons. He says that the sun sets at 7:32, and Billy proposes that they make their move at 4:20. Blaze it.
Yeah, I was going to say, do I go get high first?
Like, and then we'll figure out the gremlins.
Yeah, right. Wait. Let's smoke this joint real quick and then...
Clamp loves this. He slides on his watch and buckles his belt, reasoning that the gremlins are off balance because they'll have information that they don't. That's how you take somebody out. But he realizes a problem. Won't they see the sun is still out? Billy says that that's the tricky part, and Clamp will have to take care of that. He'll have to set it up from the outside. Tying his tie and sliding on his shoes, Clamp is excited that he'll finally be able to use his secret exit. Billy reiterates that if he can pull this off, Clamp might just save the city. Clamp's eyes go wide as he imagines the headlines. Developer saves city.
Hey, whatever gets you to...
Sure.
I will say this, though. Him being like, now I can use my secret exit. So you've had that this whole time and haven't left?
That's true.
So, okay, I guess.
I didn't even think about that. What's also funny to me is Billy thinking that the gremlins are consulting the clock.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's not time yet. Well, they've learned. Look how much they've learned already.
They have.
Honestly.
It's so funny.
They're the only ones following the rules.
Yeah. In the control room, George and Lenny are watching The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. And when the creature snatches up a police officer in his mouth, the gremlins share a look before bursting into laughter. Do you guys remember Marla?
I gotta be honest.
Right now.
Yeah.
Just right now.
She's walking down a long hallway, yelling out for anyone still employed here. She needs illumination in her office. Now! When the announcer proclaims that here, they want you to be able to achieve all you can, Marla mutters, "Then turn on the lights in my office." She turns around, walking backwards to talk back to the voice, but she backs right into a giant spider web taking up the entire hall. Caught inside of it, she grumbles, "This is new."
Yeah.
Incredible reaction.
Yeah, it didn't even sound like she was annoyed.
No.
It was like, oh, this is new. It's like, what?
I didn't know they put this here.
She's hyper-focused. In the weight room, Gizmo is shadow boxing in front of a punching bag. When he finally hits it, it swings back and knocks him out of view. He's working on it. He's doing his best.
He's trying.
Again, Gizmo. You're really trying my patience. You built up all this goodwill with all these other ugly mogwai. And then you do this shit.
Well, he's trying to psych himself up. I don't think he's going to do it.
It's a big task.
Well, all your friends are dead.
Yeah,
So.
they are.
Outside, a decorative tree lifts on its stand to unveil Clamp's secret exit, a tiny elevator made for one. As soon as the reporters spot Clamp, they rush to him, bombarding him with questions. Is it true the building's been evacuated? Is the building on fire? Clamp chuckles as he says, no, that was a false alarm. They've just got some problems. Heidi Kemp bristles at the word problems. He's got a man in there in a Dracula costume broadcasting with little green monsters. Is Clamp trying to panic New York City? Clamp smiles. Absolutely not. He moves along at a brisk pace and the reporters follow. When asked if he's saying the monsters are real, Clamp clarifies that he's not saying that. People continue to follow Clamp, but Murray stays behind, eyeing the tiny elevator that Clamp ascended in. He hurries in and presses the button, wiping blood from his forehead as he descends into the building. And once he's gone, Sheila turns with a smile, looking for her husband. In the control room, a screen alerts, climate control pressure unstable, maximum comfort level. Lenny is guffawing as he randomly presses buttons and pulls levers. This prompts visibly cold air to burst through the vents, blowing papers and items around a hallway as Billy walks through it. He's looking around when he hears the familiar chittering coming from a dentist's office. Yes, there's also a dentist's office here. He goes inside looking for Gizmo, and we see his shadow on the wall as a gremlin pops up and hits him on the head with a mallet. Billy falls out of sight.
I feel like this is his fault.
Keep your guard up.
Yeah.
Billy's fault or Gizmo's fault?
Whoa.
Well,
Gizmo's
we'll
not
say
here.
Billy.
Gizmo's like, still fucking punching nothing. It's like, dude.
He's trying to see if Billy would take care of it.
Maybe.
And then,
Maybe if I wait longer.
I won't have to do anything.
yeah, I won't have to save them.
Well, Billy got taken out. So,
yes, he did.
So we need to
yeah.
step it up. Following a paperclip rope hanging from an open vent, we glide down into an office where we find Gizmo at a desk. Using his nimble fingers, he unfolds a clip and glues a rubber band to it to make a makeshift bow. Next to him, the time on the digital clock speeds forward. He's arming himself.
Yeah, he's doing something now.
Mm-hmm. Taking his sweet time.
Yeah, he is. He's preparing.
He literally is watching time run out.
There is a few things that they did. We'll talk about another instance later where they started with the end of something and worked their way backwards to make it happen. And the whole Rambo thing started with this weapon, with what weapon Gizmo would use, because they wanted him to use nunchucks, but they realized that his arms can't reach over his head.
Come on.
So they decided on a bow and arrow, and that's what made them think of Rambo, and they called Sylvester Stallone to get permission to do it.
Okay.
And he was down. In the restaurant, an analog clock on the wall speeds forward as well. As we glide over to the TV above the bar, we hear a chorus of cackling gremlins. The static on the screen gives way to Grandpa Fred sitting on a set. He's annoyed when a gremlin's hand comes into view and blots powder onto his face with a puff. The restaurant is stuffed with gremlins watching this broadcast, with one walking through holding a tray of drinks. Fred reports that an entire race of strange little beings has invaded the Clamp Center building. And in a bizarre twist, one of the creatures, he pauses. Creatures. Is that accurate? The camera pans to find the brain gremlin, who agrees. Mm-hmm. And at the sight of him, all the gremlins in the restaurant cheer.
He's their leader now.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've got representation.
Yeah. I have to say, dude, Grandpa Fred was meant for this because he's been a journalist for like 30 minutes and he already scored an interview with the lead gremlin.
Yeah,
That's
no
incredible.
shit. Yeah.
That's true. We join Fred and the brain gremlin on a talk show set in a studio where Fred asserts that this gremlin can talk, and he's going to talk with us right now. Fred says that the main question is, what do they want? The brain gremlin explains as he smokes his pipe that what they want is what everyone wants and what Fred and his viewers have: civilization. Fred asks what kind of civilization he's speaking of. As we pan over the rowdy gremlins in the restaurant, drinking, screaming, breaking things, cheering, and chittering, the brain gremlin details the niceties, the fine points, diplomacy, compassion, standards, manners, tradition. In the studio, he continues that they might stumble along the way, but civilization is what they want. The Geneva Convention, chamber music, Susan Sontag, everything Fred's society has worked so hard to accomplish over the centuries. That's what they aspire to. And no, I don't know. Why her? As Katsuji snaps photos, another gremlin with a propeller hat pops up next to the brain gremlin, gibbering annoyingly. The brain gremlin tells Fred to take him, for instance. He turns with a gun and unceremoniously shoots the gremlin in the face. He flies back. Katsuji hides behind the camera. The gremlins in the restaurant cheer. And afraid, Fred gets up from his seat. The brain gremlin wonders, was that civilized? No, clearly not. Fun, but in no sense civilized. Somebody online had put, I can't believe...
God.
I can't believe that the climax of Joker is just a reference to Gremlins.
I
mean, you get what you fucking deserve.
I was like, stop. That's so stupid.
It kind of seems like Gremlins set a lot of things in motion then, huh?
We hadn't thought of it.
Up on the screen in the restaurant, the brain gremlin implores everyone to bear in mind that they've never been to New York before. They'll have to learn how to get tickets to Broadway shows, and there's a lot of street crime, but he thinks they can watch that for free. That's very funny.
Yes.
As a tapestry adorned with nighttime and stars slides over the windows of the lobby, the brain gremlin continues that they want the essentials: dinettes, complete bedroom groups, convenient credit, even if they've been turned down in the past.
Hey.
Come on.
Don't we all?
I know. What the hell?
Outside, wearing a hard hat, Clamp warns the driver of the crane, lowering the tapestry, to be careful. The fire chief, played by John Capodice, walks over, wanting to know what's going on here.
John Capodice, he was in Jacob's Ladder.
Oh, wow.
This is another one. You know his face.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he did have a longer segment here with more lines and it got cut.
Okay.
Oh.
I remember him from Ace Ventura, the first one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Looking up at the building, Clamp explains that these things only come out when it's dark. So they've set all the clocks ahead 3 hours. When they think it's sunset and they see it's a nice night outside, they'll all gather in the lobby. Then they pull the tapestry, sunlight will come through the windows, and they'll be fried. The fire chief is like, sure.
I guess we got a plan.
In the dentist's office, Billy is passed out and restrained to an exam chair. He's awoken by the chittering of toy teeth on the tray next to the chair. He fights to get free, but he's stopped by Lenny, DDS, wearing a medical mask and a white coat and clutching a whirring dental instrument.
DDS, he's got.
Well, he couldn't be impersonating a dentist, surely.
That's illegal.
But yeah, that's a line the Gremlins would never
no.
cross. He holds Billy's mouth open and his eyes roll wildly as he brings the buzzing instrument towards Billy's teeth. Lenny giggles. Is it safe? Billy screams for help.
Is it safe?
I don't know.
It's just an odd question to ask here.
Yeah.
No.
You're not licensed.
Really, look at your eyes, man.
Literally. Fucking. Answering the call, Murray runs into the room. Lenny immediately turns his sights on the newcomer, advancing on him with the drill. But Murray thinks quickly and cleverly, turning on the light above the chair and facing it toward Lenny. Lenny screams when the lights hit him and he flees the room. Murray asks if Billy is okay, and Billy says that he is and implores Murray to get him out of here. Murray gets to work on the restraints. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that was Lenny or Daffy, but it doesn't fucking matter.
One of the
Being
worst
honest.
Gremlins.
One of the
Did
bottoms
this.
here. They had said too on the commentary that they had a hole in the floor next to the dentist chair where the puppeteer was puppeting the gremlin that was attacking Billy. And when Dick Miller ran in here, he fell into that hole.
Oh. I had
And
read
they just said it like, ha ha ha.
like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Like he was hurt.
Yeah.
I did read that all of the sets, if I'm not mistaken, had to be raised in order to accommodate for all the puppeteers below.
Okay.
And so it's a wonder that it only happened once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. In a hallway, Kate calls out for Billy, but it's Marla's voice that replies, calling for someone to get her out of here. Kate pauses outside of an office for a Dr. Quatermass before turning in the direction of Marla's voice. Marla says that she's trapped in some kind of adhesive polymer material and she's on deadline. When Kate finds Marla, she's still trapped in the web. Marla greets her warmly, but Kate is cold. She points out that she could help Marla, or she could leave her here. Marla implores that she listen to her. About Billy, nothing happened. She asked him to dinner, but it was strictly business. Kate looks at her skeptically, and Marla admits that, okay, she'll be honest. It wasn't totally, completely, absolutely business. She did have designs on Billy, but she didn't even get to first base. Nothing happened, okay?
This is when I realized that she does know that they're together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought
Yeah.
that.
No.
She knew.
Yeah, when the interaction in the lobby where she's like, cute hat. I'm like, you fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
knew.
knew.
I thought she was just saying that because she's like thinking that she's below her or whatever.
Well,
Probably that too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's probably a healthy dose of that as well. Kate decides that that's good enough. She takes out a Swiss Army knife and arms herself with the scissors, snipping away at the web and prompting Marla to call her a wonderfully prepared young woman. But behind them, Mohawk and his new spider form stomps into view. Just as Marla is released, he skitters toward them and snarls. Marla and Kate's screams float over to Billy and Murray in another hall, and they hurry in the direction of their cries. The entire hall seems to be coated in Mohawk's web now. Kate and Marla cower on the floor as the gremlin spider hybrid approaches, moving nimbly on his spidery legs, sweeping his webs out of his way and growling. So to piggyback on what you were saying about the raised sets, there was a miscommunication with Rick Baker regarding this scene. Baker thought that this set would be built on risers to be puppeted from underneath, but it was not.
Oh.
So part of this, the Mohawk spider moving forward is in stop motion, and for what's not, it couldn't be operated from beneath, so each leg was moved one by one.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
But the score swells triumphantly when salvation appears from an unlikely source. High up, a vent grate slams open to reveal Gizmo. Makeshift bow and arrow on his back and a red bandana tied around his head. Gizmo takes out a match and narrows his eyes at Mohawk. Marla and Kate cower backwards as Mohawk moves steadily closer, and just as he reaches Kate, Gizmo loads the lit match into his bow. Mohawk spots him, croaking out, "Gizmo." But Gizmo launches the lit match, and it's a straight shot, just like Rambo. Mohawk squeals as he erupts into flames and begins to burn alive. Gizmo smiles a proud and victorious smile, which is a little concerning.
Yeah. So, hey, guys, let's not fuck with Gizmo.
They said, okay, that the crew was setting up this build of the spider gremlin to be burned, and they were using too much rubber cement. And when they were asked if that was too much rubber cement, the guys doing it told them, "We know what we're doing. Go back to playing with your puppets and let us do our job."
Wow, man.
But they did use too much rubber cement, and the fire burned so quickly that it was nothing but a white flash of light caught on camera. So Rick Baker had to build another spider Mohawk gremlin so that they could burn it. Just so that they could burn it.
And they
Yeah.
docked the pay of the...
Yeah, I know. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
As Mohawk burns to death, Murray and Billy free Marla and Kate from the spider webs. Safe from Mohawk now, Kate looks down at Gizmo, cradled in Murray's arms. She asks, "What happened to him?" Billy answers as Gizmo's eyes narrow with determination beneath his red bandana. "I don't know. I guess they pushed him too far."
That's amazing.
It's great.
It's the headband.
That's, yeah.
That's what
so
gave it away.
good. As Mohawk's remains twitch within the flames, Billy proposes that if these things get out, but Murray interrupts. "We'll stop them, Billy." He says that they can't give up now. Washington never gave up. Lincoln never gave up. But covering her face and turning her back, Kate moans, "Oh, please don't mention Lincoln. Something happened to her on Lincoln's birthday." With Murray and Billy standing behind her, she launches off into her memory. She was 6 or 7, and she had the day off from school. Her mom let her go to the park, and she had made her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because she was going through a peanut butter and jelly phase at the time. And there was a man with a beard and a hat who looked just like Abe Lincoln, except he was in a raincoat. Billy tells her gently that they don't have time for this, and he ushers her off screen. Murray looks confused at Marla, who can only shrug. So Dante said that Kate's Christmas monologue in the Gremlins film was so controversial that he knew that he had to make fun of it in this one.
I was like, there was something similar, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I'm vaguely remembering.
It's not funny.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God. That's right.
It's terrible.
Didn't he like burn?
He dies in the chimney trying
Yeah.
to surprise them with Christmas presents, and he broke his neck in the chimney, and they thought that it was a dead cat or a dead bird, and it was her father.
Yeah.
So she doesn't celebrate Christmas.
And Dante's like, we gotta rip that.
Yeah,
We gotta make. It's like, God damn.
Yeah.
it's very funny.
You're like, mission accomplished. Down in the lobby, the plan is working like a charm. The entire area is stuffed with chittering gremlins. The brain gremlin stands in the center of the gathering in his suit, and he asks if everyone is here and receives an enthusiastic affirmative. New York, New York begins, and the Gremlins cry out and back up, playing instruments and wearing various costumes as the Brain Gremlin performs the song. So this is your favorite part?
You don't know me at all.
He was singing with it. What are you talking
He was
about?
good, yeah.
I was playing one of the instruments. I technically, on the technical side, all what they're doing here is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
How much they're actually with each puppet.
Yeah.
That's wild.
It's astonishing.
But no.
Billy, Murray, Kate, and Marla watch from the second floor, and Murray has to admit that these guys aren't bad. So they said that they had put up a piece of paper on set and invited everyone, cast and crew, to write down any ideas that they had for Gremlins, and they incorporated as many as they could. So there are all these random, like, we go through a lot of them in just a minute of the gathering in this lobby, and it was just, oh, Bob wrote a tourist gremlin. That's funny. I mean, they were just putting in everything. A Phantom of the Opera gremlin. That could be fun.
I love that.
They were doing everything.
Hearing that, it really is. This is just that Key and Peele sketch.
So yes. I saw an interview where Joe Dante was asked about that sketch, and he's like, it was hilarious. He goes, that's basically what it was.
That's why.
But as for this, all of these, they're being puppeted. Like this huge mass of gremlins. They had so many people crammed under there operating the puppets from underneath, and they said that they had to just decide which ones needed to be articulated more, because they had gremlins that were being puppeted properly and then other gremlins that were literally stuck on the top of the puppeteers' heads, and they were just moving their heads so that it looked like they were dancing.
That's impressive.
It's wild.
Yeah, I know, T, you don't like this. I love the shit out of this.
He likes that part of it.
Yes.
Okay.
The work.
Oh, yeah.
The
yeah.
work.
The work.
It
Not the
does,
product.
yeah.
The effort.
I'll take your share. It's all
Okay.
right.
Yeah,
Good.
because I love this. Again, I feel like once you get to this point, you're in or you're not.
Yeah,
You know what I
no,
mean?
yeah.
Because this is so ridiculous.
It's very
No,
celery.
100%. I think for me, there's a point where I'm like, we are doing a lot of gags. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
you know, the dentist, I think, was where I was like, I don't even know what
No,
we're doing.
it's a lot.
Right, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
So I will say, I can't say how this ends, but Charlie Haas had said that when he had sent in his draft for the first act and the second act, that Dante and Fennell were like, this is hilarious, it's great, no notes. And then when he was writing the third act, they're like, okay, there's a little bit of a problem. And they said that was it. This is gag after gag after gag and no story. And so the three of them got together and conceived the very end that we're going to get to in a little bit. And then they came up with the idea of this performance of New York, New York. And then they started to work backwards at what would need to happen for these things to fall into place. A certain gremlin that comes into play at the climax of it and whatever. That's how they figured all that stuff out. So they worked backwards from the resolution of the ending, because that was their worry, that nothing is happening.
Mm-hmm.
These are just bits and gags. There is no story.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they got there.
Eventually.
Peering down at them from trash cans, Grandpa Fred reports and Katsuji continues to record. Fred says that incredible as it may seem, after their bizarre blood-curdling rampage of destruction, the strange creatures seem to be performing a musical number. And he's not lying. Gremlins bow down with a piece of a picture over them, each piece collectively making up Greta's face. Her left eye becomes a stage when the pupil opens, and Greta herself is raised out of it, wearing a flower in her hair, a red sequined dress, and a pink feather boa. Gremlins wolf whistle at her, and she basks in their admiration. A gremlin conga line marches by, but we don't follow them. Instead, we linger on what they pass. A group of gremlins fiddling with boxes and boxes of U.S. Army weaponry and grenades. One of them unfurls plans with the Statue of Liberty marked out, and another saws through a box marked bazooka missiles. Get these guys out of here.
know.
What the hell is going on?
The brain gremlin made it sound so...
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Upstairs, holding Gizmo, Kate points out that they're getting near the doors. Billy tells her not to worry. In a few seconds, Clamp is going to drop that cloth and the sunlight will come in. Outside, on cue, beaming up at his building, Clamp asks, "Are we ready to drop this thing?" Just then...
Sorry. This is a funny sentence.
Just then, thunder cracks in the sky, and Clamp looks up just in time for the sunlight on his face to be erased by a storm cloud passing over the sun. His smile drops, and he looks around, dismayed. Inside, Kate asks, "Sunlight?" She, Billy, Murray, and Marla fidget nervously as Rhapsody in Blue begins to play. We find two tourist gremlins, one wearing an anti-Gizmo t-shirt.
There you go, T.
They're thorough. It's like, all right, that's my favorite gremlin. He knows what's up. He's like, Gizmo took too long.
His friends were in trouble. He holds a teddy bear with a noose around its neck, and the gremlin next to him is reading Dining After Midnight in New York with the camera around his neck. That's funny.
Yeah.
They cackle together. At the bar, a gremlin snatches an olive from the vegetable gremlin's head and plops it into a martini, only to be sprayed in the face by another gremlin. Yet another gremlin is at a tattoo shop, getting a Warner Brothers logo tattooed on his chest by a smoking gremlin. They both turn to us and laugh. Another gremlin puts on a puppet show, but when his picture is taken by yet another gremlin, he turns into a skeleton at the blink of an eye, dissolving from the camera's flash and crumpling to the floor. This is great. Elsewhere, a masked gremlin plays Toccata and Fugue in D minor and another Phantom of the Opera parody. A princess gremlin approaches from behind and snatches off his mask. The phantom gremlin hisses, descending on us with a pointing finger until he goes out of focus.
That was wonderful.
Yes.
That's good.
Back with the group, Gizmo stares in amazement. Murray cautions that if it rains outside, this city is going under for a third time. It'll be Armageddon, WWIII. Kate says that they've got to do something, and Billy agrees as Gizmo mumbles. Suddenly, Billy has an idea. There's a fire hose around the corner. He tasks Murray with getting it and aiming it into the lobby. Murray is like, "Are you crazy?" But Billy demands that he do it and do it fast. He turns to Kate and tells her to go find a box for Gizmo and make sure he doesn't get wet. He's like, "We got to get these wires out of here." He rushes away to follow instruction. Billy turns to Marla next to assign her a task. "Marla, smoke." Trembling and already holding her lit cigarette, she thanks him. The party is still in full swing downstairs with the gremlins dancing together. When Murray rounds the corner to find the hose, a gremlin pops out of a trash can and spits a mouthful of phlegm on him. Murray finally snaps. He seizes the gremlin, yanking him from the trash and throwing him into the elevator, telling it, "Lobby," as the doors close. Alone now, he declares, "Don't mess with Murray Futterman."
All right.
Yeah, I will not. With Gizmo secured in a white box, Kate returns to Billy, who stands by a closed control panel in the wall. He tells her that there's a call on hold in Clamp's office. Is there any way she can transfer it here without going up there? Kate thinks there is. Still wiping his face clean, Murray returns with the hose and aims it into the lobby like he was told. When he asks Billy if he's ready, Billy tells him to do it. Murray turns the hose on. As the brain gremlin continues to croon the ending of New York, New York, water mixes with the confetti raining down on him. The gremlins are swept away in a wave, falling to the ground, but still laughing as their backs pulse with unborn gremlins. One is even covered in bubbles and pantomiming taking a bath. Murray mutters that he sure hopes Billy knows what he's doing. Kate has opened the panel and is typing in a code to bypass the server. After she's done, the electric gremlin appears on the screen, still screaming. Billy snatches up the receiver and runs close to the railing, holding the phone out in front of him. He yells for Murray to turn off the hose, and he does. He yells for Kate to hit it, and with the press of a button, Kate transfers the call. The electric gremlin explodes from the receiver in bolts of lightning, zapping the screaming gremlins below. The glass on the ceiling explodes as the gremlins are electrocuted. Murray, Billy, Kate, and Marla wince, but Gizmo is staring from his box with wide eyes.
He's like, fuck!
Yes.
That's wild.
Yeah. Well, what's happening?
It's a lot. We pull up from the lobby where the electricity crackles over all the gremlins, causing them to decompose and collapse into melting, gloopy messes as they scream. One with the witch's hat cries out, "I'm melting! I'm melting! Oh, what a world!" It is wild because that wide shot that we get of all the gremlins being electrocuted, they built a miniature of the lobby, and those are all miniature gremlins.
Oh, wow.
Still watching from the trash can, Fred reports that the strange creatures are melting into horrible green and brown puddles. He laments that he can't say what it looks like on television, but it's terrible. We see a puddle of bubbling melted gremlin before finding the brain gremlin again, his voice weak and croaking when he croons, "New York, New York." Electricity pulses through him and he finally falls, his glasses slipping from his melted face. Gizmo watches this with glee, but Billy and Murray look disgusted. I'm concerned about Gizmo's mental state.
Yeah, he's been through a lot.
Yes, and
He became more. Zach Galligan had said that he, I guess, had been denied kind of solving things in the first Gremlins. And then in this one, when he was reading it, and he and Phoebe Cates are completely like the B plot of the film, he was like, well, that kind of sucks. And then when he got here and saw that Billy gets to be the hero and kind of figure it all out and save the day, he was very, very excited.
What is the A plot?
Come on, man. Don't do that.
I'm just curious.
Don't do that.
I'm just curious.
Finally, the SWAT team comes in, led by Clamp, who tries multiple doors before finding one that opens. He runs inside with full steam, only to slip in the green goo coating the floor. He's helped up and assures everyone that he's okay. He didn't hurt himself. He chuckles that maybe they can use this stuff for landfill. Grandpa Fred and Katsuji approach, Fred armed with his microphone and Katsuji with his camera. When Fred tries to get an interview with Clamp, Clamp tells him to wait a minute. Who told him to go on his network with this news coverage? Fred admits that no one did. It just seemed like news. So he got a cameraman but Clamp is already gone with an idea. He realizes, right. He's going to make Fred an anchor. 6 o'clock, weeknights. Fred's face brightens with excitement. Clamp tells an assistant to give Fred a credit card. He instructs him to go to Barney's and get some new clothes. Think about sweaters. Think avuncular. Fred agrees, but when Katsuji slips in the goo, Fred asks, what about his cameraman? Clamp bargains that if Fred can get him off the caffeine, he's okay. Katsuji pops back up, declaring, I'm a hit! Fred turns to the camera with his microphone, wondering what a Manhattan makeover costs today. As he and Katsuji depart, Clamp calls after him to get some sun before spotting Billy and heading over toward him. The SWAT team presses forward, and when a glob of goo spurts up from the ground, the SWAT team leader, played by Dean Norris, shoots at the ground.
What is this?
No.
Dean Norris, he was in Terminator 2 in 91, Total Recall in 90, and 62 episodes of Breaking Bad.
He's ASAC Schrader.
Schrader Brown.
Yeah.
Schrader Brown. When Clamp jumps and asks what's happening, the leader explains that it moved. Clamp's like, all right, carry on. He meets Billy, Murray, Kate, and Marla as they make their way down the stairs, cautioning that it's slippery. He tells Billy that he saved them, but Billy can't take all the credit. It wasn't just him. He says that they all chipped in, Mr. Futterman and Marla. I'd be like, bitch,
Yeah.
I'm the one that transferred the call.
Yeah, Marla was smoking.
Yeah.
Kate, I mean, justice for Kate. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Clamp is like, Marla? He realizes, you work for me, don't you? The two lock eyes as romantic music begins to swell. Marla confirms that she does. Very, very hard. Clamp smiles. Billy and Murray shift uncomfortably, and Kate sticks out her tongue in disgust. Sheila finds her husband and rushes to him, still clutching her camera. She asks what happened, and Murray explains that they tried it again, but this time they were ready. He decides that it's time to go. This place smells like burnt meatloaf. With the that's disturbing.
Yeah, Jesus. And Gizmo's like, yeah,
Yeah.
it sure does.
With a gasp, Sheila spots Clamp, and in snapping a picture of him, she blinds her husband with the flash. The reporters enter the building, rushing for Clamp, who is propping back up a cardboard cutout of himself and wiping the goo off. When a reporter played by Sarah Lilly starts to question him, he directs her to Marla, his new head of public relations. Marla lets out a small gasp before finding her camera and taking to her job like a fish to water. Clamp wanders off, looking around. Billy and Kate approach him, and Billy apologizes for what happened to the building. Clamp isn't sorry, though. For one, they're insured, which made me laugh.
Yeah.
And for the other, it wasn't a place for people anyway. It was a place for things. He holds up his goo-covered hands, explaining that when you make a place for things, things come. Billy reasons that Clamp kept the city safe, and Clamp agrees that that's a good point. The sacrifice. That could be good for his next book. He should be taking notes. He wipes his hands, and when he asks for a pen and paper, Billy hands over the one folded in his pocket. Clamp takes it and unfolds it to find Billy's drawing of Kingston Falls, the one Forster demanded that he take down. When he asks what this is, Billy tells him. Odd. Clamp realizes that this is what he's been looking for. Billy is confused. You want to buy it? But Clamp corrects him. I want to build it. His next project in Jersey. He exclaims that this is terrific. This is what people want. The community of little towns. Back to earth. Beaming, he turns to Billy and asks if this is his concept. Billy stammers, but Kate answers, it's our hometown. Clamp says that that's even better. He loves that. He comes up with the name on the spot. It's Clamp Corners, where life slows down to a crawl. He's always on.
I swear to God.
Yeah.
He asks what they think, and Kate says it's terrific. Clamp realizes now that this is what people want, not smart elevators. He says that if Billy will sell him this design, they'll create the biggest, most sensational, quiet little town anyone has ever seen. I'm like, what? Kate reasons that if Billy were going to do an entire town, but Clamp isn't worried. They'll come to a deal. Believe him. When he asks if she's Mrs. Peltzer, she says yes before amending with a chuckle. Well, I'm gonna be. As Billy places his hands lovingly on her shoulders, Gizmo pops out of the box in Kate's arms. Clamp asks what that is, and Kate says it's a mogwai.
That made me laugh so hard because it's like, yeah, you haven't seen.
Yeah, no.
Nope. Gizmo repeats, mogwai. Clamp says that it's funny. When he looks at Gizmo, do you know what he sees? Dolls with suction cups staring out of car windows. A big float in the Macy's Day Parade. He wonders if anyone's ever talked to Billy about merchandising. Billy's like, talk to me? No. Again, Joe Dante was advised to take this out because they told him it was in bad taste to mention or poke fun at merchandising. But he was like, no, I have a point to make. And he insisted that it stay in.
How is it bad taste? I feel like I
don't know.
The joke's right there, and you're going to sell a bunch of them anyway.
Yeah,
of course,
yeah,
like
no
that's
shit.
It's not like people are going to be like, hey, they're talking about me.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
Also, I was like, can Billy sell this town as his own design?
It is an existing
It's a
town.
Yeah, that is true.
I'm no lawyer. I'm no big city lawyer, but Clamp insists that there's something there. Maybe you lose the headband, though. Gizmo shakes his head and mutters a decline. Billy says that he likes it, and Clamp decides that it's flexible. He excuses himself and wanders away, and Gizmo speaks up in his adorable tiny voice. Yo, go home now.
All right.
Take him home.
No, I just last words. I love Gizmo, but just home. I don't.
Your reaction surprised me so much.
Yeah.
He's like, look,
home.
Shut up.
Well, because again, if we're in the vent and you're not saying anything, you should be saying something.
True.
You should be saying something.
Shut up.
And if you know Rambo and you say something. We could have ended the shit a long time ago.
That is true.
A long time
It's
ago.
like, that's not me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kate, what? So at this point, originally, they were going to have Billy's dad rush in with the new invention that he made for Gizmo, a raincoat that he cannot get wet. And so he had signed on. He was going to come back and do it. And they realized, how many fucking endings are we going to give this thing?
Yeah.
So they cut it out.
Okay.
So I thought it was interesting that neither of his parents appear in this at all.
Right. Well, if they're back home, then
Right.
they didn't come to New York with us.
Well, he had a fresh invention.
Yeah.
So he made the trip.
Honestly, yeah, all that implies is pretty funny. He had to fly. Yeah. All of that.
Just to show them that.
Mm-hmm.
Outside, the earth clutched in the Clamp logo begins to spin again, and Clamp's automated voice starts back up, promising that no visit to New York is complete without a tour of the world's most fully automated building. Marge is sharing a recipe with Sheila, telling her to add a thin glaze of pasteurized cheese food on top. Sheila smiles at Murray, your favorite, but Murray isn't impressed. Billy and Kate walk past, and Gizmo, hidden inside the box cradled in Billy's arms, is crooning, HBO, Showtime, MTV, Nick at Night.
Why are you naming these? What the hell? What?
When they pass Murray, he tells them he'll be with them in just a moment. Kate asks what Gizmo is saying, and Billy says that Gizmo wants to know if they have cable.
They're still mic'd?
Yeah, we can hear them.
Can you go home? Jesus Christ. They're like, what are we having for dinner tonight?
Yeah.
But Kate laughs that they don't have cable.
How much TV was he watching?
I don't know. When you weren't saving your friends.
Oh, is that what he was
Christ,
training?
yeah.
You have to have something on to make the workouts feel
Look, I get it, but
he watched a lot.
he did.
Inside, Marla is finally out of cigarettes, and when none of the reporters have one for her, she scoffs that she'll just quit. Clamp steps carefully through the goop until he stopped and handed a phone with a call from inside the building. Confused, Clamp answers. It's Forster. Clamp assures him that they'll get him out of there, and when he asks what floor, he's amazed that Forster is way up there. He says that it is going to take a while. The elevators are out and the automatic doors are locked. He assures Forster that they'll do what they can. Just keep his pants on. But upstairs, his face still stained with Greta's lipstick kisses, Forster decides that maybe he has been working too hard. The gracious Daniel Clamp rewards him with a half day off once the building is operational. Forster thanks him and ends the call. A wedding march begins to play, and we see a manicured gremlin hand pull down the dimmer to lower the lights. Forster sighs as Greta approaches in a wedding gown, holding a bouquet of flowers. As the group of gremlins somehow sing the march, which I don't know,
They're all dead.
the ghost
It's
of
the
the
ghost.
gremlins.
Yeah. They're haunting.
They pre-recorded it.
They knew this day would come. Greta giggles coquettishly before tossing her bouquet at Forster, who is cowered back against the wall. She blows kisses at him, and Forster's disgust softens with consideration. He raises his eyebrows and smiles at Greta before sliding down the wall.
I guess we're going to be here a while.
I
don't know.
mean-
I don't know what he's doing. I
I don't know what he's doing. Picardo said that they did like 12 takes of this and that he made a different face for all of them and that this was what he called the kinkiest one that he did. Okay. When he did it, the crew busted out laughing and Dante was cracking up and he was like, do you really expect me to print that? So he was pretty appalled when he saw that that was the one that they ended up using.
Oh, wow.
Greta approaches, puckering her lips, ready for a kiss. The words "the end" glide across the screen in cursive, accompanied by a gremlin's maniacal laugh. The chaotic score plays as the credits roll, and Daffy Duck comes back to admonish us multiple times for sitting around while the credits are rolling. And he also tries to bully Porky Pig out of the outro, but gets injured again when he takes his place. So... what did you guys think of Gremlins 2, The New Batch?
I still fucking love this. Like they're I know, and even I can sit here and poke fun at some of the stuff that doesn't work, but I really enjoyed a lot of this. The thing about the merchandising, I've seen those gizmos in the back of cars before, and it's Gizmo with suction cups on his hands. Like again, Jackson has so many Gremlins toys and NECA figures and all kind, and it's like, dude, and they look so good, but it is that like. It's funny seeing this again and seeing all the self-references and the, like, I know what we're doing. And I think that that's what helped me and still kind of helps me to love this movie for what it is. Because it's not serious. None of them take this serious. It's very... fun. You know what I mean? It's just very silly. And again, on the flip side, I can understand why somebody wouldn't like this. If you're barely seeing this now, you know what I mean? It'd be like, it's just too silly. But it is, I think, watching it again, it did help form a lot of what I like now as an adult. Because a lot of this is just fucking just do whatever. Mm-hmm. And throw it to the wall and see what sticks is very apparent here. But yes. I think that Joe Dante was and everybody that worked on it was very able to just capture what we're doing. Okay, that's ridiculous. We're going to make it work. Just let's work on it and do it. And it is just so much shit that's thrown in here. It is that too, the behind the scenes are thinking about it because there is, and I know we've talked about it before, but there's parts where I'm watching this, I'm like, how did you do that? How did you do that? And this was, what year you said this was again? 90? That's crazy. Crazy work. But yeah, no, I'll always love this. And I think regardless of the bad shit that's in it, you know what I mean? And a lot of it doesn't work. But for me, I love it. I'm a gremlin for it.
There you go. I completely understand that. I think this is one of those things like we talk about a lot where it just comes down to what's your taste.
Right.
What do you know,
yeah.
Is this your vibe or is it not?
Right.
And I think that for me, it is what you said. It just comes down to it being a little too silly for me.
Right.
And a little too gag heavy.
Okay.
Like I don't know. I feel like maybe the narrative of the first one was more
it is cohesive. It is.
Yeah.
And I think that it made me kind of appreciate the first one more, but that doesn't mean that I don't appreciate some of the aspects of this one.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of stuff they're trying to say is really good and very courageous when you're literally making a studio film.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, it takes a lot of guts to kind of say fuck you to some of these things that you are like also taking from.
Yes.
You know? And to have that creative control to do whatever you want and then to literally do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot to be commended. And the work behind the scenes is incredible. Mm-hmm. And even if it's not your cup of tea, while you're watching it, you're like, they really put in a lot of effort in every single aspect.
Yeah.
Because this isn't something that happens by accident.
No.
This isn't something that you just throw together and do. It takes a lot of effort to do something like this. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I don't know. I think that... I had a lot of fun talking about it, probably more fun than I had watching it.
Yeah.
I feel like if we had watched it together, though, it might be different.
Yeah.
Okay.
But something else I was thinking about, I criticized Gizmo for what he was doing while this whole thing was going on, but fucking Forster, what have you been doing?
He's been up there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I can understand how somebody, especially seeing it at a young age, this is a movie you carry with you forever.
Oh, yeah.
I am tired.
Uh-huh.
that was a doozy. No, I just think that this is so much fun. I think that I'm not going to sit here and be like, this is a masterpiece of a, because it is so fucking silly. It's just a good time. I think the circumstances that allowed this to happen, I am appreciative for. And I appreciate Dante poking fun at his own work and trying to close this up and be like, look, we did this for a laugh, no more.
Yeah.
Obviously it didn't work, but I appreciate that he's like, look, I don't want to do this unless there is a story to tell. And then they made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And he put his whole ass into this and, took a lot of swings while he was doing it. And I think that you got to appreciate that. And him kind of holding fast to, no, I want to break the fourth wall. I want Gremlins to be in the projection booth. I want Hulk Hogan to threaten to beat the Gremlins ass. And then we go back and like that. Who conceives of this? That is so ridiculous. But it works because there is no pretentiousness. There is no, it's just, look, this is what we're doing and you like it or you don't. And I'm always going to appreciate that, whether it works for me or not. And I think that this one just does work for me because I think it is a blast. It's just so unexpected for what you think a Gremlin sequel is going to be.
Yeah.
And Rick Baker's work is astonishing.
Yeah.
The I just, you almost get pulled out of what you're watching because you're like, I don't know how the fuck y'all were able to do this.
Yeah.
How many people did you have smushed under that lobby floor when you're doing that musical number?
Yeah.
Like, I just can't. It's really incredible. And just camera tricks where it's like, if we do it from this angle, you can puppet the gremlin yourself while you're being attacked. Like shit like that, where it's like, that's so clever. And so, like kind of genius.
But you can even tell, like, in the scene with Marge when they're in the microwave Marge.
Yeah.
When she's there, the microwave's normal. But when we go to the Gremlins point of view, you can tell that microwave's made a lot bigger.
It's huge.
But it doesn't, for me anyway, I can tell. But it didn't take away from what was going on.
Not at all. Because what are we doing?
Yeah.
here?
And a lot of it, if something is like that, you excuse it with cartoon logic.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And this really set the tone for that to be a valid excuse for almost everything. It's like, look at what the fuck this movie is.
Yes,
Like,
Yeah.
Gizmo is fucking training to be Rambo. Like, what the hell is this?
This isn't the movie to be like, now how did he get a dentist uniform?
Yeah, no,
That fit him
not at
well.
all. Not at all.
You just let it happen.
Yes, yeah.
I think that this somehow is still a good compliment to the first, even though it is kind of a send up of it. It's making fun of it. It's Joe Dante stuffing in as many, cracks at his own expense as he can, cracks at the studio's expense, stuffing in all his friends and fucking cameo roles. Like, this is just, they gave you the freedom to spread your wings and you did, and left a fucking bat symbol in the wall. And I think that it's so clever and very ballsy. And it's such a big swing that I'm just like, you did that. Like,
Yeah.
I can't believe it's taken this long to watch it, honestly, for me and T after watching the first one.
That's true,
And how, you guys heard all those names at the top. How many people have
Yeah.
been like, do fucking Gremlins too? And I'm like, oh, we will. But
Yeah.
I'm glad that we finally have, because even watching it, I knew that this was not your vibe, T. I knew that this would not be your cup of tea. But I think that, as you even said, you can appreciate the kind of craftsmanship
Of course.
of it and the talent that was needed to make this happen. And I just think that it's special because it is so fucking weird.
Yeah.
And unapologetically just what it is. You're strapped into the roller coaster or you're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But we can kind of slide into ratings because I think that I'm winding down at an alarming rate.
We've been here a long
That
time.
was a massive script.
Yes.
And yeah, I just said all the things that I think and feel. And I think that, this is just, it's a lot of fun. I don't even know. This has like a couple, it's like micro dosing horror. Like this is barely even, it's very fucking silly. It's just a fun ride. And so, for all the reasons I just said, on a scale from 1 to 10, ruthlessly disregarded rules, this is difficult. And again, chalk it up to Stockholm Syndrome because I've spent a lot of time with this movie this week. But I'm going to give Gremlins 2, the new batch, 8 out of 10 ruthlessly disregarded rules. I think that this is an accomplishment in several different ways, even if this movie is not necessarily my taste even. It's just, y'all really fucking did that.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys really did that. And I'm kind of amazed.
Yeah.
But I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I think you're right. I think we did have a lot to say and kind of said it already. But I don't know. Watching this movie, I think it is that. I don't have to sit here and remember what somebody said for something or figure out who did what or wait for a research scene or like those are things that I do like, but it's these turn your brain off movies and just entertain me. Again, I think watching this so much at a young age, it is one of those, this is where I think I started to love comedy horror. It was like, this is where it was at my young age. Like, I really like that, whatever's going on there. And I think, again, we have been talking a lot about the craftsmanship of this movie, but it is also the ballet of making this all fit together because this easily could have still been the movie, but not worked and just watching been like, that gag was dumb or that didn't whatever for people who like movies like this. And because again, not all comedy horror lands, not all, you know what I mean, comedy that is in horror movie lands. But this one for me, as someone who loves this shit, everything hit. Everything. Yes, there's some things, again, Gizmo, maybe take it down a word or two.
Hey.
I love Gizmo, but you know what I mean? If you're going to talk, you should talk when I need you to talk.
It was 3 words.
Well, but you scream from the vent.
Yeah, where were those words?
Yeah, scream from the vent. We could have stopped a lot of this. But again, those are tiny little story gripes. But I love this shit.
Gizmo's like, I'm in here.
Yeah, exactly.
No shit, dude. What, Dr. Creatine is dead or whatever?
Yeah.
Because
of Gizmo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's your fault.
That's too much.
But again, this movie is so fun. It's very, very fun. I love that Jackson loves it, and I love that I love this. It's just, again, seeing it as an adult and realizing this is probably where a lot of my love for this genre it came from. So it's this is great.
I had a question. Would you prefer Gremlins 2 to Gremlins?
Watching it now, I still very much love the first Gremlins, but I think Gremlins 2 is more of my taste.
Okay.
I think the second one is okay, I know I watched the first one, but I've probably seen the second one way more. So it is all right, this is where I was okay, I like that. I like this better.
Right.
But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, ruthlessly disregarded rules, I'm going to give Gremlins 2, the new batch, a 10 out of 10. I love this movie.
Oh, my God.
My boy, Joe Dante. I love you, baby. You know what I mean? Again, and I didn't know he did Inner Space, and I know I've brought it up sometimes, but I fucking love that movie too, and I watched that as a kid. And that again just goes to show what you are doing, dude. You're doing it for me. Your movies are here for me, and I fucking love it.
Right. See, and I love when you can discover that feeling.
Yeah.
For me, it's Argento.
Right.
Or Bava or something.
Yeah.
And you have Joe Dante, you have I think that's a really wonderful
Sam Raimi.
thing.
We got all, you know what I mean?
And I can meet you with Sam Raimi.
Yeah, there we go.
There we
There's
go.
the connection.
There's a handshake happening.
Yeah.
It's the Venn diagram.
Yes.
Sam Raimi's
He's just
in the
sitting
middle.
in the middle. But I feel like you probably should have closed this. Look, again, not to go into everything again, but production design,
Yeah.
music, cinematography, the puppetry, the actual work that went into that spider.
Yeah.
Like things like that, again, whenever you tell me there's going to be a Gremlins sequel, I don't expect to see any of this shit.
No.
So it's pretty wild what we got here.
Yeah.
And again, for Joe Dante, it is admirable, everything that he was able to throw in. This movie is a blender.
Yeah.
It is a wild, wild time. The roller coaster thing.
Yeah.
That Nay said. I would have appreciated there were too many loops for me.
Okay.
So, but I think that if this is your cup of tea, then you're a pig in shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I prefer a hog in heaven, but
Big and
fine.
shit.
That's
Roll
disgusting.
around in the muck with us.
But I think for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, ruthlessly disregarded rules, I am going to give Gremlins 2, the new batch, 5 out of 10 ruthlessly disregarded rules. I feel like there should be some there for what they have done.
Yeah, that's higher than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Leprechaun.
Do outro now. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Gremlins 2, the new batch, and which we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stirhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stirhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, when faced with the unexpected, it's imperative that you act responsibly and deal with it head on. When left on their own, problems have the unfortunate tendency to multiply. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Berry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montavo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack,
A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D., Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage,
A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jada Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raoul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Nox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker Fokker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, It's Austin Buttercrush, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Stephanie, Hope Mowry, Abe the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moreplease, Nosley, Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison Bissaw, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Victor Rushing, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, and Wispy Rainbow. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you.
In a world that can be so unwaveringly dark, each and every one of you are a very bright light.
Aww.
Bright light.
All right, let's
We're done. Until next time.